they have an account with a processor. They have an account with a processor. Yeah.
Look,
A processor then talks to the bank.
when you go and register your company, yeah, you want to open up a store in your city, yeah. You register a business, yeah, and then with those bank, and you open up a business account for your business.
Okay. You know what they're gonna do? You know what they're gonna do? They're gonna
On
need
that
the
business
They're gonna
account,
like
you
depending on the size.
no, you say that
What I'm saying is
and you
depending on the
say
size.
in your store you want to accept tap payments in your
Okay.
store, yeah, so people can pay with the card,
Yeah, okay.
and
So
then
here's where you're wrong. Here's where you're wrong.
they
Here's where you're
will
wrong.
give you the POS, yeah, from the bank, and that POS is linked directly to your business account.
No. Okay.
So
Here's where you're
everyone
wrong.
who
Here's where
makes a
you're wrong.
payment, everyone
Here's where
who
you're
makes
wrong.
a payment
If
in your
you're a
store,
businessman, if you're a
listen,
businessman,
that
let's say
device, that payment, that POS is sealed. It has a seal. If you open it, you are gullible for jail. You know.
okay. I'll be honest with you. It's not okay. You're talking about some shit which is like super old, right? It may have been that way. Now, if you look at the way shit is,
Yeah, okay. You tell me now that you can go to third parties, fourth parties, the security businesses that come up with and install this payment system in your store and stuff. Yeah, that you can do that too. If you're stupid and
all right.
don't
Well,
know
we're
how
not talking about
to
third party,
install
fourth
them.
party stuff.
Yeah.
What we're talking about is this. Yeah, you got companies out there like Verifone
Very
and
sign?
Verifone,
Oh, very phone.
not
Yeah,
very
I
sound.
know that. I know
Okay,
that too.
and Ingenico. Like you look at Verifone and Ingenico. Those two companies themselves, they essentially have dominance um, on what's it called pin pads. They make the pin pads,
Mm-hmm.
right? So what's happening today is actually this: they figured out that hey, you know what? We can provide not just that pin pad, but also a service for payments. And what they've done is they figured out a way to do that outside of the point of sale network. So basically, what happens is this: if you go to, let's say, I don't know, the dollar store, right? And you buy
Okay.
$1 worth of bullshit, right? The point of
Yeah.
sale will ring up $1. And the only thing the point of sale does is tell the pin pad this person rang up $1 worth of shit. And then it tells the pin pad, go approve it, or just tell me it's not approved. And then the pin pad goes out, does that shit by itself, comes back and tells the point of sale whether or not got approved, and the transaction continues. The point of sale had nothing to do with the credit card or anything. It was just the fucking pin pad that did it. That's why if you look at almost every pin pad manufactured today, it has Ethernet connection. Right? Because it's able.
Connected to where?
It's Ethernet. It just needs internet.
Where?
What are you talking about? Where?
Ethernet is not just ether.
All right. Essentially, what a company would actually do is
I can
they
bring
would.
I can bring a Ethernet cable to your house, yeah, and install a Ethernet socket, yeah.
What are you talking about, bro? What's
Yeah,
that got?
and put that, you know, I'm yeah, where you connect the Ethernet cable. It's like a power plug, yeah. You have a connector,
All right.
yeah.
Basically, what I'm
You
saying is
put it in,
this.
you
Yeah.
put
Look,
it, take it out, yeah.
look.
For
What I'm saying is
example,
this. Yeah.
your
What I'm
Ethernet
saying.
board,
What I'm
yeah.
saying
What
is
what you're
this.
saying?
I'm saying is this. Yeah. Because you started talking about point of sale systems. What I'm telling you is that point of sale, they're out of the picture now. Because essentially, right, the pin pad itself is the entry method, the communication method, and the approval method. There's nothing to do with the point of sale anymore. The only thing the point of sale does is tell the pin pad, "Hey, buddy, can you send me a transaction for $2.95 and let me know whether or not I got approved?" That's it. I mean, it may ask for a little bit more information, like,
What?
can you give me the first,
All you need is a pin, so
the
you
first.
you don't put your card in that pin pad. I mean that payment
No,
system,
what I
because
mean
it's a
is this,
payment
bro.
system.
What I'm what I'm saying is this: the pin pad itself is isolated for the payment transaction. A point of sale has nothing to do with it. The
What do
only
you
thing
mean
the
it has nothing to do with it? Do you put your card, you swipe, or you put it inside it, and then you punch your pin, or not?
right, but what I'm saying is that when you put when you put your card in the pin pad,
Yeah. Then it means it has a card reader. Yeah. It needs to read your card. Yeah.
okay,
Good.
and
So that
and
information is taken already now in the pin pad. You now
right,
it has a verification, the pin verification. Yeah, according to 3DS algorithm. Yeah, it will either that pin pad has
right,
that crypto processor
right,
inside it, either it will send all that data to a server where they have this 3DS crypto processor, which computes your pin derived from your card number and checks it if it's valid or not.
right, right.
Yeah.
But all I'm saying is that that all happens outside of sale.
What do you mean outside of POS? Because that this system is itself is a POS.
Okay, the pin pad, the pin pad does a transaction. The point of sale is just telling the pin pad what transaction to make.
I can't understand what do you mean. I'm sorry, but yeah.
Yeah, bro. I don't know, man. Maybe I should.
I can believe you. Yeah, there are third parties, like companies that develop their own POS systems and stuff, and you can link your business account, business merchant account to these devices. So you implement these devices in your store. Yeah, and they work perfectly fine, but they are not,
Gabby, Gas.
yeah,
I would just say this, bro. I hope me and you never become friends. Because, like, if me and
okay.
you were to become friends, right, we'll get into some extremely illegal shit. Because I know too much about
Yeah.
I know way too much about the payment process to the point where it's obvious I know more about it than you do.
Yeah,
And,
okay.
and
I don't
here's the
deny
thing.
that.
Here's the thing,
I don't
bro.
deny there are people
But
who don't
here's
know
the thing,
stuff.
bro. Here's the
I
thing, dude.
quit. I quit all this in like
Yeah, I'm not into illegal shit either, bro.
2007. Yeah. So yeah.
I'm not
And
into
don't
illegal
worry,
crap.
I have no. My heart doesn't pull me to go back to this kind of shit. So
I
yeah,
mean, you know what? I've thought about it,
yeah.
and I've actually I've thought about it to the point where it's like if I was to do it, I could probably get away with it, right?
I also
And
know. Yeah, but you know, this kind of stuff with credit card fraud and stuff is not worth it today because there is no chance today to get away.
right.
There is no get
Well,
away
no, I mean,
around
like
it.
my
You don't get
plan,
caught today. I know you make it and you don't get caught today, but the logs will be there, and one
right.
day you will have to pay for them. You know?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
my plan would be more of a like I've thought about it as to what they're gonna have, right? And like essentially what I came up with was a method to do it and then just sit on the money for 20 years and not touch it. Not
Mhm.
allowed to even take a.
These are Hollywood movies and stuff.
I know, I get
I
that.
I never seen someone stealing a lot of money and never touch it. For 20 years.
Yeah.
I never
I mean,
personally met anyone
I
like
tell you
that.
what, bro. Like, I did tell one of my friends about it once, and like
Yeah.
it was like, can we just take a little bit? I was like, no, bro. You can get it. There's an enormous reason why it needs to be dormant for 20 years.
Well, yeah,
A lot of
that's how it
countries have
starts
dormant.
actually. Once you took a little bit and you didn't got caught and no problem, then you say, "Oh, it worked," and then you
Yeah,
will do it again and again and again, and it sucks you in.
exactly. And
Yeah,
I mean, the only way to actually do it is you just don't touch the money.
yeah,
Don't touch it.
yeah. If you didn't work it
Don't
or
access it.
stuff like that, yeah,
Don't look at it.
yeah.
Forget about it. No, don't even access it on
And
your computer. Like, let's say you,
today, for example, is very tempting. This shit with the Bitcoin. I mean, there is no
yeah,
law in any country about stealing Bitcoin. You can steal all the Bitcoins in the world. Nobody can do anything to you legally. It's not a crime.
right. I
So,
mean, like
so
with the Bitcoin thing. Um, I hate to ask this, yeah, but if you was to
mm,
try to steal someone's money, Bitcoin wise,
yeah.
how would you do it?
Well, it's $50, the Bitcoin virus.
Is you would do it? Okay, you're bullshitting.
$50, yeah, that's how much the Bitcoin virus cost. A good one,
Yeah,
decent.
that's not how you would do it though. If you went through all this bullshit back in the days and you gave it up and you said you'd never do it again,
Yeah.
right? Like myself, I won't ever do it. I know how to do it. I just would never do it. I don't think you'd do it that way. There's so many better ways to do it.
Yeah, you can make also like fake websites, or even start like with a legit business, try to draw in, uh, offer some dreamy services, like Bitcoin transfers or stuff like that, free. And once you have like, I don't know, 1,000 people transacting in inside your website, one day you just take them all, you know, and it's not a crime. Yeah.
I mean, that's still an absolute crime in many countries because
Yeah.
it's still a crime because you're basically frauding, and fraud is a crime.
Well, it's stealing, yeah, but for example, in Europe, if you steal Bitcoin, there is no law against stealing Bitcoin in
No,
Europe.
but in Europe, fraud is a crime. Um,
Well, you need to prove that it's a fraud, and how do you trace? Because, Bitcoin does offer you this anonymity thing, like 100% anonymity. I can use Bitcoin to buy all sort of weird stuff. Mic check.
yeah, I really
Yeah,
don't know
you're
how I'd do it. Um, I mean, personally, I don't see myself
Yeah,
ever
have
doing.
a look. Have a look at Monero website.
Honestly, if I was to do it though, I
It's an
mean,
online scam and it's going for years by now, Monero. you know. And when you search Monero, Google actually shows you the first result, this scam website, not the real Monero stuff.
yeah, I mean, like, if I was to do it, the first thing I'd do, right, is to do it in a way where it's very hard to detect.
Well, there are ways which are impossible to detect. For a man, but I I present no guarantee that you can hide yourself from an AI.
Right. And then, like, my next my next way of doing it would be that it's not me doing it.
Yeah, that's the best. Keep the law holy.
And then my third thing would be that the person doing it wouldn't realize they're doing it for me.
Believe me, the life of a group is not a life. It's just
Oh,
dust in your eyes.
and I'll be honest, like, I'm not the type of person. Like, I personally think that, like, um, wealth isn't
Well,
good for the soul.
you know,
Wealth is not good for the soul.
The way I see it now, money is something the man makes. You go work, you make them how much you want, yeah,
right.
and you got
Like
them.
I can understand,
That's
I
it.
can understand,
Yeah,
I can
yeah,
understand. During criminal activity,
yeah.
your son fed or your daughter fed. You know? I can understand that. What I don't understand is people that do it, right, just because um they want to be rich. You
Yeah,
know?
and they lose their soul for that. And what this actually means, I can tell you from personal experience. When I did this, I know what I did, you know, and yeah, right after that, you enjoy all that good time, you got the jackpot, it's awesome.
Right. And
1 year, 2 year,
you probably spend,
it lasts 1 year or 2 years, but then you know that there is a way for them to catch you, and this will
well, not
make you
just
have
that, but like,
nightmares, you know.
it's not
And
even just that. Yeah,
yeah,
I mean, it's like a false type of happiness you get
yeah,
when
yeah,
you're
it is
spending that type
false.
of money.
Yeah,
You know?
true.
It's not like you're not really happy. You know,
No,
and for me, like I've never done illegal shit to get money, right? I'm
yeah,
talking about like I've had awesome jobs which pay
yeah,
a lot of money, and like yeah, I just spend the money like a fucking idiot,
yeah.
and then I
Me,
realized,
me
dude,
too. Yeah,
like you recognize after a while that money doesn't equate to peace of mind,
yeah.
and it's not so much about like whether or not you made the money off illegal methods or having a good job. It's more about did you appreciate the money or did you
No,
spend it like a
no.
dumb fuck?
They had no value for me, and
And for me,
I can tell you that uh, it even blind me. I could not see who is a friend or who is someone I bought.
more than
Yeah,
that,
yeah,
more than just your friends, um, your good friends
yeah.
hitting you because you become someone different,
Yeah,
and
but
then and it's like you get this situation where like money made you someone different, and then you reflect back on it. It's like, what the fuck was I on?
well, I got to live like I got to meet personally the richest man in my country, and he's like the biggest mobster in my country. All these girls which present clothing for Gucci, Armani, Prada in Milano, Paris. All these models are from
Yeah.
his agency. You know, he
But
owns
now,
Ibiza.
but
This guy,
now,
this
but
guy
now,
owns Ibiza. And I
get
was
me, get
speaking
me,
with
get me,
him like we're talking now.
get me. Here's the
Yeah,
question, though. Get me right. Even though you got to meet up with mad pussy, mad powerful people, yeah.
yeah,
Don't you just enjoy life not doing it anymore?
I do. Believe me, and
Me too, bro.
I
Like,
also I went to jail because I wanted.
how long did you go to
They
jail?
sued me. These police.
Hey, okay. Quick
Yeah.
question: did you have to suck a little bit of dick while you was in jail?
No, not.
Hmm.
That's
Which which
actually
which country did you go to jail in?
Romania.
They don't have dick sucking in Romania jails.
No, you don't have such thing.
Okay, people in
There
Romania
are
jails.
there are homosexuals in prison, but they are very how do you say uh, marginalized. They are not treated like human beings.
You know one thing, right?
Yeah.
One thing I gotta be extremely real with you with, right? It's like I've never been to jail, and I've never actually done anything criminal in my life, right?
Mhm.
But there's part of me that thinks, if I was to go to jail with a full blown, I can't get out of jail type of thing, I think I might be happier as a person.
Well, for me, when I went in, they ask you why are you in, and when I said my crime titled something like author looking on electronic commerce. It sounds funny, but this is
Yeah.
how they name it in my country, in my
So
language.
you basically planned it, but you
Sorry?
wasn't. So you was the author, as in you
Yeah.
made. Yeah, but you wasn't really associated. I don't know. I don't know, dude. Like, there's part of me that just like
Well,
outside of this
but
crap.
when they ask me, the other inmates, when they ask me, what are you in for? And I told them this, they never heard of such term, like they couldn't
And
understand.
that's when they
They asked me, what does that mean? What the hell is that? And I told them, it's things with internet, computer stuff, payments. Ah, you're a smart guy.
and that's
you
when
know.
they put a penis in your mouth, right?
Well, you automatically get a higher status inside, like, yeah,
Oh, so
you know.
you never sucked a dick. You've never sucked a dick in your whole life, is what you trying to tell me.
I don't know why you dive that much into this gay stuff.
I don't know, bro. It's because, like,
Yeah,
I'll be honest with you, it's
I can
because
take jokes, but yeah, I said I
all
never
right, I
did
get you.
and
That's
never
too,
will. Yeah, I'm
if that's too
homophobic.
far of a joke,
Yeah.
well, okay. So I'll be honest with you. Yeah. Like,
Mm.
based on that, I don't think I would give a fuck. Like, I actually sometimes think about it. That going to jail and just straight up being in jail. What is it called when you don't meet anyone? Like I don't know. There's a way of going to jail where you're just by yourself
Ah,
with
isolation.
in isolation, right?
Yeah,
So like, I kind of thought that like, if I was to go to jail for a life sentence that wouldn't end before I die, right? Um,
yeah.
I would probably find peace within myself because I've got nothing to look forward to, and
Really? Nothing to look forward to. It's called solitary confinement. That's the other
yeah,
expression that I've heard. Solitary
right.
yeah,
confinement
You
when you're on
you
your own.
literally when you're in solitary confinement, you've
Yeah.
literally got nothing to look forward to, and it's like at that point you don't have any connection with possessions. You have no connection with any.
It was piss easy for me because I was in solitary confinement many a time in the military. Insubordination, not
yeah,
obeying orders, that kind of thing.
yeah.
So I was always in solitary confinement. It
And
was easy
that's,
because there's a target that you're going to come out. You got to get your food. You're going to be
yeah.
okay. So I don't know what you're going on about.
But
In
well,
fact, it helps you to
But
focus more.
Jen,
It actually helps you to focus more. Yeah,
Jen,
yeah.
Jen. One thing I don't understand, bro. I'm not like other people. Yeah, my entire reason for life is to find peace within myself And I'm in a situation right now where, like what Buddha said. Buddha
There's
said,
a problem. There's what you said. There's your problem. What Buddha said. What about what you say? Yeah? Fucking
I know,
Buddha.
hey,
There you go. What
always
Buddha
thought
fucking
this.
said.
It's not even, I'm not a fucking Buddhist. But like
Well,
Buddha
then
did.
there's your problem. We're talking about Buddha. If you're not a Buddhist, don't talk about Buddha. It ain't going to help you.
I'm
Thank you.
just saying.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. Buddha did say that the core unhappiness is possessions.
All I'm going to say to you is this, man. Just connect with nature, and you will begin to understand.
Oh, I've connected with nature like a motherfucker, bro. I love
You
nature.
haven't connected. You haven't connected with nature yet. You haven't connected yet. You're not connected at all.
All right, Jen. If I haven't connected with nature, talk about nature. Talk about it.
Well, to connect with nature is to understand that the earth isn't spinning. It's not a globe like they call it is. Yeah. And then you would marvel at the beauty and the essence of life that you've been given. Yeah.
Yeah.
When you understand that, you begin to understand you. Then you realize that you're in a system that is devaluing you. And that your every atom in your body should be resisting the system and fighting. There's your reason for living, for example, straight away.
All right. So listen. When I think about connecting with nature, right? I just say, but I think that somebody who really wants to connect with nature
Yeah.
does it regardless of outside thoughts. Right?
Yeah.
Based on everything you said, yeah, you was talking about a person doing this for, if you want, societal reasons. The way I see it is this: if you want to connect with nature,
Yeah.
become peaceful inside, you got to do it
That's right.
internally by yourself.
That's right. That's right. That's what you've got to do. It's all to do with you, how honest you want to be with yourself, how real you want to be. How real do you want to be?
It's not even about how real you want to be.
It is.
It's more about how, the word, like I hate it when people talk about like being real, because what does that even mean?
What it means that you are living
what
your
I'm
life, you're living your life as best you can, regardless of what is going on around you. The very fact that there's a force out there, there's an entity out there that is trying to undermine your every move at this with technology and everything else. Yeah, and the lies that they perpetuate. This is the very thing. You've got to resist
I
that.
don't, Jen, I don't see no fucking entity outside of me. Yeah, I mean, I really
That's
think
it.
the way I want to live my life, Jen, I really think the way I want to live my life is in a way where I have nothing. I literally have nothing but my name. I'm absolutely poor, homeless.
Well, you can do that. You can do that. You can achieve that quite easily.
Just me, and I just live life like that.
Well, you can. You can do that quite easily. A lot of people are doing that as you speak.
Well, Jen, I mean, like, it took me a while to figure this out, right? Like, so I grew up. Like, I spent a lot of time in San Francisco, right?
Okay.
Growing up.
A lot of bloody hills, yeah? Up and down those hills. Okay.
Oh, actually, it was very close to Ocean Beach, right?
Oh,
And so, like, so there was a bunch of homeless people, and like, my best friend during that time was some homeless motherfucker. And then, like, my family would be like, "Why the fuck are you hanging out with this dude? He's homeless." I was like, "Well, he's the only person who's like real. You know, like, and they couldn't understand. They couldn't understand that, and I was just like, no. I mean, like, he's the only person that doesn't give a fuck about shit.
Yeah.
Like, my whole family was
It
like,
makes
"There's
perfect
something
sense to me, bro.
Yeah, I'm just saying, my whole
You're
family.
a Glober.
Thing,
You hang out with
my
strange
whole family.
people.
My whole family.
Makes sense
was
to
like,
me, bro.
yeah.
hey, I'm
I
just
mean,
trying to say,
once a
my whole
Glober,
fam.
always
Let me finish, man.
fucked
Who
up.
the fuck is this? Hey, I don't give a
Hey,
fuck if you're a
Brian.
mod. Let me finish.
Yeah, okay, here, I'll let you finish. Go ahead, Brian. Continue. You were saying. I got you on mute. I'm sorry. Oh man. Yeah, I want to
Nice.
continue what you say. Yeah, sure. This guy, he doesn't give a fuck. Did you guys hear this guy?
I'm
Fucking
listening to him.
anthem. I know
Don't
you're
worry.
listening to him. I just I'm not a big fan of Branch. I think he's retarded.
Yeah, you know, he can be a bit of a nuisance. I agree. Yeah, too much
He
effing
sounds he
stuff.
sounds he
Too
sounds
many f bombs for my liking. Too
yeah,
many
well,
f bombs.
I know, and I
That's
swear a
not.
lot. Hey, I swear a lot, Jenny. This guy swears
Yeah,
more.
I don't. I don't.
Yeah.
I don't like the f bomb.
Yeah,
Speaking
Is
with
that
the
you,
English
Vlad?
grammar.
Vlad, is that you?
yeah, it's Vlad.
Yeah. So that dude,
Vlad, you change your voice, man.
Branch is a fucking, Branch is a fucking
Welcome back.
closet flat earther. That's what he is.
Yeah.
That's what the fuck is going on.
I know Branch is a flat earther. I know. He's a
I was
pretender.
just thinking, like, only Vlad could do that. Mute him and say, "Hey, did I mute you?"
He said it in San Francisco. Those up and down hills, man.
No. Here's how this shit's gonna continue. Yeah, he fucking muted me, bitch.
Yeah, all right, Brad. All right.
I
Come on.
hear this guy.
Come on,
He
Brad.
doesn't understand. He doesn't understand.
Come on, Brad.
And then he
You're
sets
still
it up
fighting.
too.
You're still fighting life. You're still fighting
Yeah.
your existence. You're not
So
at
funny.
harmony
This
yet.
No, he's got issues. Listen,
He's got issues.
he said that if he were to get in jail or something like that, he would
Yeah.
prefer isolation. And
Right.
when I was there, the only people who were in isolation was those with very serious social problems,
Yeah.
like gay
Antisocial.
people,
There you go.
and pedos who wants
There you go.
to get away from the normal people to isolate themselves because they represent a threat for him. You know,
So
yeah.
those are the only
the
kind of
pedos would
people that stick.
get murdered. That's why. That's why they're
Yeah,
isolated.
yeah.
All right. You know what? Somebody
So
unmuted me. Right?
Yeah.
I want the cunt who muted me.
Nah, the guy's a closet flat earther. He wants us to believe he believes in the globe, but he's a closet flat earther, and he doesn't want to fucking admit it. That's what his problem is.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. You got it, man. He's definitely a flat
I'm
earther
not.
in denial.
Yeah, I'm not judging him or something like that, but
No.
he often said it in here himself that he has issues understanding life and things like this. So uh, he's just a spoiled brat that never had any problems, or
Oh,
never got punished for anything. Yeah,
I don't know about him,
Who
but
knows?
the same cunt that mutes him keeps unmuting him, and then he gets all spirally. It's funny.
yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
I was saying this, bro. I've never had money. Like, the only
Yeah, well,
time.
That's a
when you
lie.
hang out with me,
That's a lie. You said you had a fucking fast car and all this
You
shit.
never
Get the
had
fuck out.
money. Are you kidding me?
I've never had I've never had money like until I
Yeah.
made it myself. I swear to God, never. Like,
Until you what?
honestly, bro, I didn't even go to a fucking good university, even though I was the shit in
Oh,
high
but you
school.
went to a university.
I did go to a university, but I
Okay,
didn't go to a good
I
one
didn't went.
because my parents couldn't afford it. Right? It's like I would just
All right.
what I'm trying to say is that um, I've never had money until I made it myself. Never.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
well. Me too. Fuck. Who cares, bro?
Oh,
Yeah, what's going on,
it's not
man?
about it's not about that. It's because get
Come on, man.
said like
Your
back
grandmother never gave you any money. Are you kidding me?
yeah, but we're talking about
Yeah,
like
but what?
so we're
Oh,
talking about like maybe like 10 pounds on a birthday or it
My
wasn't
grandma
like
gave me
any
it's a
money.
lot
That's
of
zero.
good.
money.
That's good. That's good. At least you something. Come on, man.
And my parents gave me nothing, Branch.
Yeah, bro. It wasn't like I mean
Nothing.
I got money from my parents and my
You got
grandma, but
money from your parents?
Yeah.
Shit.
we're talking about under 100
Man, you got
100.
Yeah,
$100
I
from
don't
your
know.
parents? Wow.
Hang on a second, guys. I think Brad, you're devaluing your parents here because your parents would have given you more than just money, right? Whatever money they gave you money, and they gave you love, they gave you understanding,
Yeah.
they brought you up to understand what. I don't think you
Jen,
touch
I agree, Jen. I do agree.
right.
If I wanted to go to a better university, I think my parents would have paid for it. But I got in a really weird situation um when I went to university, and it was more about I didn't go to a good university. It wasn't even about money. It was more about I just wanted to be my parents at that time.
Okay, well that's cool.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that. That's perfectly natural. That is perfectly natural. That is.
Yo,
Okay.
Branch, did you just open up a beer, Branch?
I did.
See, I know he's gonna start getting fucking hammered. He's gonna start talking shit again. Yeah. Don't be surprised if I mute you again, bro.
All right, you know what? Mute me again because I gotta get me some ice in my beer. It's kind of warm.
Yeah, ice
That's
in your
gross.
beer, bro.
Ice in
Yeah,
your
that's
beer.
pretty gross. I'd rather
Like
drink it
fancy.
warm, fucking jug it.
Nah,
See
I
the
would stick
thing?
that shit in the fridge and just wait for it to fucking
See,
freeze up before I
that's your
fucking.
problem. You're
Yeah, I'll
devaluing.
drink it warm. It's
That's your
okay.
problem, Branch. The system is devaluing him so much, he devalues his beer by putting ice in his beer, watered beer. I mean, that is it. That is the epitome
Listen,
of
this
the
guy
bottom
believes
basement of
in the
life.
flat Earth and fucking just cannot prove. You. That's what his problem is. I'm telling you, this guy knows the flat Earth is true and fucking doesn't want to accept
Yeah,
it, and he just wants to come here
yeah,
and pretend like he's some fucking glober, and you're not, dude. Talk about we're
yeah.
better. Why would you rather be here than with your fucking fellow friends, man? It's so stupid.
All right, Jen.
Well, Branch has no friends in real life. You know that?
Yeah, he's got those.
Yeah,
He's
friends.
got the Glober
But
Society.
No,
He's
he
got
has
Jen,
that
Jim Panda.
bum there. He has that one bum that he's
Is
best
that the
friends with.
FE dude?
hey Jen, let me ask you a question, Jen.
Yeah, go on.
Am I
No.
bullshit? Do you think I am? Are you really, Jen, gonna tell me that you don't think anything I've said
I think if I was shit, Branch. So what?
is worth
Did you say absurd?
deliberation on your side? Is worth deliberation on your side, Jen? I'm asking
Brad,
Jen, not you, other dumb.
I think you just always looking for an excuse.
Hey,
You're a little whining girl.
I think,
You're a
I
little
That's
think,
what
whiny
I
you're
think,
girl.
doing. You
I
whine
think I
about
asked Jen a
everything.
question. I
You
think
don't
I
Well,
asked
want to
Jen a
assume
question.
responsibility.
big
Hey,
old girl.
I asked Jen a question, and I want
Yeah.
Jen to.
Well, who are you? You know what I mean, Branch? Like, who are
Who
you?
am I? Who
Yeah.
am I? I'm fucking Branch.
Yeah, I know, but exactly, who the fuck are you?
All right, bro. You know who I am.
Yeah, I asked you.
I can't think of one person
Yeah,
who's in this right now who's been in this server longer than I have.
yeah, me, I have. Fuck you,
Oh,
Branch.
you haven't.
Yes,
Oh,
I
you
have.
haven't.
Yes, I have.
You have not.
Yes, I have.
When did you join this server?
I was already on the old server. Go fuck yourself.
When? Okay, so was I. When
Right.
did you
So
join
this is the
the old server?
server. This is the new server, right? So you should already know.
All right, okay. You know what I meant by that? I meant the server.
Oh,
When did you join? When did you join the old server?
Well, what are you trying to prove in the first place?
doesn't even matter when I joined the old server, Branch. I was a flat earther
Just
before I even
saying,
joined the
bro.
other server. That's
Listen.
irrelevant.
I know
You, my
what the
friend,
fuck is up with this room and the
I've been on
people
here
in this
longer. Yeah, cool.
way
People know you
more,
too. People know you as a
way
retard.
more than all y'all do.
Yeah, but they all think you're retarded, though. So what?
It's all good. It's all fucking good. They should think I'm
Everybody thinks
retarded.
you. Exactly. See,
They
they
should.
should
They should. Because
because
that's how I play
yeah, because
this
you're retarded.
fucking game. That's how I play the game.
That's how he rolls.
You're
That's how I
retarded in real
roll. I
life.
mean,
Yeah, that we kind of knew that.
I'm looking down the moderator list, and I still don't.
Yeah.
Hey, I mean, personally, I think Effie Batman is like probably the oldest person I know in this room.
Okay. Cool. So what?
Just saying, bitch. You talk shit to a branch, you gotta understand.
Yeah.
You're
Fuck you,
talking
Brad.
to a fucking
Here.
pro,
Let me show you how I talk shit.
You put yourself on a pedestal.
Yeah, exactly,
I
Brad.
think he's saying he's an OG. He's an original
I know.
gangster.
If he was such a crazy OG, he would be
Yeah.
getting muted by me. Oh, you got that?
Oh, didn't you know who I am?
Yeah,
Who
no
I
shit. I
am?
know who I am, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, here, sit on me for 5 minutes, bro. Let me guess who you are, while you're on mute. let
I
me
just don't
let me
get
sit
how
here
these.
and ponder about who Branch is.
I don't get how these Globers that come in here and want to hang out.
Man.
And dude, I've never wanted to go hang out in a Globe group
No,
and just
man, why
fucking
the fuck
hang
would
out.
you?
It's so stupid. So why the fuck would you want to come here unless you don't believe the same way and you're acting like a
Exactly.
fucking a poser? You know
Yeah,
what I'm
he
saying?
knows
Fuck
the
out
earth
of
is
here.
flat. He knows it's flat. You see, he knows. He knows the earth is flat. He's
Yeah,
just
but I
Yeah.
don't. Who wants to know someone like that? You know, that's fucking in denial. I don't want to fucking know anybody like that. No.
Me
yeah.
neither.
It's a problem.
Oh shit! You hear that, Branch? Yo, Branch, you there, Branch? You hear that? Did you hear what everybody just said, Branch, about you?
It's like because you can never
He's a,
talk reality with them. You're
yeah,
always gonna.
exactly.
You
He's got to
can
get
never
real.
talk true reality with them. You can never do it.
See,
That's
quiet
right.
down this guy.
It's not
Branch got
real.
upset. Branch, did I upset you, Branch? I'm sorry, Branch.
The first I said to him was, "Stop talking about what's it, Buddha,
He's
and be real. Be
he's just
real, man."
another fucking
Fuck's sake.
Sanic, another fucking coach show. It's the same fucking
Yeah,
thing. They're just fucking
yeah,
annoying, man.
Just
yeah.
so
They are.
fucking
They are
annoying.
annoying.
Like,
I
it's
agree.
true. You're annoying. It's a
I agree.
nuisance. Hey, Branch,
It's a
are you hearing
nuisance.
this?
That's it. A
Branch,
nuisance,
you hearing
man.
this, eh?
You got
Because I
to
hope
get
you're
real,
There's
hearing
Branch.
this,
nothing.
Branch.
Got to get real with it, Branch. Got to get real, man.
It's nothing personal, dude. But it's just like you got to realize why are you here, man? What the fuck are you hanging out with us for? I don't give a fuck how cool we are. You're not one of us. You know what I'm saying? Fuck out of here.
You're not one of us. Ah, Branch. Branch isn't even cool, guy. I don't even. He has zero cool, man. This guy. But you know what? That's the thing with alcoholics. They think they're cool when they're really not cool at all. You know.
Yeah, yeah. You can't be cool and be an alcoholic. That's for sure. I'm sorry, man.
Exactly. sorry, Branch, you're not cool at all. Like
Yeah.
zero cool involved with you.
And gets right. He's sitting here complaining and acting like a little fucking girl the whole time. I mean,
Yeah.
the whole time he's been here, that's all he's been doing.
Oh,
And
okay. Well,
he wants to be in a self-induced solitary confinement.
Mm.
It's easy to do. Just go do it. Go do it.
I
Stop
know
hanging
you don't
around
need to
here.
be
Go
here
do
to
it.
do that. Yeah, fucking cut
Yeah.
yourself, cut yourself off from the world, man. Just go live in the woods.
It's so easy to do, man. I do that from time to time. I actually go out to the mountains, take the mountain bike, and I'm off. I've got a little bit of music. That's it. The sound of the chain, some music, the leaves, the smell of the soil as it's damp. Yeah, I'm happy. There you go. I'm
You know,
reconnecting with nature.
when you act like this, when you whine a lot, act like a little girl and stuff, um, life is gonna punish you itself at some point. It will put you down, and
Hmm.
it will show you who you are. That you
Yeah.
can be always be replaced, by someone so much lower than you.
Yeah.
And yeah,
I just had a conversation with my son who's at Honda Technical College.
yeah, I know.
So he's on their campus now. He's
Mm,
not at home, right? Now I just finished talking to him. I said to remember this boy. The area you're in, you are the one with the knowledge about the earth. You are more knowledgeable than
yeah,
everybody in your college and everybody living
yeah,
where you are right now, bring the mask and everything else. Okay, remember that, yeah? Remember that,
yeah,
son. Remember that. You left this house and you are living in an apartment over there,
yeah.
okay? But you are more knowledgeable about than the people here at the moment. They think we
Than the
can go to
ordinary, yeah,
space. They think the
yeah,
virus is real. Yeah, I told him that straight. You are more knowledgeable. Okay? So you're
yeah,
lucky that your dad found this, yes? Okay.
yeah.
Because we're living in a fantasy world. Although
Gene, this is
you're
the
trying to live real.
legacy. It is the father-son legacy, passing the legacy on, the knowledge. You know, yeah.
Yes. That's what I
You
said to
are
him.
But
Thank
the
you
you.
only
are
thing I'd be
living
careful
through
with,
him.
the
Yeah,
only thing I'd be careful with though, is I was just thinking about that.
mm,
Is let them develop. I would. I'm not saying I should do. Let them develop the idea themselves. Yes, you can believe it, but I would, directly say, hey, look at all the evidence first.
yeah.
Don't just believe what I believe. I'm
Well,
not.
this is
You might have done that, but let them choose it for themselves, but just provide the evidence and the information.
oh yeah. I mean, this is 6 years in the making. Wait, this is as
I
soon
gotta
as
ask.
I knew.
Gotta ask. Can I ask one question?
Yeah,
Go
go on.
ahead, Branch.
Just gonna
Hey,
say
get me
something.
get.
Go on.
Get me get. You was probably the only person that got my back on this fucking way I've been talking. And
Well,
yet, the way you said it,
Mhm.
was done in a way where they wouldn't understand it. Now, my question to you is simply this. Gee, get me, brother.
I do understand you, and believe me, I mean no harm to you or something like that. But sometimes some people must tell you some harsh things so they
I
can
get
get
that.
your
I get
attention,
that.
you
But
know? Yeah, so that's what.
based on
Mhm.
based on the whole flat Earth, globe Earth thing,
Yeah.
and people are talking negatively towards me, yeah, you stepped in,
Well,
almost changed the subject. Why did you do that?
because it cannot go forever like this. You must
Absolutely.
search your way of understanding.
Exactly, and that's where I was at. Right? It's
Yeah, but
everything you do.
whining about it's not gonna help you. It will only pull you down worse.
Exactly. I think that.
And when some people tell you something, just accept it.
No, I
And
get that. I
yeah,
get that. I mean, I'm not going to accept the Earth is flat, but I do accept other things.
yeah.
You're a whiny bitch.
You're not living real then. You're not living real then, Brian.
No, it's just that, like,
But you're being
personally, bro.
disingenuous. That's annoying. Being disingenuous
No,
is fucking
I'm
annoying. And
being
I don't like it.
disingenuous.
Because you're
I'm
lying.
sorry.
We
I'm
know
sorry. I'm
I know
sorry.
Nice.
you're fucking lying. I know you're lying about what you believe. And
Being
I don't like it.
disingenuous.
Yes, you are.
Being
I don't
disingenuous
like
would
fucking
be.
liars, dude. I don't like liars. I don't
Listen,
fucking like
hey,
liars. You're
if I
lying.
was
And
being
that's annoying.
disingenuous,
That's fucking annoying,
I
dude. When
was
you're
being
fucking
disingenuous, I would say there's a way they can convert me to flat Earth. I've never
Nobody
done that.
wants to convert you. Fuck off.
Right?
no
I'm
one's
just saying.
exactly.
I'm saying, right?
You're saying all the information and evidence we see, we're a fucking bunch of kooks. That's what you're saying without saying it, and that's fucking annoying. All right, I don't like fucking liars. If you can look at it's the evidence that we've looked at and say that shit's fucking bullshit, dude, you got a fucking other thing coming, bro. To be as intelligent as you sound and to come up with that explanation and to say that this shit makes sense to you is fucking bullshit. That's what I mean disingenuous. You're supposed to be
You know,
intelligent. So an intelligent person would understand what evidence is, okay,
fraud,
and what facts are.
fraud,
And you're acting
fraud,
like you're not. And that's annoying,
fraud.
bro.
It's
Yeah.
not about. I've never made it about me believing in flat Earth. Like if you think about how I've ever talked to anyone in this room, I usually create a conversation that's outside of flat Earth discussions.
It
Okay.
Like
doesn't
when was
Yeah.
the
matter.
last
It
time
does. I
you
don't.
heard me?
Dude,
When was the last time you heard me actually discuss flat Earth?
I don't even know who the fuck you are. This is the first time I've ever met your ass. Just today, right? Apparently you're some old school people that people know and don't like already. Okay, I don't like you now because I see you as a fucking liar. You know, I don't like fucking
All
liars.
right,
I don't like liars. I honestly do not like liars, bro. That is my
all
thing.
right, fraud,
I don't care
fraud,
about
fraud,
anything else. I don't like being lied
fraud,
to by
fraud.
somebody.
I would understand you getting so mad at me if I tried to facilitate some type of conversation where I tried to some way deep make you think something I wasn't. But like
Earlier you were.
I'm
Earlier, no,
always I'm
listen.
always
Earlier
disrupting
you
me,
were
bro.
arguing that you dislike the community of Glowbirds, and you came over here because you dislike them. So what
No,
the,
I
I mean,
mean what I'm
but you
saying,
still
fraud.
believe the same way they fucking believe. So I'm
All right,
like, dude, that
fraud,
doesn't make any damn sense. Why would you come
fraud,
to the enemy side because you don't like the other side, but yet you're still part of the enemy? What the fuck is that,
fraud,
dude?
fraud,
That's
fraud.
cowardice.
What you're
That's a
doing,
cowardice.
what you're
You're a
doing right
coward.
now, fraud.
You're a fucking coward,
Fraud.
man.
What you're doing right now, fraud, is you're trying to basically put me in a pigeonhole. I'm the dick in the room. So you know what? If you want to keep doing that, go ahead and I'll just shut the fuck up.
Just
Nah,
don't
don't
say
put
dumb
it like
shit.
that.
Don't say dumb shit, man. That's what I'm saying to
Yeah.
you. Because you were arguing for against those guys, then you came in
Sorry,
here
bro.
talking about, you know what I'm saying? It's
Hey,
just like I get your I'm fine with the other shit you're talking about, but don't try to paint yourself as some
no.
new
Hold
ages
on,
or some
hold on,
fucking
hold on, hold
different
on a
type of
second.
globe earther when it's fucking
Listen,
BS,
listen.
man.
What I said is this, yeah? Continue to talk to me if you want to have a discussion. If you want to basically pigeonhole me to be a bitch in the room, I'm done talking to you.
No. That wasn't my point. It's like when other people that come in there are Globers, you know what I'm saying? Then you start throwing your shit out there. So if you want to keep your mouth shut all the time, then do that even when they come in the room. You know what I'm saying? Don't jump on their side trying to fight for your globe shit on here. Okay? If you're gonna be truly neutral, then stay fucking neutral. And then just do that. You know what I'm saying? If you want to be in here, then just stay fucking neutral. Don't say shit about anything that has to do with anything on flat Earth or globe Earth when other people that are globers are in the room. Just keep your fucking mouth shut and stay fucking neutral. And then you're showing your ass when you fucking start speaking up. You know what I'm saying?
All right, fraud. You know what? I'll shut the fuck up and just not talk.
But you still want to hang out with us. That's so fucking weird, man. That's what I don't understand. I fucking don't understand that. That's such odd behavior, man. I would never be that
No,
fucking weak. I could not be
yeah,
that
but
fucking weak. That's weak. That's a weakling, bro. You're fucking weak.
You
That's
sussed him completely.
No,
You
I
got it
can
right,
tell
bro.
you, fraud.
That's it.
You
That's what it
see,
is.
people have a built-in magnet feeling when they hear some group of people that they are truly alive, who knows what life is and how to behave good.
Being real.
They all seek this. They are
Yeah, but he
attracted
doesn't have
towards
any
these
open.
things. Yeah,
This is the problem. Listen,
but
get.
the
He's
problem,
pre-
yeah,
Listen,
the
get.
problem
This is what
is,
he's saying. Get this
yeah,
is what he's saying.
yeah,
He's saying he's not open-minded, but he wants to be in a forum where there's open-minded people. And he said he'll never be like us. I know the Earth is round. You guys are fucking morons. Is what he's saying without saying that. But I want to
yeah.
hang
I
out with you
know.
guys. But you guys
He's
sound
in
so alive. It's just fucking just so stupid, dude.
he's in he's in a
Exactly.
very
Exactly.
he's in a prolonged cognitive dissonance. You know?
Let me just say that the very fact that
But he's a grown-ass man. He's not
that
16.
his presence
Yeah,
is in this room. No, right. His very presence is abhorrent to me at the moment because he's saying he will never accept the Earth as flat, but yet it's not difficult to understand the evidence. It is child's play. It's child's play. It's not required of a
yeah,
high intellect to understand where we are today. It's not. So for him to say that he's never going to accept it is an insult to us, really. It's insulting.
Exactly. It's very insulting.
yeah.
But he wants to
Yeah.
hang out with us.
Yeah.
It's fucking weird.
And
man.
insult us every second he's here.
I will say this. I never said I want to be friends with everyone in the room.
You just oh man.
Well, if we can't be friends, then what are we going to be then? What are the other options? Tell me.
I don't know. The other option is we're just people that live on whatever the
No,
hell.
that's not an option. People that live.
Why not?
When you are not friends, when two people cannot be friends,
Mm.
You know what though?
what else can they be?
You know what though? Get right. You asking that question is on point, but the other
Yeah.
thing you got to recognize is like I've never not been friends with anyone that I've talked to in the room. Like, if anything, I've tried to be friends with everyone I have had a one-on-one conversation with the whole night tonight. Even you,
Yes.
Get. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
but then
not
you
an
go
act-
into your spiral. I'm not going to believe the Earth is flat. I'm never going to accept it, and that's just.
But
You see,
Jen,
it's not. It's
Jen,
up.
here's the
Let me
thing, though,
finish. Hang
Jen.
on. Let me
You
just
know.
finish, Branch. I don't want to mute you. Just finish. Listen up. It's not up to you. The truth is the truth. So all you're showing is your ignorance and stupidity. That's all you're doing.
Jen,
Okay.
Jen, would you rather, Jen, that I actually say that there's a chance I may be converted, and
Oh my God.
and lie about it, just so we can actually talk. I mean, the fact that I just tell you what's
you
up.
just don't need to be here. It's a simple way to put it. Because
Hey,
Nobody
it's
wants
like
to
it-
convert you, asshole. Remember that. The conversion, every time you say conversion, makes me just want to ban you. Fuck off, guy.
oh, you
We're
may
not a
be able to
cult.
convert me.
We're not a fucking cult. We're not here to convert you. Fuck you.
Right. Well, here's the thing. But personally, I'm saying that I would always be a global earther, but that doesn't mean.
he's probably just some damn troll, man.
Well, if you guys presented something,
Yeah, sure. If you
that would
present,
totally blow my
no,
mind.
Branch,
If you
Branch,
present,
wait a minute. Branch,
man.
tell me, can you hear me, Branch?
I can hear you, bro.
Okay, I want you to tell me quickly the formula for the calculation for the gravity force now.
It's GMM over what is it, R to the power 3 or something. It's like KK, yeah, something like that.
Oh, radius square, yeah. Radius 3,
Something like
that's a
that.
cube, yeah. It's different, but you were close. Okay, so. But anyway, if you were to out there in the woods, you had no internet and you tried to calculate it, you wouldn't be able because you didn't know it.
No.
So yeah.
Would I need to in the
So,
woods?
of course
Would it help
you need it. Of course you need it. You need it everywhere.
make fire?
Duh. You see, this is the problem. You say words like being converted, or you said, I don't accept
Yeah.
to be a flat earther. And this means that you don't want to learn. All we are all we are pointing people at is natural sciences. What they say. Ad
Oh yeah.
literam. Ad literam. By the book.
I'll say
Not
this, bro.
no, no,
If
no.
you
We're
say
not talking about interpretations like what could that mean if this word would mean this other thing or that, and those are stories.
oh
You have
yeah, I
the
get that. But what
dictionary,
I'm saying,
you have the meanings, you have the definitions, which are very specific, clear,
all right, what I'm saying
crystal
though is
clear.
this, yeah.
So
If you was
that's
to
what
provide
we are
me some
pointing
proof,
people at.
you provided me some proof that I couldn't deny. I would switch.
You're a comedian.
The problem
You're a
is
comedian.
that all the facts in the world you can deny. This is the problem of truth. Truth can be denied easily, can be denied by anyone.
And all you guys say is nah when you're showing some real shit.
Yeah.
Nah, like little bitches, Branch. Don't you think we go through
No,
this
no, no.
every day
Hold
with
up,
your
hold up.
friends?
I
This
ain't
is the
saying no.
reality.
You always say
What I'm saying
nah,
is that
nah, Branch.
So
Uh-uh.
how do you rationalize long distance observation in your mind? How does that work in
He
your mind?
he doesn't. He's gonna give you a nah. I don't see them like that. I see a curve. That's what he's gonna tell you. You're a fucking bitch, right, Branch? Right, Branch.
don't mute me and then ask me a question.
No. Don't overtalk people. Then I won't mute you.
No,
That's what
you
you like to
muted me.
do. Yeah, because you're
Ask the
over talking
question.
me as I'm talking. You're
Well,
you're trying
you
to
know what? You know
see,
what, bro?
see there you go. I love doing that. Too funny. He's in mid sentence. He's like, you know what, bro?
He must
Dead
be getting
silence.
paid. Listen. He must be getting paid. Because anybody would
Oh,
have left by now. Anybody with any
fucking
backbone would
He's
have fucking
making
did.
money out of this,
He
yeah.
has to be,
must be.
dude.
I don't
Yeah.
know. Drinking beer and
As
fucking.
many times as Vlad had muted his ass, I would have been gone the first time. You know what I'm saying? Like, all right, fuck this, I'm out of here. You know, this guy keeps coming back.
He loves. He's one of those. He loves the abuse, bro. Like he's one of those. Right, Branch? You like being abused, eh? You're like one of those little cucks. Yeah, Branch?
I give him this. He's a very sophisticated troll.
Well, that's what. Do you not see his picture? It's a troll. It's an icon of a troll. It's those
Oh, is
trolls
it
with
really?
long hair. Yeah, man.
I didn't even look at that.
That's his picture. That's like he's the biggest troll, and like people don't get that. Is that for
Oh,
real?
my bad. Holy shit! Look at
It's a troll. It's fucking real
I
picture of a
know.
blue fucking troll. That's it.
No fucking way. I didn't see that.
Yeah, man.
What's up, Vlad?
What's up,
What's
Roddy?
up?
Dude, my name is Branch. It comes from a
Your
cartoon
name
that's called.
doesn't mean shit to me.
Trolls, yeah.
I
Trolls.
don't care about your life story, Branch.
Or feelings.
Or
Maybe you can
feelings, yeah.
sing. Maybe you
Yeah.
can sing a song.
Nobody
Branch.
cares about your history or your feelings or your story
Issues.
time, your issues. Like, Branch, can you show me some curvature, Branch? Like, that's the one thing I ask from the Globers is because they have
Deccan, Deccan,
no
Deccan,
Do you work on
Deccan,
commission? Is it
Deccan,
commission or salary? What do you get paid?
Deccan Frost,
Deccan
Deccan.
Frost, Deccan Frost. This guy's addressing my gamer tag. Oh man, you're addressing me as a gamer? That's cool. Okay, so you don't want to address me as a gamer, but okay, let's go. Deacon Frost is
Just
here.
saying,
What's up?
bro.
You can't
Look,
even read my name properly. Why do you read it Deccan, not Deacon?
I'm just saying,
Why is
I'm
it
done talking. I'm
why you
done
done
talking,
why
but
you
you
done
keep
talking?
muting
Oh,
me every
okay.
time.
You're done
Every
talking.
time I
Here,
come
let
to
me
the
help you.
stage,
Let me help you with that since you're done talking.
Is he begging us to miss him?
I don't know, T. I don't know what he wants, man. I just don't want to let him finish, you know. This is too funny. Well, I like 7:30 in the morning. I wake up, I smoke a joint, and do this. It's funny. I love it. It's good. Right, Branch? You know, instead of fucking drinking and like the alcoholic like you are, you should smoke some weed, man. You know, get off the booze, you know, smoke a joint, you know. Well, look, he muted himself. He's ready to just shut up now. Cool. Your Branch, did I hurt your feelings, man? Come on, man. Don't act like this, man. Come on, man. Branch, I thought we were friends, man. I hurt his feelings, man. Oh shit. I think he's crying. Or is it me? Am I deafened? Am I muted? What's going on? Mic check.
You're good. You're good,
Now we can
man.
hear you. You're good.
Okay, good. Who's this Avid guy? Are you a flat earther or a globe earther guy?
I don't know. Can I be agnostic?
Oh shit, depending on what you're gonna say.
I agree with a lot of the kind of conspiracy stuff you guys say, and I find it super
Whoa, whoa,
interesting.
whoa, 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 whoa. What conspiracy stuff, bro?
I mean, if it's like a story that goes against the mainstream, it's a conspiracy, right? Colloquially.
Okay.
Well, technically, two people somewhere in the back office making an agreement is a conspiracy, right? Yeah, exactly. So when I say like something is a conspiracy, it doesn't necessarily mean I think it's not true. Like George Bush saying there were weapons of mass destruction, and then we find out there are no weapons of mass destruction. That was a conspiracy. It just is a conspiracy that was true.
Right. For example, them blowing up 9/11. 9/11 George W. Bush did 9/11. Like that's a conspiracy, but it's 100% fact. You know what I mean?
I fuck like I man, I
100% fact,
hate him.
undeniable fact. You just haven't looked into it good enough, bro. Trust me.
I think I need to.
It's
I
it's just
remember.
as it's hey listen, it's just as 100% fact as flat Earth, bro. So like, let me blow your mind with flat Earth, and the rest you'll see. It's like you'll have the
Yeah,
eyes
And
to see the truth.
Bill Gates was involved in the 9/11 from the
Yes, he
80s
was.
or 70s.
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
You know how we know he was involved? You know how
I
we know?
He's Jewish.
I'm on the edge of my seat. I need to know. Please tell
Oh,
me.
bro. Okay, so when you go into like Microsoft Word, right? The program he developed
Windings.
or his developer, right? And there's a special code, right? You know, in like a font, you choose a special font and then you type in a
Yeah.
special keyword and then you see what was it? Two towers, no, an airplane, two
Two
towers,
towers
a
and
skull, and a Jewish sign, the Star of
yeah,
David.
Star of
Yeah,
What does the
you
David.
can
Star of
still
David
do
have
this.
to do with it?
You can still fucking do it to this day because I've tried
Yeah.
this. Hey, get. What's the code? I forgot the code. Give them the code. Let them
Uh,
do it.
The font is Windings.
Yeah. The
What
font
is
is
it?
Yeah,
Windings.
and you punch in the flight number that hit the tower.
33. Wait, hold on, my bad.
Q33, New York City. Yeah,
I don't have
NYC.
Microsoft Word right now. I've been using Google Docs for a while.
I can post you a picture of that.
Yeah,
There are
give him the
quite a lot
picture.
of
Yeah,
stuff.
because I couldn't believe my shit. Listen, Get showed me this. I couldn't believe it. I had to do it myself. So I went on. To this day, you can still do this. Go if you get Word, change it to Windings, or you just get the font Windings. You don't need to usually. You don't need Word. You just need the font itself. And then you type in the flight number. You get two fucking towers, an airplane, skull, and the fucking Star of David. And it's in such a position where it's like the airplane's flying into the towers and followed by death, and then it was the Star of David after at the end, showing you who did it. Now, why in the
God,
fuck would that be? Why in the fuck would that be there?
Yeah, there it
God,
is.
I've got no
I
Hey,
idea.
posted it.
But
Can you see it?
how do you know that the Jews did it?
the live stream voice text. I didn't see it in live stream voice text. Hey, listen. Whoa. Keep the J word on the low here, right?
All right.
Doesn't even matter who did it.
It's just I told you it was fucking Bush. And yes, he's a Zionist. They're all fucking Zionists. Why would they
Okay,
do it?
true. Yeah.
Why would they do it? Well, they make fucking America go into the Middle East and fucking slaughter their enemy, which is the Arab people, the Muslims. Right?
Can
That's
I
why
feel?
they fucking did it. It's that easy. Isn't that so
I
easy to
feel
it's so easy, man. I don't understand how hard it is to understand that shit. When then it comes down
sure.
to your weapons of mass destruction. So they lied there, they lied here, they lied fucking everywhere. And then if they've been lying since the beginning, so obviously they lied about the Earth being a ball. You know what I mean? And then go look into that, and then you'll realize they've been lying about fucking everything. And what you think you know is true is actually not true. Down to today, that's what's the biggest lie today? Well, you see the whole Fauci scandals, right? Well, I knew this shit from the beginning, and I was telling everybody around me, like, these guys are fucking lying. It's all a fucking lie. There is no fucking virus. Don't take that fucking
Yeah.
vaccine. You're gonna die, motherfuckers. And I've been saying this since the beginning, ever since they started saying the first fucking time they said coronavirus on TV. And I said that that's fucking fake. 100% that's a lie. They're bringing it in here. It's gonna be bullshit. Okay, Avid? Is your mind getting
Yeah.
blown yet?
I was gonna say something, but I don't remember. It was something about Zionism, but I forgot.
Fuck that. We don't care about the Jews here. Just you gotta
All right,
understand who
cool.
the enemy is. No, because it's not the whole group of fucking people that are doing that, right? There's select few, but yeah, and they're not necessarily they don't practice their Judaism, right? That little Judaism with the Torah, no, they practice fucking Satanism. They practice the
Talmud,
Talmudic Judaism,
Kabbalah.
which yeah, Kabbalah, the shit, the blood sacrifice stuff. You know what I mean? So there's a big difference. You know,
I've never
and
heard of
then this
Kabbalah.
and they disguise themselves as Jews. They try to disguise themselves as white people and Jews, right? And whenever the white people they do a whole bunch of shit, they blame it on the white people after too. That's what they do. Just
Sure.
like the Germans in World War II. They blamed it all on the Germans when Germans had nothing to do with anything. It was all the fucking Jews the whole way through.
Yeah.
Oh man, does everyone here is this like common
What?
knowledge in the Flat Earth Society? I don't
What,
know,
that they
just like
lied to us about history?
No.
Yeah, it's common knowledge that they lied to us about history and everything else. Yes.
Yeah, Flat Earth Society. I told you about that, Aviat. Right?
or not yeah, I meant like the Flat Earth community. I didn't mean to associate you guys with this society. I'm sorry.
Listen,
I
Do
meant
you think
community.
truth is pleasing all the time?
No, I don't think truth is pleasing all the
Yeah.
time. I think
So
truth is often really frustrating.
but don't you think like if there's a lie there and you know they lie about that, don't you think they would lie about other things, right?
I see. I think I'd be really easy to prove. Like, you would get me like really convinced on something if you showed me like the finances of how people benefited from it, because that's always like really
Dude, look at the
motivated me
Rothschilds.
in the
Look,
past.
this guy. Look at the Rothschilds and how they've benefited. They are the richest fucking family in the world, and then they did all of it. You know what I mean? Do you not know who the Rothschilds are, man? The Queen of England bows down to these people. You know
And
what I
it
mean?
isn't about money, right? Money is they
Barocco
print the money. They print it.
Right?
This
Like the
isn't even about the
Vatican, like the Queen of England bows down to, and they own all of it. They own the World Bank. They own the currency. They print the fucking paper. Right? They wipe their ass with this paper, but they make us fight over it. Wars
right.
and shit. And they give the money to Hitler. They literally gave the money to Hitler because Hitler was a Jew too, right? So they funded his war, right? Ford engines were in the tanks. Telecommunication wires were run by fucking Telus in Germany, right? So you got Americans doing a whole bunch of shit for Germany, right? And then they're propping up a guy named fucking Stalin. And Stalin, guess what? He's also Jew. He's not Russian. And guess what? The same bank that's funding fucking Hitler, the same bank is funding Stalin. And then you got a double funded war, and now they just kill each other. Funded by the Rothschilds, this whole thing. You know, yeah, I can't believe no, and this type of history they don't teach you in high school or fucking school because they don't want to give you this history. They don't want you to know the
Absolutely.
truth.
Yeah. I mean, some of that I would say that I was familiar with, and some that I would say I wasn't.
Well, the more you know, the more dots you'll connect. And that's what I'm saying. The best thing you'll ever know is the Earth is flat because use that as a filter.
What do you mean you use it as a filter?
I mean, like if something doesn't jive, like you do the equation, right? And then your base has to be the Earth, right? Where do we live? We live on Earth. So if it
Oh, yeah.
doesn't, you get what I'm saying? So if your base is fucking flawed, the rest of your logic is flawed.
Okay.
All right. So do you want to know why the Earth is flat?
Sure.
Because we directly measure it to be flat. Do you
Oh,
understand those words?
yeah. I get what you mean. When you said, do you want to know why the Earth was flat? I was like, I thought you meant like why they were telling us it wasn't flat.
No. Oh, so you're just jumping to the why question. Why would they lie at that point? I mean, so you understand that they're lying. Now you're jumping all the way to why do they lie? Now, how the fuck would I know
Yeah.
why would they lie? Well, there's a lot of reasons. They control you. You're a sheep, and the money factor. Not only do they take the taxation theft, like buddy, we're getting ass raped, all of us. We're sheep, and we're getting ass raped. That's why they lie. Does that make sense?
Yeah. When you say they, do you also include like big business?
Depending if they sold their soul, like Zuckerberg, yeah, like people like Zuckerberg, fucking people that own Twitter, they're all in the same boat. They sell their
Ah, dude,
soul.
I'm also. Let's include like every corporation there. Like fuck Target, fuck Walmart, fuck
No,
the
they're
Best
they're involved.
Buy.
They're involved.
All
They're
these.
involved. They sell their soul. They
Okay,
have no
cool.
choice. There's certain people like it's let's say the CEO, the people that control those big corporations, right? Like it's all in Wall Street, right? There's people that the stocks, like people that own parts of the shares of the company, blah blah blah. But we're talking about the people that own like 51% of those companies, right? They might own the
Yeah.
company, but they're forced to do shit, right? For in order for them to be in that position or in that state, like a form of stature, like Walmart being, well, Walmart's owned by Hillary Clinton, anyways. All right. So if
Wait,
you
it
look,
is? I thought it was
yeah,
owned by
man,
the
you
Walmart
didn't know
family.
that? I
No,
think
I
they
didn't
own
know
the
that.
most shares. Yeah, I think it's Hillary Clinton that owns Walmart. They
Oh,
hide
I thought
it
it was the
too. They
Walmarts.
hide their wealth. Yeah, man.
That's
They hide
true.
their
Hillary is
wealth.
really good at hiding her wealth. That's what's fucking frustrating when I talk to libs.
Yeah, well, libs are all communists, man, and communism is evil.
Oh, I wish libs were all communists.
No, they're all communists. All fucking evil, leftist, communist fucks. There's just a spectrum of communism. They all want to
What do
take
you
your
think
fucking money.
communism is?
Well, you're talking to a Russian. I was born in the communist fucking communism is evil. That's all I gotta say.
All right.
Communism. And whenever somebody says fucking communism, run, or socialism, or any derivative of that kind of fucking nature of leftism, fucking run. It's pure garbage.
I
Or
mean,
kill
you would
them.
agree with a lot of the positions they would hold.
Nope.
Because I feel like you guys hold a lot of positions that
Nope.
leftists hold. The skepticisms of the government, the skepticisms of big business.
No. That's all lies. Communism is all about big government, man. What are you talking about? Leftism is all about giving control up to these fucking the big government. That's what communism
I
is. That's what being left is, bro.
I would say that there's a lot of left-leaning people that would disagree with that
No,
statement.
no. Karl Marx
Well,
was all about fucking that, bro. What are you talking about?
we
How
don't
much Marx
care
have you read?
about leftist or rightist. They are both wings of the same bird.
Yes, they are. On top of that, yeah.
Yeah.
If you're gonna get into the political spectrum of it all, if you go into the rhinos are just as bad as the fucking lefters. Individually, they're
Yes,
all
that's
fucked
right.
up
That's why
anyway.
you have to. That's exactly why you should just not involve yourself in either of the parties. Step out
Yeah.
of that, because that is just a trap for your mind and your soul and body.
Yeah.
It's shit.
We
Yeah.
don't believe in any politician or politics.
Yeah, get out of there. Because
Yeah.
to defend the economy is to defend your doom. That's all you're doing. You're
It's
dooming
God,
yourself.
see,
adult theater
as
show
like
for
as
adults.
like a neo-Marxist, I would agree with that statement that you just said, that to defend the economy is to defend like something that doesn't represent you or your interests or anything you have control of. I think that's all like I agree with you completely,
Exactly.
Jen.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Yeah, you're just hastening
You're a
your demise.
Marxist? I can't believe it. Like I
Yeah, I'm
knew
a
it. Fucking Marx.
neo-Marxist.
I can't believe it. Fuck Karl
Yeah,
Marx. That guy's a piece of
nah, he's
shit.
pretty cool.
No, that
He's
guy's
my
a piece
homie.
of crap. Here's his full. Do you know his full name? Do you know the full name of fucking Karl Marx?
So I've heard some like crazy things. I just call him
Go on.
Karl Marx.
What's his full name?
Moses Mordecai Levi
Yeah.
Sure.
Marx,
There you
the biggest fucking Jew in human history. Huh?
go.
I thought we weren't
And he's
allowed
buried
to.
in Highgate Cemetery, London.
Huh?
Yeah. The father of democracy and communism.
That's it. This guy,
I can't believe
ruled
I
my
lived
country,
5
killed
minutes from his
fucking.
grave.
This cocksucker killed more than 40 million of my people within a certain span of my year because of this asshole. And you're gonna tell me communism is good? I can't believe it, bro. Like, how do you not know fucking history? That's what I hate about fucking liberals and leftists. They don't know fuck all, and they come in here thinking they know some shit. And then
So
and
I
then they're
would
gonna go
say
into the leftists. Now he's gonna say, "Oh, why are you talking about like that about the Jews?" Well, guess what? I'm just being honest. And I explained
okay,
myself already. I'm not
sure.
saying I'm not putting all the Jews into one place. I've had friends, fucking Jews. I worked for Jews. You know, there's certain Jews that have nothing to do with this. I'm specifically saying there's a specific set. They're called the Satanist Jews. The synagogue of Satan. They fucking sacrifice children. They drink their blood, and this is well fucking known. It's all over
Well
Hollywood.
documented.
It's well documented in Hollywood. You know what I mean? This shit's being blown up by mainstream right now, actually. So, I mean,
Been blown up
Vast
for the
majority
last
of churches
6
in
years. It's been
Europe,
solid.
if
yeah,
you
man.
look,
And who owns
if
all that shit? It's all the Jews that own that. So, I mean, if you're involved in all that shit and you're Jewish, so I mean, you're gonna put yourself in that basket, right?
Sure.
That's right. You've got to tell the truth. You can't not tell the truth. The truth is the truth, man. No
That's
matter
it.
what you think.
Not my fucking problem that you guys are fucking pedophiles and all of a sudden you're all Jews too. I mean, shit. Is that my fucking problem? No. Is it my problem that you're all fucking Jews and you're all communists? Is that my problem? No. Is it my problem you guys fucked up California? No. That's not my problem. You guys did all that, and then you guys are gonna start crying about shit. Wow, wow. We need more fucking funding from the government. Give us more fucking handouts, please. Wow, wow. Let me do my heroin and fucking leave the needles in the park so the kids fucking run into them. Fucking, you know what I mean? Like
The
shit.
silver lining in all this is that no asteroid is going to come and smash us to smithereens. That's good. Joe.
Exactly.
Hey, that's pretty optimistic. I'll take it.
Bro, I can't believe you said you're a fucking Marxist. That's so fucking sickening, bro. Makes me sick.
I mean, can I just to stay consistent here? I'd just like to say like I don't trust what I learned in school, right? That's part
Oh,
of
I
why
hope not.
I would say I'm in the server is because I learned in school that Karl Marx hated freedom. And then I read a little bit of Karl Marx and he says, my number one goal is to make more freedom. How would we make a society that was more freedom? We wouldn't have a state.
Yeah,
Karl Marx
right.
hated the state. Karl
Fuck
Marx
that
hated the
shit.
government.
Yes.
And then Stalin
Oh
That's what
comes
yeah,
they
he
along
trap you. That's
hated
how
the
they
and
state.
trap
totally
you.
perverts his
That's how they
I
writings,
can
trap
right?
you.
explain you. I can explain you how he hated the state. In Ukraine, the Red Army took all the tools from all the villagers and people. They took their land. They took all the grains they found, flour, everything. And if they had any agricultural tools, they broke them, all of them. All this in a summer, and in winter, people had nothing to eat in Ukraine. And in Ukraine, you get very harsh winter, very cold. And people were brought to hunger, and then they took the children of these people outside of the village. They cooked them, they made a soup, and then they brought soup to these hungry villagers, and they gave them, oh, take this meal and have a good meal, because we are good, compassionate, we want to help you. Yeah.
Yeah, that's your fucking communist for you right there.
Yeah,
Eh?
this is what communism did in Ukraine.
It's not even funny,
Jesus, that's
bro. This is
awful.
this is my
And
fucking people.
Ukraine even today is made of very damaged people.
Yeah, damn, that's
If you
terrible.
go
I hate
there,
to hear
if you
that.
go there, um, these people are have been terrorized so worse for generations to generations, that if you go there, they will not treat you like you expect to, in a humane way.
Now look what's happening in the United
Yeah.
States, bro. You got the two fucking Karl Marx fucking commie fucking groups, right? You got the Antifa cocksuckers, and then you got the fucking BLM cocksuckers. And then if you look who's backing and funding both of them, oh, it's motherfucking George Soros, another
Yeah,
fucking
George
Satanist,
Soros.
Yeah,
communist cocksucker that
Hungarian
he is. Yeah, Hungarian
Jew.
Satanist fucking Jew, exactly.
He's a Zionist, to be honest.
Yeah. Right. So do you see how the just the connections, how they're made? Like it's and these are the same people that run the educational system, and these are the same people that
Yeah,
fucking feed you the globe lie, you know? They feed you the mainstream. They always this they keep you as a fucking sheep because they benefit off of your slavery,
I
you know?
mean, so going back to everything, I agree. I agree. They lie to you and they benefit off of your slavery. It's something I would say is that the bourgeois, right? The owning class,
They don't own
gets the profit
shit.
from your labor.
They don't own shit. That's what you can classify them as that because that's what you're used to. But those cocksuckers are underneath me, bro. They might fucking seem like they put on gold and shit. They dress and they fucking comport themselves. No, they're fucking shit. I'll wipe my ass with their faces, bro. Yo, and who the fuck are they? They're not God, man. There's only one fucking thing that I bow down to is that's fucking God. And those cocksuckers are trying to step in between me and God. They're trying to step in between
yeah,
me and God and everybody else and God. They're cutting God away from everybody. That's these cocksuckers what they're doing. That's the fucking
Yeah, that's
communists.
awful.
Well, that's what communists do. What do you think they fucking did in my country? Burnt all the fucking churches, burnt all the books. So the fucking first thing they did, they killed off anybody that was against them, right? Right away, right?
Yeah,
Killed
I think it's
fucking
terrible.
killed all the like burnt all the fucking books, burnt all the churches. You weren't allowed to practice any form of religion. You did what we said, right?
Yeah, me and Karl Marx would be
And
agree
then
with that.
after all that was done, all the useful idiots that were working for them, they also got killed because those guys were too dangerous to keep around, right? So until the people were just fucking enslaved into complete fucking slavery, they were all broken, and you couldn't do
Yeah,
fuck all. That's what
yeah,
communism does to you.
that's terrible. Well, I would define communism as a classless, stateless, moneyless society. I would say we've never had communism.
Yes, you did.
I
Jesus
would say
Christ.
that
Your
if we look
definitions
back,
don't mean shit. Like whatever way you define, that's you're just playing semantics, right?
no, it's important, right? The guy that wrote it said this is
Venezuela,
what it was.
Soviet Union, Cuba. Bro, have you ever seen the fucking how the people live there, bro? Yeah, okay. You lived in America all your life. You never lived outside of America. And then you're gonna start fucking and this is what like fucking pissed me off. All these white kids that come from suburban areas that have fucking amazing lives that the fucking parents buy them cars and shit. They have luxury all their life. They end up being communists. You know
Sure.
what I mean?
Yeah.
That's so fucking spiraled out of control. Like what the fuck is wrong with you people?
Yeah.
You never grew up in a fucking communist fucking place where you can get fucking kidnapped, raped, and murdered at any
Yeah.
age, like literally.
Yeah.
I would say all these places you've named have governments, they have states, they're not communist. And I think that the person that
Communist.
creates the word
And
should
they always
have
have the
like
social, like they
sure,
always
can we
USSR, bro. What do you think one of those S's stand for, man?
yeah,
Union.
sure.
Union. Every time they have the word union in something, like you got Soviet Union, right? You got the fucking United Nations Union.
Yeah.
They always now the United States of America Union right there. You see, every time they have that fucking vote, that's communism, bro.
Sure. So,
Communism.
United Kingdom,
in
United
the
Emirates.
early 1900s, soon after Marx's death, the idea of communism and
Yeah,
socialism was
whatever
really
you read in a
popular.
book. Yeah, cool story.
Sure.
Why
And
you, why you trying to why you trying to spread fairy tales?
okay, I mean that's fine. Do you guys want to talk about something else?
Well, yeah,
You
flat
should
Earth,
let him. You
bro.
should let him speak at least.
No,
You interrupted
No,
him
it's fine. I
every
don't want to.
5 seconds.
he's a
What?
communist,
What?
bro. He's a self-proclaimed communist. Fuck off.
So you're not a mod
Yeah,
here,
fuck
right?
me. What?
On the
Oh,
morning, somebody tried to fucking be like concern troll for some reason.
hysterics. What's up?
Yeah,
How?
man. The
What's
hot
up?
seat's on you now. Are you a Glober or flat earther, bro?
Flat Earth.
Yeah, give me 3 reasons why it's flat.
To be honest, it's religious.
Say what? You're
I'm a
religious.
Christian.
You're a
I'm
religious
religious.
flat earther.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
Your religious letter and your concern.
Yeah, I mean, what the fuck's wrong with you, bro, man? Anyways, well, we're talking to a communist, bro, and then you're coming in here telling me, oh, I should respect them in a certain way. I'm like, bro, this guy fucking supports the murdering of children. and,
I
and
didn't.
he and then he
I
laughs
didn't.
at this shit, and then you come in here trying to interrupt and fucking white knight for this kid. Buddy,
I
this
I
mean,
fucking
denounce the
that's
murdering of children. I also denounce the USSR, and I hate China.
yeah, okay there, buddy. So you keep saying what you gotta keep saying.
I didn't say I
Well,
You're a
respect.
I just
Marxist.
don't
You're a
want
fucking
like my views
Marxist.
to
You
be
you study
misinterpreted.
you study the views of Marxism, and then you agree with shit like that, and then you think it's all cool and dandy. When I'm just showing you the works of Marxism throughout history, and then you're like, oh, it's all cool.
Yeah. I have a
It's
question.
weird
Do
that you
you
want to talk
believe
about
in
history and then you don't
evolution?
want to talk about
One
history.
moment. I have a
What's
question.
up?
Do you believe in evolution?
I don't know, maybe.
Maybe. Yeah. These
He
things
does.
go hand in hand, evolution with
Oh.
communism. They are always
It does.
hand
It
in
does.
hand, the same
Yes.
package.
Yeah. This is why it's
I
such
mean,
an
if
easy
there's
left and right thing. You know what I mean? That's why I might start with left and right.
Yeah.
You can really determine somebody who's just by doing the left and right politics. Me myself, I'm personally right leaning, right? Like if I was involved in politics, I would be the right leaning. Like I'm all cool with drugs and stuff, right? But there's limits to certain things, even when it comes down to just drugs, because there's a spectrum of drugs, right? Like whatever, irrelevant. What I'm just saying is, but I'm still right leaning, right? But
sure,
when you're talking to people like you, like your left leaning ways come out and everything you say about your shit, it's like, and it comes in the package, like Get says, like once you believe into one thing, it branches off and it connects and the dots can get connected, right? So that's what I'm saying. Like, bro, I fucking hate people like you. It's just you guys are disgusting. Fucking
I
hate
agree. You're
communists.
an awful human piece of shit.
Oh, see, look at that. See, and it's coming out. It's coming
I
out.
mean, it's all in like witty banter, right? Like you don't like me, I don't like you. I don't want to hide it. I'm not gonna like pretend to be civil about it.
Well, thank God, because most of you cocksuckers are always trying to fucking hide it. Isn't that crazy? Most of you guys are trying to come in here pretend like you guys are like some fucking victims and shit. And you guys are trying to befriend us. But as a matter of fact, you guys are just the fucking snakes in the grass, fucking sheep. I mean, yeah, wolves in sheep's clothing, trying to pretend to be our friends just to fucking stab us in the backs. And that's what it always turns out to be. You know what I mean? Isn't that
Sure.
crazy?
There's
That's why you have
honestly that's
knives in
just
your name.
Discord in
Isn't that
general though.
interesting? No, fucking
And I've
crazy.
I've been like very upfront and honest here. The reason why I'm here, and I'm gonna continue to say this, is I think it's fascinating that I agree with you guys on a lot of things. That like we'll talk about like overarching things and come out agreeing. And I find that really interesting. And I don't feel that way about other communities that I've spoken to. And it's kind of like my own personal like discovery here of like why do I feel like I have similar like agreements with you guys? Why maybe there's things that you guys say that I could like learn
We're on the
from,
side of
maybe
the
it's things I
truth.
could learn
You
about myself.
understand that? We are on the side
Sure.
of the truth. And then you cannot avoid the truth. And that's why even the most staunch fucking Globers, they keep coming back. They always want to. We ban people from here, and they just beg to keep coming back to here. You know what I mean? Even if they just keep saying, repeating the same goddamn bullshit about refraction, and they believe that light bends in such a way that you can see over curvature, right? And their fucking heads are so fucking twisted that they believe into lies like this, right? Shit that is physically impossible to prove, right? But they keep coming back just to talk to us. Isn't that crazy?
I think that is crazy. I think it's a waste of time.
Yeah, one of those guys is in here right now, but he knows to keep his fucking mouth shut. So I mean, it's just fucking weird, man.
Yeah. Well, no,
I mean, you
Branch
guys are
left.
interesting.
Branch left. He got
Yeah.
muted and he left.
So,
But I mean, the thing is, the fact.
what makes you believe that we live on a wet spinning ball,
He's a
floating
communist.
in a
That's the
vacuum
easy
of
answer.
space?
The easy answer. He's a communist. That's why.
Yeah.
That's my
Is
answer,
he
is because I'm a
muted?
communist.
Yeah, there you
Yeah, I don't want to attack you because you do sound. You're not like the guy before. So I don't want to.
Yeah.
You came at that dude. I'm not gonna come at you. I'm just saying. You know,
Didn't Marx talk about flat Earth?
No, I don't
which
think he
one?
did. But if he did, that would be interesting. I
Yeah.
didn't read all
Let's.
of Capital. Maybe somewhere in book 3 of Capital he talks about it, but nobody's read book 3 of Capital.
I will give you an advice before judging Vlad or so. Take it easy. He's very harsh on new people that come in here because um, you see, we debate this, not debate, we actually tell people that we are not a community, that we are not a religious community. We
Oh,
don't
is that why he lashed
function with
out at that guy?
beliefs. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
Oh, okay.
we're not
yeah,
going to door knocking on fucking people's doors, spreading shit.
yeah,
There's nothing like that here. I mean, it's not a. People want to say, oh, you're a cult. No, a cult needs
yeah,
followers, wants followers. No, we're just here, just sharing information. That's the difference. We're not out there
What we do,
throwing
yeah,
shit at people.
what we do, the flat Earth is a known fact. Uh, it is what natural science shows us, and experiments and tests. We did laser measuring tests, and it shows flat.
Yeah.
Yeah. So these are empirical proofs.
Yeah.
And
You
undeniable.
you can
Undeniable.
you can deny it. You can deny it, but if you will deny it, then that will make you a clown.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah. Okay. So, uh, do you know, for example, in mankind's history, who and when and by which method proved that the Earth is flat, curved, a ball?
Uh, fuck. Roger. Who did I say earlier? Not Socrates, but some Greek guy.
Eratosthenes.
All right, now stop
Yeah,
right
yeah,
there.
yeah, yeah.
Stop right.
Yeah,
Stop right there.
yeah,
Look how little you know about what you believe. Think about
yeah,
that. Right there. Start
No,
there.
I
Look how little you know about what you
yeah,
believe.
fraud. I agree 100% with that.
yeah,
That criticism of my position. I think that's a very, very salient point that I don't
yeah,
know really what I'm talking about. I don't think I could make an argument one way or another that I don't know enough about the subject matter to have a strong um opinion of it one way or the other. But it's a lot of
Yeah,
science that I'd have to
that's a
learn.
good position to hold. That's a good position to hold. You
yeah.
don't know enough, and therefore
Then,
you don't have enough to say. You know, so I
so
mean, I get that.
this
Yeah.
first
So then it
question
comes down to
was about the curvature, and the second
sure.
question we usually ask is about the rotation, the spin.
Yeah, it never made any sense to me.
Yeah, who, which man in human history proved that the Earth is rotating around its axis and around the sun?
The heliocentric model came around, I think, like the 17 or 1800s, right? But was there spinning in that? I don't even know.
It was an occult religion in those times. It wasn't actually public knowledge at that time.
Yeah. And what's public to like
Yeah.
one country might not be public to another for sure.
It was an occult, like something very, very secret, hidden, you know. People did not go outside and tell to everybody, hey, we're living on a spinning ball. No, if people did that, the church were taking them and burned them alive on a stake, you know.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so, okay, no problem. We don't have curvature and we don't have spin. Now, uh, do you know of any experiment or test where you can have gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container?
No, I don't.
Because you need this to prove that we are in the world a pressurized system. We have the air we breathe, 14 psi air pressure, next to a vacuum of space, you know, without a
Oh yeah, I get what you
solid
mean.
barrier, solid container. Yeah. So if you can't prove this, then it means that vacuum, infinite vacuum of space, does not exist.
Could it be like a density thing? Because like
Yeah, but still, so how's it going to be next to a vacuum? You know, you understand? How are
yeah,
you going to do that?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm lost. That one would be way above my head. I would just say
And
my gut says like
yeah,
gases float on each other. There's a density there somewhere, but yeah, I don't know how
Yeah, but
that
they're
interacts with
inside
like the
something. You know,
vacuum.
whenever you see that, like, you ever seen a layered drink? Like, you know, same thing. It's the same thing with gases. You know, it's layered, but it's inside a container. So you can't have a drink that's layered without a freaking glass. You know.
Yeah. Well, there's obviously gas around us.
well, yes, there is gas around us, air. It's a cocktail, a mix of gases. But you see, when you take this gas and you put it in a tank, like 14 psi, just like the air outside, and you measure the gas pressure at the bottom and at the top, you have a very small pressure gradient.
Yeah.
Yeah, a very so at the top you will have a lower pressure in comparison to the bottom. And this is because of the ground attraction, which in ordinary school they teach you this is gravity, the down vector, the cause for the down vector. But
Hmm.
if you go to MIT University in USA, one of the most prominent universities, at physics classes, they teach incoherent electrostatic acceleration for the cause of the down vector.
Fuck, that's
They don't,
fascinating. Could you send me that in a
yeah,
message?
they don't teach the student gravity. Actually, the physics teacher, it he tells the students that what they've learned before, up to the point they got to MIT, he tells them what you've learned is ordinary teaching, religion. And he says that gravity belongs exclusively to astrophysics and cosmology. It does not belong to the world the physic world we experience. Because physics is the science that deals with everything that we can see, and not everything that we can see, everything that is around us, that is within our reach. We can physically touch it and manipulate it. This is why physics is called a science, because you can experiment with it.
Yeah.
It follows the scientific method. Yeah. But
And
astrophysics does not. Astrophysics
it
is like fortune telling. You look up in the sky, you see some lights, and then you make wild guesses like palm reading or fortune telling. You know.
yeah. It's confusing to me that like they say like certain waves of light behave differently on like a micro scale versus a macro scale. Like light is made out of protons, but when you look at like how an individual proton fires, it's
Photons,
either like a
photons, not
part of yeah,
protons.
yeah. Sorry,
Yeah,
sorry, sorry. But like how it can either be like a particle or a wavelength, like that shit
yeah.
gets
They
really
say
confusing to me. It doesn't make
it
any
has
sense.
a dual state.
You're
Uh,
talking about quantum, how it works in the quantum world, basically.
Dude,
what?
I
Are you
barely
talking
know what
about
you're talking
the double slit experiment?
Yeah,
about. Yeah. I think it's kind of what I'm referencing.
Yeah.
yeah. That experiment shows that light is actually a wave.
When you it changes how you observe it. If you observe it and if you don't observe it, it's different.
God,
Behaves
that's
differently.
fascinating.
So if you don't observe it, then you imagine it.
No, you can measure it, but if you don't observe it directly,
Yeah, like they don't directly observe it, but they measure it, and then they observe it while they measure it, and it's different, and like shit like that. It's like, what the fuck is going on?
And I don't think there's an explanation for that at the moment, but it has to do with quantum mechanics.
Yeah, I know. The observer interferes with the experiment.
Yeah.
It's like
What do you think
What are
once,
your
about that?
guys'
once you look in the box, it's a different story.
What are your guys' opinions on like higher dimensions and stuff, like fifth, sixth dimension and stuff like string theory?
String theory is Mikio Kaku's theory, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Not is it really his, or is he just one of the proponents that
Huh?
talks about it a lot?
Or,
I think he's
yeah,
probably one of the proponents.
proponents. Yeah. I know that he is very into it, but that theory is actually very much like what's in the Bible, the spoken word, vibrations.
String theory, it hasn't been proven, right? If I remember.
Yeah.
It's just a concept.
Yeah, I think it's like a
But
useful
string,
concept for imagining like some sort of like weird phenomenon somewhere, either like on the
Again,
macro or micro level. And
no, again, this is what astrophysicists
Yeah.
do. They just have a lot of imagination and
Yeah.
propose a lot of concepts that cannot be proven. So it's just BS. Another story.
Yeah.
but it also
You see,
presupposes a medium between the two objects, causing spooky action at a distance.
when you make these virtual constructs, like using mathematics and logic, you can make them on paper with a pen, or you can also make them with a computer, simulating in a cyber world realm, which is not physical. It's just some images, So
If I can just address, I don't know how to say that,
yes,
Aviat. You were asking about dimensionalities.
oh yeah, that's true. I was.
So one of the most interesting things about this realm is that the Bible and some of the extra biblical texts, they talk about the firmament and that there are multiple layers to the firmament, and that God sits in the seventh heaven. So there's a first heaven and a second heaven, and the first heaven is where the stars are, and then second heaven is where the angels are, and then it progressively goes up in like this hierarchy. The way that we've been sold the concept of dimensionality is that we're on this spinning ball that came out of nothingness. So therefore, the likelihood that that nothingness could have occurred 1,000 other times with slight variations, and maybe they're overlapping dimensions and all of this nonsense, is the figment of the imagination just on steroids. Whereas I think what's more likely is that you've got this one chance here. This is your testing ground, and you either pass and you go to the next level up, or you fail and you go to the next level down. But in terms of extraterrestrial or extra terrain, some flat earthers ascribe to an infinite plane. So imagine that this land is much, much larger, but we are only knowing what they used to term the known world. So this is the world that we know of. This is the amount of land that we're allowed to know about. And they term that our known world. And then potentially there could be people staying on other continents that we're not allowed to know about. And then when they come and travel here, because of these vast distances that they've created in their minds in terms of how big the universe is, they now have to try and create new things like warping of space-time and traveling through wormholes and all this other stuff to try and close that distance, which would be illogical and actually infeasible. You couldn't travel for 4,000 years at the light speed to reach our nearest star. You'd be 4,000 years old.
Right.
So the dimensionality thing is very much part of this whole imagination in this realm of spinning nothingness that has no point or purpose. But when you realize that you're at the center of the creation, effectively Earth is like the basement floor, and everything above our heads is for us to see, to give us signs and seasons. We know that when that star reaches that point in the sky again, it's the equinox. And we know when this constellation reaches that point, we've entered the next age. Or so it's all for signs and seasons, what's above our head. And we're at the center of this creation. And you've got this one shot, and you actually will be held accountable. But they don't want that idea. So they say maybe there's 1,000 dimensions, and in each one you made a slightly different decision. Therefore, the decision you make in this one matters not.
For example, why did Maxwell corrected Ampere's law?
Who's Maxwell?
A guy, he made
James Maxwell.
Wait, say that again.
Yeah, James
Maxwell.
Clerk Maxwell. James
The
Clerk
guy,
Maxwell.
yeah,
he did experiments with magnetic fields and stuff,
yeah,
and how
and electricity,
electromagnetic
yeah.
radiation works.
I never heard of him before.
Yeah. Well, if you search, you will find a whole chapter in physics books which say, this is the title of the chapter, if I'm not mistaken, how Maxwell fixed Ampere's law. And what he did in his formula equation, he made like he said that the positive Gaussian plane can actually be a vacuum, like nothing, an infinite space of nothing, and that's where you get all this positive charge from. Because when we measure the voltage in the atmosphere, we can detect, we can measure the air's voltage according to the altitude. So the higher you go in altitude, the air's voltage increases. Like 100 meters, you have 100 volts, 200 meters, you have 200 volts, 300, and so on. And for this voltage current to exist, it must come from a plane. Like we are in an electric field between two Gaussian planes. The ground is known to be the negative plane, yeah, and the point on top of it, above it, there must be the positive one.
The sky,
And
the wind, the air.
Yeah.
Jet, I just want to correct one thing there. You said in terms of the voltage going up, 100% accurate. But when you called it a voltage current is normally referring to amps. But the voltage is the potential. So the potential is increasing, and then the moment that circuit is basically connected, then it allows current to flow in the form of amps.
The resistance is also decreasing.
Yeah.
But also the ampage is tiny. So even though that it does go up by 100 volts, there's no real usable current yet. There's just an increasing probability. But I work in power. I work in solar. I'm using batteries every day. Every battery has a positive and a negative terminal. If I connect my negative terminal, I cannot leave the positive dangling in the air, and I close the circuit.
Yeah, exactly.
So if the earth is the negative terminal of this battery system, this positive negative system, there has to be a positive terminal somewhere to complete the provable current flow that we experience every day in our lives, through electricity and lightning and all this other stuff that goes on. There has to be a positive and a negative. So if the ground is the negative, there has to exist a positive, and no amount of open space can be the positive terminal. There has to be a connection point to a terminal.
The ground can be the positive.
The ground is the negative. Provably the negative.
No, ground can be. No, it could be all the way the other way around.
Not true, because once it's grounded, it's basically equalized.
Now,
So anything above ground is.
Could I ask you a question? So you said that something has to be the positive. Does, like, if you could steel man what the status quo position is, or if you could do, like, we not know what the positive is, like even the status quo position, like, are they not telling us? Like, I guess my question is, like, that.
Yeah, I hear your point. I would say that the standard narrative, or the traditional standard narrative that we're given, is that the air molecules are bumping against each other, causing friction, and that friction is building up a positive charge.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the ground potentially would be at, like, maybe a really large number in terms of its negativity. Those tiny positive ionic charges from friction would be 0.000000000 of a charge. So it's not the positive surface we're looking for when you would need to close this network or the circuit.
Why do you got to connect the ground then?
For grounding.
Yeah, why do you have to connect the ground at all?
To basically eradicate the electromagnetic interference. So it's the electrostatic that's being collected in the air.
Why would you do that?
The electrostatic that's generally in the air, the thing that shocks you when you touch the doorknob. If you're wearing your slippers and you're all ground, so you aren't grounded, you're picking up electrostatic potential. And in the moment that you create a grounding opportunity, you create a current
We're
flow.
talking about a machine, not me and you.
Okay, but you said why do things need to be connected to the ground?
Yeah,
It's to prevent
machines and vehicles and shit.
It's to prevent the electrostatic buildup that can be discharged when it then does get in contact with ground. So for a home,
so
everything
instead of
is
finding
connected.
the excess energy, you want to prevent it and push it away. I mean, I don't get it.
So aeroplanes, when they land, they do have a grounding cable, and the grounding cable touches a certain point that allows them to discharge that electrostatic that they've collected while flying. So, but when you've got like a house,
how much energy extra do they have?
I think
Why
he's
they got
also
so
going to
much
ask
extra energy?
why
They got to get rid of
is
it.
electrostatic bad?
Aren't they using it
or
up
why
through
do we
the air
need
the whole
to
time?
get rid of
They
it?
like using this energy.
electrostatic is slightly different to electromagnetic. So electrostatic can blow terminals, and it can blow capacitors and transformers on motherboards. So they want to try and get rid of the.
Sorry?
How you not getting it from ground?
Sorry, you were breaking up. I didn't catch that.
I said, how do you know the connection to ground isn't what's giving you your power in the end result?
Which connection to the ground?
Like your physical connection? Like your body to the ground?
Well, that
Like
that is
when you're wearing shoes with rubber, or which kind of connection?
So the electron flow diagram that we use to describe the flow of current, it's a circle, it's a path, it's a circuit. When the circuit is closed, it's flowing. When the circuit's open, it's broken, it's not flowing. But that arrow could go the other way. So I agree with you. How do we know that it's not flowing from ground up? How do we know? Like lightning tends to create the negative moves upward until it equalizes and then the current is transferred. But you often see lightning starting from the ground moving upward. In ultra slow mo, like when you actually look at the initial blast, or sometimes they meet halfway, comes up from the ground and comes down from the cloud, and they meet halfway and they create an established path
connection.
So in our very simplistic minds, we like to look at the diagram and we say it flows from the positive to the negative. But how do we know that for certain if it is if it's a circuit, if it's circular?
Well, I have read many years ago that actually when they came up with these electrical formulas and stuff like that to explain how electricity travels, they were not able to be sure which way the electrons are traveling, from positive to negative or from the negative to positive. So they just picked one, and they also attributed the positive sign and the negative, but it can be the other way around, but that still doesn't make it like electricity doesn't exist. It does exist. It is real.
What's amazing is that this entire realm is magnetically driven. We've got the North Pole at the center. Everything is about magnetic fields and about declinations to magnetic fields. And then in school, they don't even teach you about Maxwell, and they don't even teach the most they teach you about a magnet is you stick it on your fridge and it holds a piece of paper on your fridge. And the real applications to magnetism and specifically Mercury, when exposed to a magnetic field, tends to want to vortex. It wants to make a rotational path. And that's mostly why I think that they've disallowed mercury as a substance to the public. They say, yes, it's very harmful, and yes, it is a very deadly substance, and that's why they put it into our injections that we give to our newborns. But effectively, you're not allowed to play with this substance because there's some relationship between magnetic fields and mercury, which I think the ancients knew very well, and they don't want us to really be looking into magnetic relationships or creating this transfer of energy from the etheric field into our field. Even with solar panels, like the current narrative is that the aluminium is being vibrated by the sunlight frequency just at the right amount to and the silica wafers for them to release an electron and effectively collect an electron from the sky, so that they're still in a state of balance, but an electron flow begins to be generated. So they've gotten better and better at making panels, a 60 cell panel, and now up to 72 cells, and now 75 and 80 cell panels. But still, when you look at what the cell is doing, people stand there and scratch their head and they say, it's catching electricity. I don't know where, just it's catching it. And it's being transferred out of some other field into this one, because just putting up 12 panels over a year, you produce 3-4 megawatts from your 6 panels. So it's remarkable how much is there. And when you weigh the panel after many years of operation, it's still the same weight. So if it was giving off electrons and electrons have mass, it should have
It's still
declined by
absorbed
some
from the
percentile.
environment. Yeah, yeah,
It should be measurable, but it's not.
yeah.
So it hasn't lost anything, but it's given you
True.
so much. So there's still a lot about this realm that they don't want us to know, especially around the magnetism and the relationship
And
with
also
electricity.
about electrostatics. Yeah. Mic check.
Yeah.
So I was looking, because according to Ampere's law, positive plane from above must be something physical matter. It cannot come from nothing.
Well, again, it can be demonstrated, like I say, if I take a battery and I don't connect to the positive terminal and I just dangle that in the air, I can't complete the circuit until it connects to the terminal. So if I extrapolated that and I held the positive terminal maybe at half a mile, it still couldn't complete that current flow. So if they say that the air is producing this collision induced static that creates the positive sufficient to create this flow, then I shouldn't need the other side of a battery. I could just use the negative side of a battery and then just hold it in the air, and then the circuit's completed. But it's not. It's demonstrably not that way, but yet the textbook tells you it's that way.
I would be curious to experiment with superfluid liquid helium. I think this kind of liquid can actually provide that opposite charge, the positive charge. So
But Aviat, did you have some more questions, man?
Shoot, sorry it took me a minute to respond. No, I'm fine. I'm just vibing.
So like Jet was saying to you now, that those three questions that we ask are kind of like the three fundamental things to that concept. So, for example, if I wanted to describe an elephant, I would use the word trunk, and I would say like giant mammal, or largest land walking mammal, or I would use very fundamental descriptions so that you'd eventually say, okay, elephant, got you. Now, in this ball model, it's like the three foundational pillars are, for it to be a ball, it has to curve somewhere. And that curve must be measurable. Then if day and night is because the sun is stationary and we're spinning, there must be a way to prove it spins. And then thirdly, they tell us it's this infinite vacuum all around us. So there must be a way. So here on the earth, I can't show you gas pressure without putting it in a container. I can't give you high pressure helium or hydrogen without a container around the gas. I can't just give you a ball of high pressure hydrogen. So the same way, if we here presently have this high pressure gas, there must be something containing us. Otherwise, that gas would just move outward and want to equalize. And that's a fundamental law.
and
so those
also,
three foundational columns, if one falls away, your mind kind of says, okay, well, it can still balance on the other two. And then you kick the second one away. Now, this thing was a triangle, but now it's balancing on just one little foundation. And then you kick the third one away, and it's like, what foundation? Yeah.
Sure. And I
Guess
don't
what?
know anything about the second one. The first one,
For
you guys had like a really cool rebuttal to my like little fun math story that I remembered from like middle school or high school.
yeah.
And I wouldn't have the slightest answer on the third. It sounds like complicated high-end science to me. My answer would be, I don't know, gravity maybe. Gravity or density? One of the two, maybe a combination of both.
Okay, before we go to
But
gravity and density, I would like to tell you about Eratosthenes, why he was wrong. Because if you go and search what they teach in school, they will tell you that Eratosthenes put like two sticks in the ground and he measured the shadows and angles, and he from there assumed he was measuring a curved surface, yeah. And the next assumption he made, he said that the sun light rays travel parallel when they reach Earth, which means that the sun is a collimated light source, and collimated light sources would be the most fascinating technological achievement if mankind would ever achieve this. We could make the most amazing technologies
what's the
if
difference
we achieve
between
this kind of
pollinated light
you see,
and normal light?
collimated light source means that the light rays from that light source are traveling parallel, and they also travel infinite distances. Their intensity never decreases. You know, you can make a flashlight, you light it, and you see forever.
Oh, okay.
You know, yeah.
The
Right.
opposite would be radial. So like when you
Yeah,
draw a picture of the sun and you draw all the little lines going out like a clock,
yeah,
that's radial, coming from a center, going in
yeah,
all directions. And collimated would be like columns of light. It only
yeah,
moves in that one path, and it
yeah.
doesn't grow or expand at any point.
They are
Man,
parallel. Yeah.
Flat Earth Scholar, you're a really nice dude. I hope we never disagree because I like you. You're cool. All right.
No, you're
Okay.
cool, man. I like that you're being really
Yeah.
honest with the topic. You know, it's the first thing when you start to look at this is you have to do a lot of thinking in your mind and a lot of like spatial reasoning. You have to almost like hold this picture in your mind and turn it around and look at it from behind, and trying to explain what you can see in your mind to someone else. Like I find it quite challenging, but it's also exhilarating when the other person can acknowledge what you've said. And a lot of people that come in here, they throw a question out, and as soon as you start answering it, they just throw the next one and the next one and the next one. They never want to actually listen to what's being said or really understand or try to understand. Um, you know, it's like the enemy of knowing is thinking you already know the truth. But at least
Yeah.
if you come in and say, hey, you know, if I can be proven wrong, great, then tomorrow I'm not wrong. Like if you can prove why I'm wrong today, I'm going to correct what I say tomorrow. And all of us here are generally on this journey of, we want to be shown if we're wrong. We want to be corrected.
Yeah.
It's not the opposite where we want to be seen as we know everything. It's a process of Like we're learning together. We're fellow, like, or co-researchers. We're all researching a topic, and as soon as I find something fascinating, I'll chuck it in the mix. And then there's a guy who's a specialist in light, and then he in what they call spectral photometry. And then he'll throw in stuff that's specific to his trade. And then there's engineers, and there's pilots, and there's military guys, and everyone's coming forward and saying, you know what you said made a lot of sense. And here's what I've been working with for the last 30 years, which never made sense. I wonder if it can fill some of the puzzle pieces. It's like with this journey, you're looking at this large puzzle piece, and we don't have any of the pieces. So we're trying to put this thing together with very fractured pieces of information. But even with the smallest amount of information, you can already disprove that a lot of what they tell us is actually really ludicrous. We've got stone cold proof that the Earth's radius is wrong. It's called the black swan.
Yeah.
So effectively, if you're on an object, the way to measure an object is through actual measurement. So if I took a square, I would measure that it's 6 inches by 6 inches, and I know it's a square because I've measured it, right? So measurement is very crucial in determining shape. So when you take the shape like a ball, you can measure at what rate it must curve away from you. So a ball with a radius of 3959, which they say that we're on, it must curve away from you from the first mile by 8 inches squared. But effectively, in our minds, we were always told the Earth's so big, you'd never see the curve. That's why everything looks flat. But when you actually look at the mathematics, it says from the first mile, you should notice 8 inches of deviation. And by the third mile, a 6-foot observer should be completely hidden under the curve. So now think about something around you that's 3 miles away, and then think about the thing that's 5 miles and 10 miles behind it that you can still see. So,
I live in the mountains. There's rocks in the way of everything. But yeah, I get what you mean.
So when you go to the ocean, you'll often watch a boat sail out, and you'll be like, okay, it must be sailing over the curvature soon. And then you just watch this thing sail away and sail away and it just goes further and further and further out. And if you start to raise your altitude a little bit, and you thought the boat had already gone over the curve, you can then see it's still a flat top, like looking at a tabletop. But this boat has just gone further and further and further away. Now, when you go down to 1-foot observer, the horizon should be no further than 1.2 miles. So if you lay down on your stomach at the ocean next time, the horizon has to be no further than 1.2 miles from your observation.
Geometrical obstruction, yeah.
Because
I
at
get what you
that
mean.
point,
Okay.
it should start curving, and that should form the horizon. So when you go and look and you lie down on the beach and you see that you can still see maybe 10 kilometers, or in miles, like 7 miles. When you start to see radically past that distance, they did a calculation on this thing and called it the black swan, and effectively found that we could see more than 10 times what we should see if we were on this ball with a radius of. So we presented it to one of the professors, one of the globe professors, and he said, well, best all you've done is disprove the radius, so maybe the ball's bigger. But the ball can't be bigger because everything is based on how fast that ball turns, how that ball moves around the sun. All our orbital trajectories of all our satellites and everything are based on this radius and this quote unquote known circumference. So you can't just expand or contract this rock. It's a rock, it's a physical thing. So we should be able to measure it, but we can't measure curve. So it's really a fascinating journey of trying to find these little puzzle pieces, and every guy's got his own specialty in this field. But we're coming to this with an open mind, saying, "Hey, maybe what we were told wasn't the truth. Maybe we should come in like an investigator and not just get told, oh, it's Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide, nothing to see here, kids." Maybe we should go into the room and say, did he really? Could someone else have been in here? And when you start to look at the story like that, you just find gaping holes everywhere. The same with this globe earth religion.
Yeah.
And you also said about gravity, so I would like to tell you that you probably heard about gravitational field, and
Wait, I'm
gravity force.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to cut you off. I have to go. I just didn't want to be rude,
Okay,
and leave
okay,
without
no
saying bye to
problem.
anybody. But
Yeah.
yeah, it was. Thanks for the conversations. You all were really cool, except V. Fuck that guy. And I look forward to talking to everyone later.
No, about Vlad, yeah. Just
Bye.
know what he told you about Marxism, and that stuff is actually very true. And you should research more about it, because you've been given only their narrative, their beautified story about it. You don't know the reality of it, actually. So, yeah. And you can find it. If you search it, you will find it and see that he wasn't talking, just like that. So, do come back. Mic check.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, you hear.
Good morning, Elijah. And everybody else, of course.
Good morning, Roger. Hello, everyone.
Hey, Crit, you there, man?
Is nobody talking, or are you guys talking?
It's pretty silent.
I was about to say you're talking, and now I'm talking.
Well, it was so quiet. I was like, maybe I can't hear no one. Maybe it's like my end, you know? I've never heard 24/7 this quiet ever.
It was yesterday.
Really?
It's a fun evening where people have things to do, and nobody wants to talk.
I see a lot of people in here, but just a lot of people just muted. They mute themselves. Happy Friday, everybody. Payday.
The start of the Sabbath, the 6th day of the week, is ending.
Yep.
I went hard into the Numpty clips last night, man. Oof.
Were they good?
Yes. If you haven't gotten into them, I'd suggest starting the playlist.
No, well, I know he put them up yesterday, but I hadn't checked those out from yesterday.
I literally just want to throw my wallet his direction. It is so worth it. Well, the editing's great. The context is all there. I mean, it's all spot on. I like it. Great editing.
Tonight he's going to debate someone.
No, a debate requires that you have experiments and facts and such.
Oh, well, they're just talking. They're
Right.
just going to argue.
The Globies have nothing.
This is more of an argument then. Tonight.
Well, the kid started out because I was there when they first. It was like a documentary or a bio. The kid was dancing around what he was trying to say it was. But it's him trying to just record what is. So I don't know what his channel or whatever he is doing it for. He said it was for personal and blah blah blah.
I'll check it out. I'm gonna go listen to this yesterday's Numpty clip. You guys have a good one.
All right. Take care.
Maybe I'll be back. Later.
You there, Branch?
Yeah, what's up, Crit?
I noticed you're not on Gems anymore.
I don't know. I just wanted to say what's up.
I'm not either. I got kicked like yesterday or 2 years ago.
Oh wait, I'm sorry, I didn't catch what you said.
Yeah,
What did
on
you say?
Gems. You're not on Gems anymore.
Oh, I'm not. No, are you?
No, I'm not either. They kicked me yesterday, or a couple days. I think I don't know. 2 days ago, I think it was now, or
Oh, I
3 days
haven't
ago,
been in
something
there
like
for.
that.
I think I haven't been in there for like about a month, bro.
Yeah, I guess I didn't know this.
Yeah, I don't know. I just got sick of it.
What have you been up to?
are you sick of lies, or are you just sick of those guys?
The moderation
I
is
don't know.
so bad. It's like,
I wasn't asking you, Crit. I'm sorry.
oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
I think I'm just sick of idiots that essentially make themselves feel better by belittling others. You know, it's not like that.
Fair enough.
Yeah, and that's kind of what, like, that's kind of what. It, I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know. Fuck it. I mean, like, I come here and I belittle you guys, right? Sometimes. So, you know, kind of in the same boat as any other global.
I don't know if you know this, but like Rizza left and Curve left, and it's like a ghost town there now. No one talks. It's just dead air, like all the time.
What?
Well, Rizzo left and Tao left before I did.
What's
Yeah,
the guy's
Curve
name?
left like
What's the guy's name with the YouTube that sounds like he smokes all the cigarettes?
Yeah, that's Curved.
Oh shit. That's you know not as happy as I thought I'd be hearing that. I don't want
dude,
people
me
to
and Curve.
oh I want people to communicate. You know.
Me and Curve, like, we literally hate each other.
Curve's an uncontrolled diabetic. That's really what he is. You can just tell, like through the day, the ups and downs. You know, like he'll talk normal for like an hour, and then be foaming at the mouth, lunatic. And I'm like, dude, go test your blood sugar. You know, like you're
No, I
not doing
wouldn't say
okay right
that.
now.
I wouldn't say that, dude. What I would say about Curve is that, like, I think there's like, he doesn't like stupidity, right? And he sees Flat Earth as pure stupidity, right? But I think that the reason why he left Flat Earth or left Gem Server is just because this whole server is, I don't know, it's just not what it used to be. You know? I think the entire objective of the server has changed fundamentally, and I think that's what pissed Curved off.
I don't know. What do you mean by that? I'm kind of curious. What was the objective before, and
I
what's the
think that,
objective now?
well, I think before the objective was, it was a bunch of globers just chilling. And I think what it's become now is um, basically to create a dialogue, regardless of who's right or wrong, for the sake of creating a dialogue.
I think it's evolved into something that's not what it was originally about anymore. And I think James Server's lost something because of that. I'm not trying to talk him down, but I would agree with you on the same principles, Branch.
Yeah, I mean, again, I never agreed with like the general consensus of Jem's room, but I had my buddies in the room, and a lot of people agreed with me and my perspective on it, which was, fuck y'all, have fun with it. It was always my perspective. It's a weird situation, bro. And then, it's like you guys need to also recognize that Flat Earth itself is going through I don't know, a slight dimming down of being in the limelight. That makes sense.
Why do you think that is?
I think that
I'll
I think
put it this way.
YouTube's
I'll put it this way. YouTube has already, for I don't know, at least 4 years now, they've already cut off or attempted to cut off flat Earth in a real sense, like not in this pseudo. Now we're gonna talk about it as YouTubers who are sanctioned to talk about it because it makes us money, and we're gonna call flat Earth dumb. And these same 100 links have been the same 100 links for 4 years. Yeah, that's obviously getting boring. But in terms of flat Earth, let's parallel it to 9/11. I don't think anyone would ever really say, well, the conversation for 9/11 is dimming down, because it's a truth that happened.
right.
And
But Elijah, I mean, I think where I'm coming from is this, yeah, like, so right, or if you are right at the time where YouTube started, dimming it down as far as hits go and all of that. I think that also there was a big split between the flat Earth communities, right? And there was a certain group of flat earthers that then decided to take their flat Earth, if you want, methodology outside of YouTube and focus more on mainstream efforts and things like that. And I think that what happened then is that it actually created an enormous split within the community, right? So you got people like you got people that were getting mainstream, if you want, acknowledgement about flat Earth, but they weren't in direct, if you want, communication with the people in the front lines, right? So, for example, I'm talking about like people like who is it, Mark Sargent, right? He gets acknowledged for who he is, and he gets certain, if you want, contracts or things like that outside of flat Earth, but he has no acknowledgement or even understanding of what's happening within the flat Earth community at the moment. And it created an enormous rift. And it was essentially triggered through YouTube splitting. Because what triggered Mark Sargent to leave YouTube was the change in monetization. He was like, fuck this. I gotta figure out a better way to not only monetize his point of view, but also make a bigger impact, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that's more to do with like TOS on certain platforms than it has to do with uh, the actual information and how it's being distributed throughout the populace. And
Yeah.
of course, without their
But you know what's also
tabulations, how
interesting?
could we even know? Uh, you
Elijah,
get what I'm?
Elijah,
Well, hold on,
I
hold
get what you're
on,
saying, bro. And
hold on. All I'm saying is all of that stuff, Mark Sargent, these mainstream people, like the way that was tabulated was going to be the way it was going to be from the
right,
mainstream standpoint. But on the real reality, not TV standpoint, every time I'm in here talking to a globe earther casually, someone stops me on the street and goes, "Yeah, man, yeah," as if it's something that people know but don't really talk about, like 9/11. That's why.
but
Mhm.
I get you, bro. I get you, bro. But like, okay, so personally, right? Um, within this room, I get what you're saying, yeah. And like, I mean, like, I've been in a situation where I was in the room just chilling when, like, who was it, Jose,
No, no,
called
that's
up.
not that's not what I mean. Not within this room. I'm saying I would have
I
a
know, I know, I
conversation.
know.
I would have a conversation in the room, and people on a weekly basis in earshot of me out in the real world
Elijah,
in New York
Elijah,
City.
Elijah, Elijah, Elijah. Let me please let me finish what I was about to say. Yeah, like I remember, like, I understand what you're trying to say when you talk about people like Mark Sargent, right? Just because being in the room when, like, Jose is calling Mark Sargent and literally telling him, "Why the fuck are you such a show?" Right? Um. So I understand that, like, even within the cultures, that there's a certain amount of hate towards certain people, right? Um. And I get it. I mean, Mark Sargent
I
has
feel like you're
sold the
missing the
fuck
point.
out. My bad. Okay.
Yeah, because I've expressed it
Well,
twice, and I've tried 2 times to draw a parallel between 9/11 and flat Earth twice. And so
yeah.
my
Okay.
overall point is I don't care about the mainstream. I never did. Most
All right.
flat earthers don't. They never did,
Okay.
right? So
Right.
what I'm talking about is individuals who are maybe not like me, or maybe not like you, or maybe not like the main players in all of this, if you will, right?
Right.
I'm talking about the casual, normal person that we're talking about. Like, none of that is tabulated. The things that happen in the real world, that's not accounted for. So what I'm saying is, for example, when I'm having conversations casually about flat Earth, and there's a normal person who's not exposed to this conversation on the street, they'll say, right on. They'll say, I agree with you. They'll say, fuck yeah, man, keep doing what you're doing, keep talking about what you're talking about. So what I'm saying is, in the real world, I'm getting feedback when on mainstream, I going off of mainstream, I might believe that there should be no feedback. That, people are like, the flat earth conversation is dying down. No one really cares. It's just this, some cult that's like, a very minute amount of people. But that's not what I'm getting when I'm having conversations in the real world. It's reminiscent of conversations about 9/11. Nobody really talks about it, but when you bring it up, people know what's up.
Yeah. And you're probably right, because, like, honestly, I haven't researched it enough as I should have. Um. like potentially my view on it is like when I view these people that do these activism type of things, right? And they do a whole European tour and things like that, right? Um, I get it that it was a good thing to do, and I also understand that because of COVID, it had to come to an end. But there's also a part of me that when I did watch all of the activism that I saw through these organized activism events, um, I kind of saw it as it didn't really go anywhere. And that, personally, Elijah, I'm not trying to say it was bad, but that's just my personal view on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, replace flat Earth with any other topic. These people on a soapbox. I mean, they've been around since medieval times, screaming on deaf ears.
Well,
So,
Elijah, let me ask you a question,
so,
Elijah.
so what I'm saying is, it's not really exclusive to the topic. It's like the like the choice to be this person that goes out and speaks the truth. That's not exclusive to flat Earth. Any topic that has been, and not really talked about, people who go out there in the streets and do this kind of evangelism type of thing, it's never seen as popular ever. It has nothing to
Right.
do with flat Earth, really.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's all. I've always found this very interesting, right? Because like
What
Elijah,
what activism you talking about, Branch? In Europe, have you seen the riots in Europe, in Spain?
no, okay, what I'm talking about is
No?
just like
Okay, let me tell you, they were all fake. That thing you call activism is actors hired by the government to go out on the street and act like vandals and hooligans. Yeah, they made fires all around the city, and all the fires in the city, they were fence. They had fences. Yeah, those construction building fence which delimit you the traffic and stuff like that. They took those fences, and all the fires were fenced. Yeah, and then at night you have the police cars, vans, yeah, uh, roaming around, circling all the downtown, patrolling, like in high speed, and fire trucks driving by all those fires, but none of them stops to actually put the fire off. They let them burn from 9 o'clock up to 12 o'clock. Yeah.
all right, Gabby got, please, like I get where
So,
you're coming from, yeah. But please understand
well,
that what I'm discussing is like
yeah.
the whole there was an enormous if you want uh there was actually a pretty decent sized group of people that did a tour of Europe, right? And that's
Okay.
what I'm discussing.
Hmm.
Right? I mean, there was a flat Earth Europe tour that did occur, and I get what you're saying that maybe they didn't have the same righteousness that you do in this room, but they did do it, right? You know what I'm talking about? That little group that did it. So I think it was like David,
Dave
what's his
Murphy
name? Like
or
no, of like Hinkle, like of Hisbury or something like that.
uh,
Uh, he was the guy who, had his who ran it, and you know what I'm talking about.
yeah, whatever. What do you want to say?
I'm just saying, man. They literally did a tour of Europe,
Yeah.
and I mean, I think it's interesting because like
What's so wrong about doing a tour of Europe?
nothing. There's nothing wrong with it. It almost
Yeah.
seems to me like you don't like them doing it, which is why you're almost trying to tell me that's something I shouldn't be talking about.
Yeah, but did they
Like,
vandalize anything? Like they did something antisocial or
no,
something? Yeah.
no, not at all,
You see? You
dude.
see, but
I'm,
these
I'm
actors from the government with these riots in December and January this year, yeah, where you had all these
Get me get.
demonstrations everywhere.
Get me get.
Yeah.
He didn't bring any of that up though. He's
Uh,
not. He's talking about the flat Earth movement, so to
mm,
speak, and how it's becoming less popular from his vantage point.
yeah. Yeah, this is the effect
well,
of
it's not even that.
censorship.
I think like Elijah, right? Like you know, I think what's interesting is like there's a lot of people in this room that don't want to be part of the movement that other people want Flat Earth to be. You know, like it has been that way for a very long time, right? Like the whole Mark Sargent thing. I don't think, I don't think that this room within itself is pro Mark Sargent. Not even close, right? Now, based on that, I also think this room is not pro fucking let's go all around Europe and spread the truth. Because I think that a lot of people who are actually flat earthers, they understand you cannot spread the truth to someone over a meeting. Um, you know, if you're standing next, like basically, if you're standing outside a shop and you meet some motherfucker, it's very hard to actually portray what the fuck Flat Earth's about and actually create a situation where they're actually gonna want to look into it
It's actually very
in a
easy.
matter of a meeting.
It's actually very easy. Um, for me, it may not be easy for everyone, but it's easy for me. I have well going based on seeing other people's interactions because they make them public. My interactions aren't public, and I would say I have one of the highest success rates for getting
Like, have
people
you
to
ever like
look into this. It's
Elijah?
very
So,
it's
are you
very
trying to
simple
tell
to
me,
do.
Elijah? So, like, you're trying to tell me, like, you've literally just met one person, um, in a scenario like what these guys do, where they have a whole fucking flat Earth situation going on, and you converted someone.
Why would I do that? I mean,
I'm just saying that that's what they're
I
trying to
could
do.
I could do that, but check this out. Most guys, this is gonna be a weird. Just follow me for a second. Most guys
Okay?
don't get laid. Most guys are a big billboard sign saying, "Hey, I want to have sex tonight." And oftentimes, for the normal guy, that is very, very, very unsuccessful.
Absolutely.
In my day, I never had a problem going to the bar, leaving with someone. That night, if that's what I wanted to do, it was almost a certainty.
Yeah, bro, I'm the
Why?
same way.
And the reason is because of communication.
I'll tell you
So
the reason why.
what I'm saying is I'm not standing outside with a catch-all net saying, "Hey, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm doing. No,
Elijah,
that's not what it's
I
about.
would actually like to say, this. Yeah, I think the reason why was because you didn't really care. Like the one thing women pick up on is when a guy gives a shit about what the fuck he's doing. So if you're trying to hook up with a girl at a hotel bar, the best way to do it is not to care about it, right?
So the same goes for flat Earth and not actually setting. I'm all for the setup, people setting up things. I might even do it one day. But the point is, when I speak to people, it's almost like I don't really care that majority of the world believes that it's a globe. I don't really care that most people have opinions about this and about that. I don't care. People wonder why I so matter of factly know that the earth is flat. And if they're curious, I have a way of telling them. And when I tell them in this matter of fact way, it is very receptive. Much
Yeah.
more
Right,
receptive
well,
than much.
Elijah, bro. Look. Personally, I think you're one of the coolest motherfuckers in this room. Yeah. Um, but I will tell you this. Um, we're never gonna agree on this.
I'm not trying to get you to agree. We're having a conversation about
Yeah.
people, right?
And it's not actually
So
you know
what?
what?
Well,
So
that
so
Let me
statement in
so when
itself,
I hold on,
let
so
me restate
branch,
that. It's gonna
branch,
be very hard for you to
branch.
make
That
me agree with you.
statement itself, it makes you a clown. Then
All right.
no,
Okay, like
hold
I
on,
said, I'm gonna.
Brent. I forget what he said. Listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah, what's up?
We're not in a debate, right? I'm not trying
Oh,
to convince you. I'm telling you
oh,
my experience. There's no agree to disagree about it, right or wrong.
absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, bro. Like I'll be honest with you, it's like the way I see it, the way I see life is that if you want to believe the Earth is flat, and your life is better off by believing the
not
Earth
a
is flat,
belief.
then
Flat Earth
then
is not a
regardless,
belief.
no, hold on. This is how I really see it. Yeah,
Yeah, you see it
regardless of
wrong.
whether or not the Earth is flat or not, if your life is gonna be better thinking the Earth is flat, fuck it, do it. Right? Because you know what? Regardless of what the fuck the truth is, the only thing that really matters is your life and how you feel about it. And if again, that's really what how I see life. You know, believe whatever you want to believe.
Well, that's the thing. We
As
don't
long as
believe it.
A lying
That's
life is life. A life of lies is life. What the hell are you talking about, Branch?
I mean, like there is.
if you.
I don't
I know
say
that
it, but
ignorance is bliss. I know you like to be
Yeah.
ignorant, Branch, but yeah, we
yeah,
don't.
and honestly, and don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted.
This is not
I'm looking
twisting.
at
You're
all of you
twisting
flat
the
earthers.
truth.
I'm looking at all of you flat earthers as the guys that are twisting life.
How are we
Not
twisting
me,
it? I mean, how are we twisting it?
because
We're just trying to
I'm
find the
just saying,
truth. And what we notice is that they've been lying to us all this freaking time. You
bro.
haven't
This
noticed.
But see, El Boricua and Get
They
Beget.
get beget.
Here's the disconnect here, because like most oftentimes flat earthers don't try to communicate with the staunch global, right? So his perspective is not as black and white as we would like it to be. So when he's speaking his truth, even though we know there is the truth, that his truth, her truth is really a subjective thing that's really like, It doesn't work. But
Yeah, exactly. It's objective. It's not objective.
the point that I'm trying to make is he's not talking about information. If he was talking about information, we could deal with that. He's talking about the flat earth movement, so called. I mean, it does exist, unfortunately. The Mark Sargents of the world, these people that are also a part of the conversation. His overall outlook on that in the mainstream view. That's all he has to go on because he's not talking about information. And so there's no reason to attack him on the basis of information when he's not even talking about that.
Bro, that's what we need to get him to go to information, not.
How many are you gonna force him? I mean, how are you gonna do it? You're gonna tie his hands down his leg? I mean, he's Branch. What are you gonna do? He's not
I don't have a
moved.
vagina, bro.
Oh,
if I had a vagina, you may be able to, but I don't.
How the fuck are you
And
here?
even if I did have a vagina, why would that make a difference? I don't know. Either.
I don't know why. I mean, maybe he thinks some of us are cool. I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you this.
Hey,
the
this is
reason
lunacy,
why,
bro.
No, it's not. It's not.
Yeah,
It's
it
not
is.
lunacy at all. What was lunacy is why you guys are so against anything I say, just because I am not willing to be a flat earther.
We don't give a
That's
shit
not
if you're a
true.
flat earther. We're just asking you to do your own research. But you don't really care about the research. You just care about what they told you and what you believe in.
No,
Yes,
no,
you do.
no. The reason I say this, yeah, it's like seriously, bro. Like you're literally hating on me because I'm not willing to be a flat earther, even though I'm totally cool.
That's
Branch,
not
if
true.
you
No one,
Don't
no
hate
one
you.
said that.
We
You are
argue.
imagining things.
yeah, and when you tell us, when you tell us I like and a
Well,
lie,
I can
check it.
empathize. I can empathize with him.
With the straw man?
I can see where he's coming from.
With
Look
a
at
straw
the
man.
difference. Look at the difference between the conversation he and I was having and the conversation the three of you guys are having. How could you not see a difference
Yes,
and then note it?
Elijah.
Somebody
1
comes to
hour
my
ago.
face and
Because he
lies
started with
about
saying
me.
that we have a
And
belief
When you
system and
say
we're here practically like a
because, you're
religion.
justifying.
Yeah.
But when you say because, you're just justifying
No, it's not. I'm
yourself
not
in the
justifying.
no. You're justifying it in the face of the point that I'm making. Because what you're saying is irrelevant to the point. Him saying, oh, we believe that the earth is flat and all, I heard him say that. I know why he's saying that. Because he's not even really
Yeah, I know
talking
that
about,
too.
he's not really talking about the we that's even in this room. He's talking about the we that's a collective. But you are talking about something specific. And because of that, and because of him being a globe earther and saying certain key phrases, you are, in his eyes, hating on him.
If there was a flat earther saying the same shit, I would freaking be
Yeah,
on his ass.
because he called himself we,
If it was a
and that
globe
means
earther,
he's
flat earther.
Satan.
yeah,
When
How
a
many?
man calls himself
How many people?
we,
Hold on. We get. How many people that
yeah.
say they're flat earthers say that we believe in this and this and that? Have we not jumped on?
yeah. Regardless of who is saying it, if somebody starts lying about me or giving me a straw man, telling me what I am thinking or why I'm doing things, I'm not gonna appreciate it, regardless of his beliefs.
Yeah.
But this is kind of what we're. This is kind of hold
Yeah,
on,
but
Brad. I know
don't
you.
just
I know you want to
hate.
respond. Just give me a second. This is kind of what he means when he's like the people who have to, in a sense, take up arms. I didn't hear him say that I believe in flat Earth because he said we believe in flat Earth. I don't care what he thinks. That's the whole point of the analogy with the girl in the bar, right? If you were here for it, I don't really care that he is stereotyping me possibly. I'm not going to take it personally. I know that's what we do in the room when people come in to debate. He's not here for that because he's been here forever. So I'm not talking to him as a new individual who's showing these same characteristics. I'm talking to him as the Branch that I've known for at least a year.
Yeah, but he's been here for at least a year, and he should know better than to accuse all of us
Hey,
of stuff that didn't
bro.
happen.
I've
It's
been here for
such,
about 4 years. 4 years.
yeah,
And I've talked.
regardless.
Yeah, and I've talked to Branch this a few hours ago, and it was about payments. It
Yeah,
was a
Roger.
cool conversation. But so I've been listening to Branch all day, and he sounds like a cool guy. But the moment he entered the room, Branch, you told us, I want to live in a lie. The more they lie to me, the better, right? And then what do you suppose that we do with this, right? What is it? A troll argument? Is it something you say to troll, or is
What
it
he's
because
doing, he's
Basically,
willing
what
to live a
Elijah's trying to
lie,
tell you.
and he comes between a group of people, of judgmental people,
Hold
and
on.
he's
What
asking them not
Elijah's
to
trying to
judge on
tell
you.
you, what Elijah's trying to tell you is this, yeah? Don't always take a book by its cover, and if you do take a book by its cover, always read it.
But you told us you want to live in a
Didn't
lie,
you
right?
read the book to me an hour ago?
If he hold on, Roger, if he told you he wants to live in a lie,
right?
What is? Why aren't you letting him?
I don't care if he lives in a lie. I
Because
just care about his assumption about all of us not being nice to some
If he
Globers.
says he wants to live in a lie, what words thereafter would be so abhorrent to you that you take it personally? Because the
I'm not
moment
taking it
someone says
personally.
One hour ago, Branch was.
Hold on. That's my point. If you weren't taking it personally, then you don't care what he says after he says, "I want to live in a lie." If he says, "I want to live in a lie," I'm not going to speak truth for the next hour. And then he says something about flat earthers. Why do you even feel the need to respond with any kind of energy? It's like he's
Because he asked it an hour ago. He cried in here. He doesn't understand life and he doesn't know why.
But what does that have to do with you?
Well, he cried an hour ago in here to me. All this, I don't understand life. Why do I have these problems? Why is this and that?
So now look.
Yeah, and
That's a
he's keep.
greater conversation, right? Thank you. That's a greater conversation because we don't listen. If I want to trigger someone, I'll call the globe earth a religion, right? That is very triggering to someone. I'd say this place is created. It's very triggering to someone. And they might not admit it, but when they're asking, what is this life about? It's because it's probably because they're thinking about it. And that goes deeper than the material, aka the flat earth conversation, which is the material part of it all.
I personally think what Elijah's trying to say is like on so many levels, more about, just never, ever judge a book by its cover. If anything,
We're not judging a book by its cover.
Okay.
Don't judge all of us.
This is what
Stop
you're
judging
doing
a book
again.
by its cover, please.
The problem is this. Look, the moment I speak, you get on a defensive.
No, I'm just correcting your errors here and showing and pointing you out that you are doing what you are telling. You are doing what you are saying that we are doing.
I would like to suggest everyone involved in this conversation go back and listen to ourselves
Yeah,
over the
I
last
heard you.
30
You
minutes.
you were being really nice and kind to him, and I
It's not
appreciate
about
that.
being.
I
It's not
know.
about being
No,
kind to
I
him. It's
appreciate
not
that you
about
were
being
thinking
kind.
about him and in
Stop.
this case, but I am
Stop.
thinking about the
Stop.
audience.
Stop. Stop.
You should listen for once.
Stop. I am listening. That's the whole thing about it, right? I'm listening. I'm responding appropriately to the situation. Sounds like you guys are looking for a fight.
No, I don't
Now
want to fight anyone.
you
No,
might
no,
not
no,
agree with
no,
that, but you might
don't
not agree
don't
with
go
that.
mind reading here.
You might not agree with that. I'm only reading the room. If you go back and listen to the playback, you're going to hear me trying to say, why argue with a person who wants to think what they think? You guys are saying
So
because
who's
this,
worse
because
then,
that,
Elijah?
because we have, because this, because that, because we have an audience, because we're here to speak truth. All of these things are exactly proving my point.
Yeah, I didn't catch that part. First of all, Elijah, but but then who's worse, continuing to speak to the person that's delusional, or the person that's speaking to a delusional person? The delusional person, or the person that's speaking to the delusional person?
Well, I mean, children are delusional, and we were delusion about what age?
But children, you teach your children not to be delusional, don't you?
No, no,
You, don't
we
you
were delusioned by this deception at what age?
as childs, yeah, children.
Right. So
40
do
years
you
old.
not think that we were intellectually stunted, our intellectual
No,
growth? So when
no
we
doubt,
so
no
when
doubt.
we so when we uncover these things, we are effectively, sorry, Branch, talking to people who have to go back into the mindset that they were indoctrinated, which is
Right.
often a child state.
But Branch
If
does
you
not
guys
want to
don't,
come out
if
of
you
that
guys don't
state.
understand, if you guys don't understand that, we have an issue.
But
I
Branch
I
doesn't
get
want to come out
exactly
of
what
that state.
Elijah's trying to say. Listen, what Elijah's saying is this basically, yeah.
I
A
agree
child,
with you on this one, Elijah.
a child's understanding of life essentially first comes from his parents. Right? So, when you talk about indoctrination starts with the parents. Right? That's Elijah's basically trying to.
They uphold it. Yes, they do.
Right. And like, regardless of school, regardless of anything else, and even if school teaches them something different, the parents are what essentially indoctrinates a child. That's real fucking talk. There's no doubt about it.
They uphold it, but
The
I
child
think it
becomes
starts
what the
before that.
parents are.
I think it starts before that because I've never before my daughter went to school, I didn't even taught her about the globe or anything like that. But yet, when I started looking into flat Earth, she already knew that the Earth was a globe before she went to school, and I didn't teach her about the Earth.
Well, okay, you may not have, but your lack of teaching towards your child.
Well, I mean, at the time, I did.
Your child.
At the time, I did. I believe the Earth was.
When I say it's all about the parents,
that's a justification. His point is valid. I mean, keep it real.
No. What I mean, his point. Well, at the time, I didn't know that the Earth was a flat stationary plane.
Right.
So I mean,
you were the indoctrinated teaching the next indoctrinated.
Right. I understand this. I didn't teach her about the globe.
The same as me.
TB did.
But his point, but he responded to that point. You didn't have the mental fortitude to teach her otherwise. That wouldn't have happened. And there's no shame in that because I'm the same. We are the same. We're all the same. This is shameful.
Again, I wasn't indoctrinated with the same thing. So I mean, after I was unindoctrinated.
So his point is valid then.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm not saying that. But now, once I got indoctrinated, then I started teaching my kids the truth and to make up decisions for themselves.
At that point, though, was it too late?
No,
No.
because they definitely understand now the truth.
Okay.
It's not too. How could it be too late when, say, Jen, for example, found out in his 50s? It's never too late.
Exactly.
Well, the reason I say it's too late is because sometimes, like, once a kid gets indoctrinated, they're gonna, they're gonna be like, "Nah, Dad, shit's a glow. You're tripping." Some kids do that, depending on the age and how fast you got to them.
Some kids do, but guess what? Because there's something in their life that won't allow them to think this place is created and there's a purpose for them being here, number one. And number two, the parents in their life weren't the authority figure. And that's what must be in a family structure. You must be the authoritative figure. Otherwise, the world will be that authoritative figure. And the world is already set up to give your child what the world wants to give your child.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
So if you're an authority figure, you can break the indoctrination because your word is law.
Right, to a child, a parent's word really is law. And it is very hard to say it's not. I mean, like, even if you think about it, like, even if you consider religion, the only reason that children are certain religion is because their parents made them that religion. So yeah, I totally agree with you. When's the last time you heard a child say a specific religion because they actually thought about it and became that religion? Like,
But
even religious.
at the same time, think about this. One of the first questions a child will ask is, how are we standing on the bottom of a ball? Because even kids know that that's absurd. This is why they question it. It's just we don't we just tell them to think what we want them to think. At the time, we might say the word, oh, gravity. And case closed. What is gravity? Well, it's the thing that keeps you sticking on a ball. There's no proof there. It's just an assertion. It's just like, okay, so I'm standing on a ball and you're telling me that I can stand on a ball because of this thing. And so
It's interesting. It's interesting, right, Elijah? Because, like, the one thing I understand about children and the questions they ask parents and stuff, like, they usually ask about, like, religious things. What they don't even actually they don't. They ask about you know
they ask things
what
like what happens after what happens when you die? What is death?
stuff like
They
that,
ask
right? It's
questions
not
like
like
that.
they
Only ask that
usually
if
don't.
they experience somebody dying. Not ever would they ask that if
Yeah.
that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
No, normally you won't see
Or
a
a pet
kid
or
being
something.
like, "Hey, mom, am I living on the globe?" Like, I've never seen a kid ask that, like, ever.
Of course they
Doesn't
do.
happen.
Well, of course they do. When the teacher well, well,
That not
even
in this age, they don't. The reason why is because the TV is indoctrinating them. If you let the kid watch
yeah.
so much TV, they're always showing a globe here, globe there, Sesame Street. Back in the days when they used to go with the Martians at the bloop, 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 bloop. What were they doing? They was indoctrinating kids before they went into school. They already knew they lived in the globe.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
these
like, I'll be
cartoons,
very curious
they're
to see,
really
like,
yeah.
I'll be very curious to see, like, people that, like, children that are homeschooled, if they actually ask those questions.
I mean, unless the parent is actually, they have different knowledge than what they ask to teach the kids. Because I mean, even this whole year that my child were being not homeschooled, but schooled online, they were teaching them that the moon causes the waves that, and still teaching them Newton as gravity, and which is not even the current rhetoric. You know, that's just it's retarded. I was like, that's not even the current. Now, when I was hearing that, I was just laughing. I was like, what's going on? They're not even teaching their current suicide.
How do you deal with that though? Like when like essentially for your kid to pass, certain tests and shit like that, they gotta believe in something you don't believe in. How
No,
did you deal with it?
you just teach them. Well, you got to learn it, but doesn't mean you have to believe what they're telling you.
Yeah, that's not true. Think about the English test you had. You had to read the story that was obviously fictional, and then you had to answer questions based on the scenario that was set up. So the mechanism is there for a child to understand how to learn from something that isn't actual, right? So it's not always the case that, well, I'm learning this, therefore I must believe it. No, you don't.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they need to know in right and wrong.
All they need to know is what they need to be successful. And honestly, well, we don't really have to get into that. Thing that's for me most important is you teach a kid how to be disciplined and save from the time that they're 5. They most definitely will never be broke.
And people do this on a daily basis, man. We play video games. We know we're not. It's fictional, but you know, it doesn't mean we you know, it's not the belief that comes to us, Branch. So
No, I mean, there's a big difference between playing video games and
it's just another story.
I'm just saying, there's a big difference, though, right? Between playing video games and what you take in from schooling.
Romeo and Juliet. What else did you read in school that's fiction? Cat in the Hat. They have to answer stories for all these. They have to answer questions for all these stories, but they know it's not true. I mean, so like Elijah said, so many. Yeah, it's.
Honestly, dude, when you talk about Cat in the Hat, and when you talk about realism because of Cat in the Hat, the only thing I can think about is, are you fucking for reals? Like, that's not even close what we're talking about, bro. Cat in the Hat.
No. I'm saying you have to answer these questions of these books that they read you.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you have a kid that believes Cat in the Hat is real life, there's a whole different thing going on, right?
In a child's mind, Santa Claus is real at a particular portion of their life, right? The Tooth Fairy is real. Now, especially for suburban children or children that live in a rural area, because they have a chimney.
Nemo was talking about that yesterday, that a lot of these people, it's their fault. They presented, Frosty the Snowman, the Easter Bunny, Santa Claus,
flying reindeer,
and now they think they're able to just accept other bullshit because an authority figure said so.
Yeah, that authority. Sorry. Are you speaking, Elijah?
Yeah, Elijah, we can't hear you, bro.
Earlier, I was seeing mute, but he was speaking, and now he's speaking.
Elijah,
I think it's a glitch.
I just wanted to say with Branch, generally once you've been a Glober for as long as you have, It's about who the authority is that's delivering the information. It's not about actually listening to the content. So it's not judging the book by its cover. We're actually looking at the content in the book and judging the book by the content, whereas it needs to go in the right filing order as to what. So it's the book spine is the story that you're looking at, whereas we're trying to show you that on page this, it says flat non-rotating as a preset assumption. It's not our interpretation, it's what the book actually says, but it's because we're delivering it and we don't have the white coat that therefore the information's instantly rejected as those crazy flat earthers.
Yeah, I mean, and personally, I get where you're coming from. You also gotta understand, bro. It's not like, again, I've been in this fucking game so long that it's not like nobody has a say on how I think or have thought about the whole flat Earth thing. Yeah, I literally believe in what I believe because I want to, and I know.
No, you don't.
And he hold on. Well, look.
Hold
if
on,
you
I
guys
was
are
talking first, bro. I was saying no,
but
you
that's
don't.
because
Exclude
everyone
Branch.
hijacked my conversation.
Okay. Well, it is a common forum, so.
Yeah.
So, Branch, no, what you said is factually incorrect.
All right, tell me why.
Well, do you experience?
You're gonna tell me.
You asked me to tell
you're
you
gonna
why, and
tell
then you
me-
talked over my Like, do you want to talk over my answer, or do you want to wait for me to give it?
Go ahead, give it.
Okay. Have you ever experienced the globe?
I thought you was why you asking me questions, bro? I thought you were just gonna give it.
Have you ever experienced the globe?
Yes.
When?
Always, every day.
How?
I live on the globe and I experience it every day.
Now I'm asking you how you experienced the globe.
I've seen it.
No, you haven't.
How do you know I haven't?
What, have you been to space?
I've seen. You know what? I'll tell you this, yeah? Even way before this whole flat earth thing even was a thing, yeah? One of my uncles, and it's like actually a good family friend, but we call him uncle, yeah? He took a flight on a Concorde. And he was just like, you know what? These are some pictures I took from the Concorde. Even before this, I'm talking about I was a kid, yeah? It's like, look at this. This is what I took from the Concorde. Holy fuck. Now thinking back on that, you think that shit look flat?
I don't think it's an answer to my question.
He's like in a passive way saying, look, I feel you on the evidence and all that, bro, but I'm going to believe what I want. I've heard him say this about 4 times now.
No, but I'm not questioning that, Elijah. He said, nobody affects my thinking on whether it's a globe. Very specific statement. Now, he hasn't experienced a globe. Everyone knows that that's the case. So therefore, that statement is factually incorrect. Because if he's never experienced it, and he believes it anyway, then that can only come from the influence of another person.
And he just mentioned his uncle.
Yeah, but his uncle, he just said that was an experience that he remembers it looking flat.
So it's influence.
That's not his experience.
Well, that's true too. Well, actually, no, that's just true, period. And you're also right.
So the point I'm trying to get to is that Branch is making sorry, I'll finish and then I'll shut up, I promise. Branch is making factually incorrect statement after factually incorrect statement, and it's very annoying. That's what people are getting wound up by.
Okay. I mean, honestly,
Well,
I've only been.
He started with saying, and I forget who said it, was it Roger or? It started off with saying that he said, I'm going to live in the lie. So my question to everyone else was, well then, why are you taking what he says personal as if you have to have this debate with him? You can't debate someone's feelings. If they're not willing to engage in the information, why do you take it personally? That was my question.
Well, Crypto's actually saying, it's talking about the point that he just said.
I hear what he's saying. He's talking about facts. And I'm like, yeah, okay.
And my question is, why are we addressing something that just wants to be delusional? Somebody that wants to be delusional. When he wants to be living a lie, then go live your life, man. Go live a life. What's the point of coming in here where we all we want to speak about is facts and truth and information?
Again, it's like it's not so much about me. I think this is being more about what you guys have been presenting yourselves at in relation towards me.
Now, you want to live a lie. We here want to live in truth. We want to speak about information,
now that Elijah,
not about belief.
Now that Elijah put it forth that way, you can't just jump on it and be like that's the way you guys have been. This is very obvious to all of us.
We
That's
always,
not
if you,
how the entire
sorry, Branch, but if anybody here wants to live a lie, they could go do it somewhere else. We here speak about truth. I mean, that's all we care about. If you don't want to speak about the information, and all you want to speak about is delusional information, you can go do it somewhere else. It's Jim Panda.
But when did he propose that one of his beliefs were actual? And
when he spoke as a matter of fact about all of us repeatedly.
Okay, when was this? I know when.
When I piped up and you talked over me to stop me from talking, that's when.
I stopped you from straw manning my point. That's what I was trying to stop you, because you were responding to something that I said, and I was trying to correct you. Again, we could go back and play the live, and I'm the first to say I'm wrong if I'm wrong. We can do that. Shall we do that?
Can I just make the distinction between belief and knowing something? If someone says that they're a PhD, you can believe them. It requires no effort. You just say, okay, and you move on with your life. But to actually go and check to see if they are a PhD graduate requires time and effort. And when you know that they are a PhD graduate, you no longer have to believe that they're a graduate. You know they're a graduate. And that's the crux of this matter, is that a lot of people just simply believe things because it's the easier of the two options. But what we've tried to do is go through each fact to try and know. And when you actually discover that there is a knowing to this place, and that there isn't just belief from both sides, when there is actually knowing, and the only belief generally is a photo. So because you've seen on a monitor screen or a television screen is why you believe that belief. Whereas when you actually go and look, you can know that it's flat.
Solid point. Let me address the situation one last time. Based on the conversation, I had already picked up that Branch, although he may stereotype flat earthers and thus stereotype some of us in here or all of us in here, Branch is not talking about us. How do I know that? Because he's talking about the community at large as a whole. He's talking about Mark Sargent. He's talking about the politics of it all. Once he started talking about that, I knew not to take it personally, because he's not talking about me or you, though he might be stereotyping me or you based on his belief, based on the mainstream. That's how the conversation actually went.
So what's the point of this conversation then?
Other than to have a casual conversation with Brent, there really was no.
Then we can move on. We can move on
Like
to
the
new guy.
point,
Then.
the point could have been, hey, we wanted to debate, and that's what I was saying. I was like, well, Brent is not trying to debate. That was my whole point. And if I didn't get any pushback, this conversation would have ended a long time ago.
Fair enough. Fair enough. We got a new guy here called Sneezy Dwarf. Hey, Sneezy Dwarf, you have control of your mic. And he left.
Hey guys, one thing I gotta say is that Elijah's on point, man. Elijah's on point, and seriously, like, what I don't understand is what Elijah doesn't understand is like why you guys so fast to argue that you forget what the argument's actually about.
Yeah, I would just like to point out that I addressed something that you directly said. So, you know, maybe you can address that. I don't really care for like meta discussions about discussions. I like to actually just get on with having the discussion.
I prefer the meta, bro. Prefer the meta.
Isn't that just a waste of time?
Well, isn't personal discussions when we're talking about something bigger than us as a people a lot more worthwhile discussion?
What are you talking about?
That has nothing to do with what I just said.
I'll say it, Brent. I think you're scared that this place might be created and that you knew all along on the inside that there were morals that you might have to have stuck by that you didn't stick by.
Ding ding ding
That's
ding
scary
ding
as well.
ding 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 ding.
But the crux
And
of
Elijah
it
wins
is
100
this place
points.
being the crux of it is this place being created, which means we would have to stick to things that are tangible and not things that are meta. But if
Yeah, I
you
mean,
want
I
to
get
have
what you're
that
saying.
conversation, I can't push you. You know?
Yeah, I mean, me personally, I think that that there's almost a line between meta and just straight discussion, right? And I think that what meta really falls into is something that occurs after a pure discussion.
So
The thing that's
meta,
hard is having a discussion in this room.
meta falls into philosophy, and philosophy
Right.
is not settled. So you're going to have an
But what
opinion,
I'm saying,
someone else is going to have another, and then you're just going to
what
go round and round.
what I'm saying
Yeah,
is it's very
and
hard
plus,
to have a pure discussion in this room.
you want to talk about philosophy?
Very.
We here just talking
I mean,
about the reality of the world.
essentially, anyone who has a
You know
opposing
why?
view.
I'm sorry to cut you off. You know why I'm taking up for Branch in this in the way that I am?
Because you're feeling sorry for him.
Yep.
Nope.
No, that
Because
is why.
Yeah.
Nope. No, that's
Yeah,
not
it
why.
is.
I'll tell you why, unless you want to continue to tell me why.
Well, I don't need you to tell me, but carry on.
Great. So sit down. The reason
I
that
really
I'm
was.
sticking up for him, fair enough. The reason is because the same cry was made by my best friend. Though he'd been listening to me for I don't know how much time before I got here. When I introduced him to this place, it completely turned him off to the conversation. I don't fault. I'm not really. Well.
No, you feel sorry for him. You
It
feel
is.
sorry for him.
It is. No, it's not about
Elijah.
Come on, it is.
It's about.
You described him as a
Elijah,
child
I
earlier,
appreciate
It's
Elijah.
You know what's
I
going on.
appreciate what you're doing,
I'm
bro.
almost done.
Elijah,
I'm almost
Elijah,
done.
I appreciate what you're doing.
I'm almost done because it's not about you, right? It's about this. I'll call it a spirit. It's about the way things, because Brent is saying, well, it's hard to have a conversation. And all I'm hearing is, what my best friend told me. All I'm hearing is, who's another person? I brought this flat earther in at one point, and Jedi and Miggy were around. I know he's a flat earther. I mean, he's what I would call. I would think he's crazy. I'm the normie to his conspiratard, whatever, right? And he got turned off because he couldn't have a conversation because they were trying to have the conversation of, well, it's flat or it's this or it's that. It was a specific structure. And even though he was saying, listen, I'm a flat earther, this is what I want to discuss. The point is, we don't do that. This place isn't for that. When someone points it out, why do we have to feel away? No, this place is for educating people who have a religious belief in the heliocentric model. That's what this place is for. So when people say it's hard to have a conversation, sometimes it is. And sometimes people get lost.
And sometimes Elijah has 100% success rate with picking up people. So he decided that today is the day.
Nah, not at all. Like Elijah has always had my back.
No, but I mean, he's communicating with you. He's actually getting across.
Yeah, but like he's
been a productive.
He's making out like this is what happened today. But I mean, I disagree with him 100%. He's always had my back. He a lot of times he doesn't express it. But you know, there's a few people in the room that actually get what the fuck I'm saying sometimes.
I doubt that. You don't seem to say very much, Branch. I've said this to you before. You seem to say things without actually saying anything. Like, the content of what you're saying is lacking. I've told you this before.
All right. Well, here's the thing. You know, if I was
vague.
to straight through it, 100% linearly all the time, then this whole conversation be boring as fuck. Yeah.
So speaking vaguely is an attempt to entertain. Is you want to entertain us? That's why you're here.
Yeah,
Not even that. It's not even that. There's a reason why I'm still in the Flat Earth game. I must find it interesting personally, but not just that. There's must be some other reason, right? I don't just come here to fucking troll.
I just don't come here to fucking troll.
I think Elijah said that well, where he said deep down inside, you know, there's something about this information.
I'm just
and there's
saying, bro.
Something about being created.
Nobody would be doing this thing. Or like, what is it? I've been in this shit for 4 years. Nobody would do this shit for 4 years just if they were here to troll. Right? That's a long time to troll.
Do you think that flat earthers would do this just to troll?
I know some flat earthers out there doing this just to troll.
But that was a clever way to deflect from actually answer the question. Of course, there are some flat earthers maybe Ranty, right? Maybe. But that's not really what he asked, is it?
Like, what was you asking? My bad.
Well, you were just saying that you've been on here for 4 years and you wouldn't be here just to troll. That there's definitely this is probably the most interesting topic that I've ever delved into. And I think that that's also what captures the Globers, is that they deny it emphatically, but they're there every day to have a discussion with people who they think are delusional, which isn't normally the normal way to think about things. You don't go and invest time into things that are not constructive or productive for your life. But they often claim that no flat earther believes what they're saying because they're not listening to what's being said. They just want to assume that where the information is coming from is weak, because then they can disregard everything that was said thereafter.
You know what? One of the most startling revelations that happened in my life was from someone very close to me, and we argue all the time when it comes to what truth is, all the time. And at some point, this person said to me, after like, because we met and it was like, as long as you're not like a religious person, as long as you're not like all the God stuff and I'm not into that, going to church, blah 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 blah. Like after all this time, this person has said recently, I know that there's a creator, and I'm just afraid of what my outcome will be.
To believe in the creator.
I no longer feel I don't attack these people because I don't know how that feels, how deep that goes. But these are people that are choosing not to acknowledge the creator, and then there's a small glimpse of truth where they say, yeah, I know there's a creator, and I'm not willing to face it. That's not that I got my own shit, to deal with the creator, right? I can't take that on. That's too much of a load for me. So when I hear certain people that don't speak in absolutes and they speak very vague, it's often this kind of person who will at some point admit maybe there's more than meets the eye and maybe I don't want to go down that road. I'm like, all right, whatever.
Yep. I get it. Like, when it comes to believing in a creator, you got to recognize what that comes with. And I understand that flat Earth has a lot of reasoning behind something that's created by a creator. My personal view, though, doesn't necessarily, if you want to align with having a creator and the Earth being flat. Just me. Although I do believe in the creator.
I wouldn't expect any other answer, Branch. I would not.
I mean, Elijah, I gotta say, I appreciate you backing me up tonight. And the one thing that I don't like is people getting on your ass because you did so. I think that one thing Elijah did.
I don't think anybody is getting on my ass. It's not about that. Like everybody wants to have a specific conversation. They're bored and tired of this conversation. Even as we're speaking right now, this is boring. I get it. That's what they're about. They're not. We're not in opposition, really. We're just restless.
Well,
Also,
Elijah's
a big boy. I would just say Elijah's a big boy. He can handle himself. So I don't really see.
We could definitely move on to the new people that are here, people that are VC verified and people that were actually left. But Ardian 435. I see your VC verified.
Yo, what up?
Is this your first time here?
No, not first time, but just listening.
What brings you to the server, my friend? Just listening on better conversation.
Again, what? Couldn't hear you.
You said it just here to listen.
Yeah, I'm just here to listen.
What do you think the shape of the Earth is?
I want to be unbiased.
Can I say?
Go ahead.
I promise I'm gonna shut up.
I have to serve it. I have to deafen real quick.
All right. I'm only gonna say these two things. No one's unbiased or biased to what a tree is. A tree just is. So that's number one. And all I really wanted to know was if you were listening for the last 30, 40 minutes, how does it make you feel?
I came in like 5 minutes, 4 minutes ago.
Okay, then that doesn't matter. A tree is a tree. There's no bias or unbiased or whatever. That's really
True.
irrelevant to objects.
True.
Yep. So anyway,
But
I'm gonna go
if you
mute.
ask me, is the tree made out of wood or out of metal, then you're asking me a specific question. So I'm trying to say I'm unbiased. I want to see both sides. The one who says it's metal and the one who says it's wood, or whatever.
And let's
Well,
continue
I
the
mean,
tree analogy.
go
You
ahead.
can also put a tape around it and you could measure a circumference, or you could measure the angular rate of drop around the tree, or you could also cut the tree into a board and measure that the tree is flat.
I think I think the analogy actually holds more respect when you start thinking about God, right? So if you believe in a God, yeah. Now, whether or not the tree is made of wood or not is a question.
I didn't catch the question. Sorry, what?
Do you believe in God? Do you believe in God?
Why do
Do
you
you
derail
believe?
it? Why are you trying to derail
I
it?
do believe in a God, yeah.
Okay, so if there is a God, then you must assume that the place we live on, the creation of God.
Brent, I'm not trying to go on mute
Yeah,
just
okay.
to
So?
see the conversation go so far from my point. A tree is a tree.
Mm-hmm.
We already know that trees are made of wood because we know that trees are made of wood. Like a tree
That's
is
a
a tree,
circular
and
argument, though.
all of its woodsy. No, it's not it's not an argument. It's self-evident because we know what trees are. It's not an argument. It's not a debate. It's not biased or
It's a
unbiased. It
statement
is what it is.
fact. Yeah.
Yeah, but my point is that we are using the tree as an analogy for the earth. And I would not say, I don't think you will sit here and say you know, or anybody knows what the earth is. That's why we have this debate, right?
No. Hold on a second though. Again, I think we need Elijah to really. Okay, so I'm not sure if this is what Elijah meant or not, but I believe it does have a lot to do on what your beliefs on a higher level means, right? So basically, do you believe that your entire understanding of life was something that just took chance, or do you think it was something that a
No,
higher being?
that's not what I'm saying at all. And Branch, please take a back seat. No offense, because everyone's trying to engage in this particular conversation. No, like a tree is a tree. Period.
Yeah.
Like
And the earth is the earth.
a tree has certain properties, right? The
Yep.
earth is the earth. It has certain properties. However, a globe is a model. And if the earth were the globe, then the earth would have certain globular properties.
If we would be an ant on a tree, we would call the tree a model as well.
No,
if
that
we would
doesn't
make
matter.
it.
That doesn't matter. Based on the model, the earth would give certain properties to our experience. That's it. The end. The question is, does it have these properties or does it not? That's the only question you want to be answering.
You kinda are like, I hear wind or something and your mic's kinda going low, but what exactly do you want to know?
The question is, does Earth have these qualities or these properties or does it not?
That we can go ahead and measure it? Is that what you said?
These are the only thing that matters is if the Earth has properties of the globe that the model dictates.
don't think the model dictates it, but yeah, I can follow you to a certain.
Does dictate. The model definitely does dictate what a globe is.
Again, the
1000%.
property. I think you have just a fallacy there. I don't think
I don't
first
have
came the
I
model.
don't have a fallacy. The model.
Okay, that's really easy to say. What do you want to listen to? What I am trying to say, or?
Well,
No.
you're not responding to me. You're hand waving what I'm saying instead of investigating what I'm saying.
I am
For
really
instance,
hard trying to understand what you are trying to say.
For example, the horizon is geometric, meaning Earth measure, meaning based on the math dictated by the model, the horizon is at a specific distance. That would be the property of a globe if it were true. 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet will give you the distance to the horizon if the globe were real.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I mean by properties. Curvature,
Yeah.
convexity.
I see what you mean now. The thing is, though, I still disagree on one thing with you. I don't think the globe came first and then came the properties. It was more properties and then came the model, and then they, because of that, were continuing.
Definitely came first.
Why are you interrupting?
Because you're wrong.
Okay, so am I. Why interrupt though?
Well, because you're not giving any. You're just saying what you believe.
So are you?
You're not backing.
I am trying to do that, but you cannot know if.
So just post your evidence in the chat. You're giving lip service.
Again, first the people, how the globe was like made the belief of a globe. First the people thought it was flat, actually, on based what they could see, and then based on new measurements and experiments that the Greeks did, then they came to the conclusion that it must be a globe.
Who told you this? Who told you? Give me the citation.
Do you want me to show you the experiments that they did?
Give me the citation that will say what you're telling me. That I know it's not something you're making up. That is something that's actual said somewhere, so that I can scrutinize the information.
Sure. Give me a couple seconds.
Because I will tell you, it was philosophy, and a bunch of people got together and said, well, the most perfect shape is a sphere. Therefore, we must live on a sphere, because that's how they felt. And then they reverse engineered over time, however they did it, to come up with a model to how they live on a sphere. After having thought, well, a sphere is the perfect shape, therefore we must be on that shape, therefore. And then the globe model comes into existence.
Elijah, what about the percussion? I don't even want to go there. My bad. I'll shut up.
Ryan, you're breathing in your mic.
Yes, Roger.
Yeah.
Whoever, please take over. I'm not trying to take over the conversation. I'm just talking because
Sure.
Alberto muted. Nobody else is around.
I was just wondering if our friend Ardian435, who is that Macedonian flag? No, it's not, is it? It might be.
The Albanian.
Albania, okay, yeah, close enough. Well, close enough for me. Can you elaborate? The Greeks knew the Earth was a globe.
Yeah, I'm doing that right now.
Perfect. Yeah, just waiting for you then.
Like when they.
I mean, I could talk vaguely, but you guys want citations, so I have to.
Yeah, they took shadows. I'm assuming you're talking about the shadows of Styx, right?
Yeah, there was that, and they also did one with the.
Yeah, we're very just let you know. Just let you know, we're extremely familiar with. Yeah, when you're done, Branch, I'll go ahead.
There's okay when you look at certain Like what the Greeks did, they spent a lot of time looking at the skies, right? And they did see that internal planets, um, they don't move in a cyclical manner.
So you got
So
any
anyway,
quotations?
Yeah, that's got
Branch?
nothing to do with anything. Sorry, Roger. I wanted to go
Yeah.
ahead after.
He's derailing.
The
now.
only
I know he's
way
derailing.
to
He's finished. So can I do what I was going to do, which is go after him?
Yeah, of course.
So
Go ahead.
so Ardian, Eratosthenes, we're very familiar with. So if you think you know the story, maybe you can just go ahead without a citation, because I'm not too worried about that. So what do you think Eratosthenes proved and how?
No, I'll find the whole experiment. That's much easier.
We know the experiment, the observation.
I mean, I can talk you through it in detail, or Roger can. It's up to you.
Yeah, I
Well,
mean,
then
what's wrong with just
Sure, man, and tell me the experiment and
It's an observation, right? So it's not an experiment, just an
Exactly.
observation. Okay, so you have allegedly Aristophanes, right? Allegedly, because there's no primary sources of it. He just slipped into our curriculum in the 1980s. Nobody ever knew about it, but that's that, right? The point is he hired a guy, right? He hired a guy to step out the distance between Cyrene and Alexandria.
No, that's not the experiment I'm talking about. That's one they did as well, but there was a different one as well. That's the one with the sticks that you are talking about.
Well, yeah, that's the most famous globe argument about how they proved that the Earth was a globe, right? That's what we're talking about.
Doesn't mean that's what he was talking about, though, bro. Let's see what he's talking about.
French, I'd rather not having you interrupt every time.
All right, my bad.
You're also not a mod.
So Ardian, what did you wanted to tell us about the Greeks?
Look, bro, I'm trying my best to find it. My keyboard's really loud, and I cannot do both at the same time. Guys can interact with each other. Give me like 1 or 2 minutes, and then I'll be done.
Okay. So about Aristophanes, let me just tell it for the audience, right? He hired a guy that stepped out the distance between Cyrene and Alexandria, right? So a guy on foot walked from Cyrene to Alexandria and measured it correctly, which is weird. Okay. Then he observed the sun at solar noon, casting no shadow in a well. And then somebody at the other at Cyrene had a stick, and then he observed that there wasn't a shadow with a certain angle to it. Then he postulated that he could calculate the circumference of the Earth with this observation. Are you familiar with that, Ardian?
Absolutely, am I familiar with that?
Hmm?
Yeah.
I don't want to spoil Crypto's.
You know, I'm looking forward to this. Rubbing my hand.
It's in a nutshell, right? So you got a few weird things, right? He hired a guy to step out the distance, which is how would you do that? Second point is there's no primary source of Aristophanes. Nobody ever mentioned him.
By the way, my bad. I was wrong. It was done an experiment in the 1700s, not the Greek ancient times. I got it twisted up. Regardless, my point I was just trying to make was that these people had some kinds of observations, and then based on those observations, they made a model, and then based on that model, they predicted other shit, which is
We're
thing
more
that
looking
you
for the
are
who and the how, not the backstory.
Yeah, what was that 1700s thing you just mentioned?
Yeah.
It was about the experiment to find out G. What is it called?
The Cavendish.
Cavendish, exactly.
Yeah. So in the first line, he states that he was measuring the density of Earth. assuming it was a ball in the first place, right?
But what about Mars, dude? What about Mars? Right? Why is it even the
Branch,
Greeks realized?
please, Branch.
Seriously, quick
No,
question, yeah?
no, we're talking to Ardian, right? We've talked to you the whole bloody day. So, Ardian, how is measuring the density of a presupposed globe proving that it is a globe? You talked about circular arguments, right?
No, you are putting now words into the experiment. Nobody does the experiment to find out density. I think that's just misleading.
Okay. Let me pull it up for you. 1 second.
Again, the experiment
That's the
is being done.
title.
That's the title, indeed.
That's the title of the experiment.
Again, even if
that was a good pull, Roger, to point out that was actually circular.
even if that was the case, even if he wanted to prove density or whatever with it, it turned out to prove gravity. Just because something has a title doesn't
because
mean
it wasn't an experiment. How did you? Why are we talking about gravity? I mean, again, how does
I said that I was wrong.
Okay, so how is presupposing a globe, right, and then trying to figure out the density of this presupposed globe, prove it is a globe?
Because even if, I will just go with it, I will not fact check it, even if that would be the case, it doesn't change anything. The guy was trying out to find out density, figured out that the Earth is rotating, figured out that the gravity pull of it.
He didn't. He didn't do that.
Therefore, there is only two options. Either the Earth is moving up through space, or there is gravity.
No, he didn't do that. He didn't measure rotation, right? He measured an effect by having two balls, right? So if you want to, we can go into the weeds with this, right? But we were actually trying to prove the globe, right, by measuring the surface of the Earth, and you told us it were the Greeks.
Again, I agreed on that. I was wrong.
Okay,
with
well
that
that's
experiment.
fine.
I do not know why you're like a dog that is biting on
not
it.
a dog.
Let go of it. No, let go of me, man. I admitted that I was wrong on that one.
So, okay, I'm not attacking you, right? Maybe it seems like this, but I'm not attacking you. The point is...
No, I don't feel attacked.
Okay, awesome. So I'm not attacking you for the second time. The point is, this Cavendish observation did not prove a globe, right? Did not prove gravity either way, right? So we are talking about...
No, with the first one I agree with you. It didn't directly prove the globe, but it proved gravity for sure.
It didn't, right? So tell me how.
Then tell me how. You are claiming it didn't.
I don't make the claim, right? I don't make the claim.
Well, we already have the proof for how it did. Do you want me to tell you? Okay,
Yeah,
do you want me to tell you the whole calculation and everything?
No, I want to tell you how it went through the scientific method.
Okay.
So what was his hypothesis?
His hypothesis, I don't know, man. I would have to check into it. I don't know everything in my head. You must be more, since you know that it's about density and everything, you must know better than me, I will assume.
I'm not making the claim, bro, so...
Okay.
I'm not trying to prove gravity here, right?
Okay, then I will do it and then you disprove it. Okay, give me a couple seconds. That's a cheap way out, by the way. Just letting you know.
No,
you know exactly what I'm about to say. So regardless.
Can you define this thing you call gravity, please?
No. He's on one point. No.
It's not a cheap way out, bro. It's about the burden of proof, right? So
sorry, is that Paul?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Is that Paul?
Yes, Paul. Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Paul? How you doing? Welcome.
Pretty good. He said that he proved gravity. I'd like for him to define it so we know that he's proven the right thing. Please define gravity for us.
Gravity is the fourth dimension that we know as an effect we call gravity, which is the bending of space-time.
Okay, so you're trying to prove the bending of space-time. Yeah, I would love to see your proof of the bending of space-time. What is space-time?
Space-time is the fourth dimension.
He was
we
just
are on.
describing Cavendish's balls as the proof
I mean,
of bending of space-time.
No, he wanted to have proof of like what is gravity, he said, and I defined him what gravity is.
But you were talking
Right, so
about the
now-
Cavendish, which was supposedly the proof of gravity, because you said it proved gravity, but now you're talking about space-time. But
Exactly.
two balls attracting would be
Am I jumping
Newtonian.
too fast? Should I go like through 10 years of explanation first? What people did?
Can you just, in a summary, how does two balls attracting one another prove space-time?
I was about to do that, but you guys ask me every single time something new. And look, I'm not only like my only subject on Earth isn't. I don't hyper focus on gravity experiments and all that shit. I had it in school, all that it was back then. It's in somewhere. I would have to refresh it.
This is why I said let him look for the hypothesis.
Exactly.
He has,
I would appreciate that.
He can't do more than one thing at a time. You can't chew gum and speak at the same time.
Well, hang on a second. It's important.
No, Paul.
The reason-
Paul. Can you
No,
please
he
wait
needs to
until
define it.
Paul,
No,
can you please wait? He's on another question, Paul. Can you please wait until he finished with the first question? That was it. Roger asked him, or was it?
Yeah,
Drake?
the hypothesis for Cavendish.
You can have Adam right after he looks for the hypothesis.
I mean, you guys don't have to wait for me. I feel like.
Oh, we will. Don't worry.
Okay. It makes me feel a bit uncomfortable, but sure, thank you.
Don't. You're all right, man. You're okay. We can speak among ourselves.
Well, look at it this way: you could feel a lot more uncomfortable. For instance, if you're in a room with Joe Biden.
I'd rather be with him than a sex offender.
Come on, man. But he is a sex offender.
Come on.
Sitting on Uncle Biden's lap.
Yeah, and he's allegedly, but Trump is literally was like denounced by
I don't think you're going to find many people who like any authorities in here, so don't worry too much about that.
Well, I just, since he's looking it up and we're talking amongst ourselves, I mean, I always have a method of my madness. Now, so far, you're talking about Cavendish, but he defined gravity as the fourth dimension. I have never heard that before. So it sounds like he's come up with some new kind of thing. And he talked about space-time. And the definition he gave of space-time is what I've never heard before. So there's a lot of things that are going on here that if you go at each one of these pieces, it'll start falling apart immediately. But if you guys want to go for a Cavendish hypothesis, go right ahead. That's my opinion.
Well, he's
We know we ain't. There isn't.
He's firmly planted in vagueness, and what I mean by that is, as normies, we have these catchphrases that we are emotionally tied to, and we're like, well, I guess I don't know the details, but I'm pretty sure that it's a thing, kind of thing, right? And this is what should be apparent to you because it's happened a number of times where you've conceded certain points, right? And so ultimately, when you find out, yes, we do know, because you said, well, obviously you know more about it than me since you already knew that they were talking about the density, right? Well, that's going to happen a lot in this conversation. And my question to you is, why are you so married to what you know if you're being met with opposition that's actually justified? Justified meaning, okay, great. So you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, very great point. Because these things that they claim all fit on one globe model. And everything else that we observe and happens fits on the globe model.
Okay.
If you find something that goes against what you think goes against, or we think goes against the globe model, right? That might be the case, But still, 99.99% of stuff fits into that model. Regardless, we will need to ditch it then if we don't have an explanation for it.
That's what you're here to have
Okay.
scrutinized, right?
Yeah,
Because
and so like the other thing is,
if that was, hold on, if that was 100%
you
true,
interrupted me, bro. But sure, I will hold on. You can speak.
thank you. And I'm sorry to have interrupted you, but the thing is, you're saying things that are so you already come here under the assumption that, well, the globe model works with everything that we observe. That's why everyone believes.
I said 99.9%.
Right. And we're saying that that's not true. So the only thing left to do is for you to ask questions like, okay, what do you mean by that? What do you mean it's not 99.9% accurate? What are you talking about? What information do you have? What
I already know most of it.
What you mean, like Cavendish?
No, I mean already most of the stuff that doesn't work on the globe model, that we have like observations of stuff which makes no sense, like exceptions and stuff that goes out of place regardless. My point is though, we still have the model, and that is why I was talking, that covers 99.9% of the other shit, which fits on it and makes sense on it. Wait, it might not, okay, wait. That is perfectly fine, your opinion. But
no, I don't want it to be opinion. I want us to.
I want stuff as well, but I'm not getting it. So regardless, I want now.
Hold on. Are you going to engage?
Oh my god! I will not continue talking. Fuck it.
Well, it's a simple question. Are you going to engage? You think that 99% of it is accurate. Are you going to give us like 10 examples that we can unpack, or are you going to just assert it? Because if that's the case, you may as well stop talking.
Are you gonna let me speak for more than 2 sentences in a row?
Did you hear what I said? We
Yes.
already know that you came here.
And you don't, okay.
Go ahead, speak.
Wow, thanks. Holy shit.
Finally. Well, you asked.
For?
You asked, so I said, go ahead, speak. Go ahead.
So, my point is that the other stuff fits on the globe model and makes sense on it, like 99%. And
you already told us.
I'm not being, yeah. Can you guys let me go to the second fucking sentence? Okay. Thanks. So now the point is that regardless if the 99% is true or not, I'm just throwing the number around. The thing is though that I see the problem with is the other model doesn't fucking make two things at the same time on it. And that is my problem.
Ardian, listen this. Yeah. 2% fits to globe.
Only, okay, if that's what you think, that's fine. But
no, I don't think that I know that. No, I don't think that I know that.
Okay, then you know it. But the thing is that if you...
Provide one example. Okay, mountain.
Mountains?
How we measure mountains?
How we measure mountains? I don't fucking know, man. I would assume with atomic clocks.
Yeah, how we measure mountains, man?
With atomic clocks, I would assume.
No, you said that it fits everything 99%. Now I'm telling that it fits only 2%.
I threw a number around, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but I'm telling you, it's not 99.9, it's 2% or maybe 1%.
I literally said that I'm just making the number up.
I also made the number up. Sorry, Elijah.
I, through gritted teeth, was waiting for him to finish so that I could respond.
Okay, thanks, bro. So now the thing that I'm trying to say is that, yeah, that model is in some cases like not working, or we find exceptions or stuff that's going out of place. Okay, I give you that. The problem is though the other model, the flat earth model, makes even less sense. So I'm like confused. Yeah, the globe earth model makes in some cases no sense. It's not the way it should be. But the flat Earth model, like, we cannot even explain seasons with it without contradicting time zones.
That's not true.
Okay,
That
so
is
You know, I've
true.
never seen
so
the
it,
flat Earth model. Can we have the model?
I was waiting so hard.
Thanks. You can go ahead, bro. You can go ahead. Thank you for that.
So point number one is I'd like to know these 99.9. I'd like to get some examples so that we could actually get to the crux of it. And number two, to your second point, the reason that you're confused is because Flat Earth has been strawmanned with a model. There actually is no model. So if you can accept that there is no model and then you have qualms with that, that's fair enough. But you can't then say, well, here's things that don't work on a flat Earth because there's no model to stand it up next to and say, well, this doesn't work on this. There's no such thing.
Okay. So
Do you think
we-
do you think the flat Earth model is a pancake in space?
I think that the flat Earth model is vaguely saying flat. Yeah, because that's
Why
why
does
it's
it
in
matter?
the
Well,
name.
but why does it matter? There is no model.
I
So
mean,
for
if you
instance,
say,
like, why seasons work? I don't know.
Again, if we say that the flat, like the Earth is flat, right? We need somehow to have like a stance on. We cannot just say, oh, we are flat Earthers, but at the same time we have no complete understanding.
There's a reason that we say it's flat. I don't want to hear your criticism of flat Earth because
I'm not
criticism. Listen to what I'm saying, right? Because I listened to what you were saying.
Yeah.
Criticism of flat Earth as a whole is different from having a conversation about the actual.
The actual. I think you lagged out.
Yeah.
You broke up there, Elijah. Just repeat.
I think he's not back yet. He most likely is gonna dip completely and then come back.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think if what you guys are saying, then you are not flat earthers, you are just anti-sphere. That's it.
Sorry?
What?
No, we measure the earth to be a level thing because we are unable.
Now
to
you are
measure
contradicting what he
we
said.
you're interrupting. Hang on, let me finish. We are unable to measure the curvature of this supposed spherical oblate spheroid ball of 24,901 miles. Whenever we've checked, we find everywhere to be level, especially the 71% of the Earth's ocean. Water always lies level. So wherever we measure there, we measure no curvature. And as you know, and you've known as a little boy, water always lies level on the surface. Level. It never curves onto the exterior of a curvature ball or anything with curvature. It just rolls off. That is the characteristic and the properties of water. Seeks to find its level, rolls naturally as it's made from its molecules. So you have to explain. You have to explain how this Earth can be a spinning ball. You haven't done.
Why would I?
Zero evidence. That's the problem.
Because that's your belief.
Again, you guys are saying that's my belief. Never said it.
Look. I set it up the way that I set it up.
Yeah,
Which
he's
is,
contradicting
number one-
what you said.
Number one, we don't have a model. Number two,
See, talk for yourself.
Number two, you said that the globe is 99.9% accurate, coinciding with reality.
And literally in the next sentence, I said that that's just a number. Don't get too worked on it.
Okay, but surely you must have some examples.
Yeah, like sun rising, like lunar eclipse, like Sonnenfinsternis,
we can take them
Erdenfinsternis.
one at a time, right? Because you obviously have a belief, but just like Cavendish, we have to crack these walnuts open.
I
So
don't
do you
have a
wanna
belief.
So
I
do you
disagree
want to
with that.
start? So do you? Fine, you disagree. We'll see though. So do you want to start with sunrises and sunsets? Do you want to start with eclipses? Which one? Because we can do it all. We've got all day, but we have to
Sure.
do it in detail, one at a time.
Yeah, and that's my problem at the same time, because that's exactly what I wanted to say. You can only make working models, working reasons for what is going a certain way by going one at a time. Because if we have day and night cycle, and if we put seasons in this day and night circle with the sun, everything starts collapsing. It doesn't work on a non-spherical Earth. That's my problem. Because I'm observing.
That's not
You
really
have
a
no evidence.
problem. That's not really a problem because I don't know what you're basing that off of. Maybe the
I'm saying
equator,
that
maybe the equator, maybe some number that you have to input to calculate. On this kind of surface, this wouldn't work. I don't know where exactly the problem is.
I can point you out where the problem is.
But what I do know is that in order for day and night cycles to work on a globe, the radius has to be 3,959 miles. I do know that, and I do know that the radius cannot be that because it's been falsified. That's what I do know.
Yeah, again, I'm saying that you will be able to find certain things that make no sense, maybe, and I agree with that, as I said. But my problem is, on the flat Earth, there's more things that make no sense. That's my problem.
No, I'm sorry, I can't accept that.
Yeah, nobody accepts it. But when you say that, I don't know what information that's based off of. Seeing is that I don't have a model, right?
Okay.
So that would mean that you would have to produce this thing with numbers and all that would explain to me how day and night cycles don't work on this ultimately straw man that you would have to present.
Again, I'm not saying that day and night circles won't work. That's not my point. You will be able to make some sort of like system of a model where a day and night will work. My problem comes with the next thing, because once a model needs to explain the other ones as well, and that is always the problem. As I said, you can individually check everything and make an model on how it's working. But the problem is
we don't have a model.
Okay,
We don't have a
I
model.
literally let you speak non-stop. Holy shit, man!
Yeah,
Can you
but
guys
you're not going. You're going
strawmanning
around in circles, sir.
I'm not
Sir,
strawmanning
you are going
anything.
around in circles.
Yes, you are.
That is your
talking in
opinion, man.
circles.
I don't want to turn you down, Jin. I don't want to turn you down, Jin. Please stop.
If you turn
You're
me down,
about to
if you
get
turn
muted,
me down,
Adrian.
I'll
If you
just
don't
turn
shut.
myself back up. You are talking.
Why am I
in
about to
circles.
get muted? I was
You
speaking.
are.
What?
You
I
are
listened.
being. Listen up. You are being asked to vote. You're 99.9% correct. Whatever you have, please bring that forward, and then we can take it step by step. Each point you make. Let's go with that, please. I want some forward direction here. So
Okay,
you want to talk about
again.
the eclipse, the
Yeah.
sunrise?
So again,
whatever.
on the globe Earth, right? We have multiple systems, observations that fit with it. We do have certain observations that do not fit with it. But at least a majority, like for example, that we can see in some spots further than we should be because of curvature and because of other things that you guys claim, which make sense, not gonna lie. But my problem is that the flat Earth, when it's not a sphere, whatever body it is, other than a sphere, cannot explain sunsets and sunrising, cannot explain seasons, and cannot
Yes, we
explain
can.
daytime.
We can explain
Wait,
these.
let me finish, please.
Okay.
Cannot explain them all at once. They can explain them all singularly, like going individually at it, but not all of them at once. And that is what the globe can. And that's my problem with being
No,
a
the
flat
globe
Earth.
cannot do that.
The globe
Get up.
can't do that either.
Please let crypto.
Get a mic too.
Yeah. Actually, it's something I often berate globers for is the compartmentalization of their explanations. So it is ironic that you come here telling us that the globe explains everything in one model when it doesn't.
I, again, am literally saying it doesn't. You guys just want to put words into my mouth, I swear.
You just said that the globe explains all of the phenomena.
That I listed, yes.
Okay.
Not all that exists.
Okay, so would you like to address what I said?
You said that the globe Earth does not explain everything, which I agree with.
What else did I say?
Good point.
Yeah, okay. So I was talking about the compartmentalization of explanations of phenomena. And I was about to give you an example, but you wanted to start talking.
These are very big words, I'll be honest. I don't understand what you just said. You need to speak more simpler.
Can I get a mic check, guys?
Yeah, mic check. So
Yeah,
compartmentalization. Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and answer his question, and then you can go ahead and speak. Yeah. So compartmentalization is when you put things into separate departments and you separate them.
Compartments.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So yeah. So you got a compartment here, a compartment. So that's. So I'll give you an example, right? So, how does light travel from a circular source? Sorry, from a spherical source.
How does light travel from a circular source?
A spherical source. I misspoke. So if there's a ball of light, do those light rays travel from that source parallel, divergent, or convergent?
Continental, like 90 degree of the surface.
So perpendicular, right? So if it's a sphere, then those light rays will diverge, correct?
Well, actually, I take it back. It goes into every single way from the surface.
Yeah, diverge. Diverge is the word.
Yeah. So it diverges, right? So every single light ray is perpendicular from the surface, correct?
I'm gonna just say yes because I don't know these words, but.
Fair, so yeah, perpendicular just means 90 degrees to the surface. Yeah.
No, I disagree with that. I'm saying
that's
that.
Subjective.
No, it's not.
That is the definition of perpendicular.
That's also what you said.
And I backtracked on it. I literally backtracked 1 second ago. I said, no, I take it back. It goes into every single way of the surface.
Which is, again, perpendicular, and it's divergent. You're going to the natural way, divergent of the ball.
I haven't even got to the point I'm actually trying to make, which is quite frustrating. Okay, so the point is that the globe will have different explanations based on diverging, converging, or parallel rays based on the phenomena you're looking at, right? So when you actually see light in the sky, let's say you see the sun and you see clouds, you see diverging rays. The rays appear to splay out from the light source, right? But when we talk about Eratosthenes, the light source has to be giving out parallel rays in order to be able to measure the degrees of the shadows in order to establish the radius. And then when we talk about eclipses and the path of totality only being 70 miles wide, suddenly now the light rays have to be converging in order to explain why the path of totality is so small in relation to the moon. So this is what I'm talking about. The globe model has to have different contradictory explanations for the different phenomena. And that's why it doesn't work.
Or, well, the sun is very far away, and that's why the rays of it are parallel.
And converging and diverging when convenient.
Well, we will have to see into that, but okay. I don't know exactly which.
Rays can't be doing all three at once.
You are claiming that they're doing all three. I would want to see.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that the globe needs them to.
In which cases?
The three I just told you.
Yeah, in the live stream. It's in the live stream. Look in the live
Were
stream,
you
Arjen.
listening?
Measuring the circumference of calculating the circumference of the Earth, parallel. Explaining how solar eclipses work, converging.
Aristotle.
I don't know what the third would be. But
what you actually see. What you actually see, and all light
this is your proof.
Traveling from every source ever diverges.
Yeah.
Right.
So you think that the sun only shoots parallel beams?
No, we do not think that.
You're not listening.
I'm
Right,
looking at the graph.
This isn't
It
about
says-
what I think. This would be true if I didn't exist. Okay, understand that. This would be true if I didn't exist. So any reference to me is stupid. I'm telling you the contradictions within the globe model. It requires diverging, converging, and parallel rays when convenient.
In which case, I'm seeing one right now where they are
I
diverging
just
and
told you them, and Elijah repeated them to you.
And the reason Crypto's bringing this up is because you said that we're trying to make ad hoc explanations, or the only way that the flat earth could work is if you never look at something consistently, and you said that the ball or the globe model was always consistent, to which Crypto then said he'll give you an example. He'll give you an example of one whereby it is not consistent. And now we've posted pictures to show you, just in reference to that one thing where you said what we normally say about the guys who can't understand this. There's ad hoc explanations for one thing, and then when we prove that that's wrong, you jump to the other side and use another ad hoc explanation for something else.
Can I say something regarding this sphere light scene? Because it's very interesting what you said. So for example, when I look at a light bulb, I clearly know that some part of it is spherical, and I'm standing in a part of my room. I look at it and I see the surface of the light bulb. That means that the rays from every point that I see go straight to my eye, because otherwise I wouldn't be able to see it. And when I change the location, my location, I still am able to see the same light bulb. That means that all the rays from the same points are now going to another point. So I think that what he meant when he said in all the direction, it's not perpendicular to the surface. It means from every point you can go it, like you can find some rays that go perpendicular and in other direction as well. So probably
That's
what he meant.
diverging rays.
That's diverging.
That's
Yeah, that's diverging
that's
rays.
because right. That's
Go ahead.
basically what divergent rays is, because from the
Yeah.
source, the light is going to emanate omnidirectionally from the source of the spherical
Like
object.
spokes in a bicycle wheel. They will go from the center outward in all directions. And like the guy just said now, it matters not if I walk around the sun, there will be a ray hitting me, enough for me to see the object. But it doesn't mean every ray is hitting me parallel. They're all going out
Absolutely.
radially like a
Can I
bicycle
ask
wheel.
something? What you guys showed me now, like this sun model with like the parallel lines and the I don't know in English what it's called, but basically like the other one, the not parallel. Where exactly are the observations on Earth where like people say that the other one is like you showed me now where like non-parallel rays are, and I agree with that. But can you show me an observation where we need parallel, completely lined parallel when it's like not?
Yeah, in real life, we only ever observe diverging rays.
Yeah.
So the other two are ad hoc fantasy to explain a model.
Can I ask you something?
Is anybody using parallel lines to explain a model?
Eratosthenes.
Estão a ouvir?
And you also claimed that the sun was so far away that we now experience only parallel rays. Do you remember?
We don't experience only parallel
Seasons
rays.
require parallel sun rays. Seasons require parallel sun rays. Okay?
On the globe.
So the whole model is dependent on these parallel sun rays. Yet we don't observe it.
No, seasons do. No, that's a lie. That's straight up a lie.
It is not a lie.
It's the base
Yeah.
assumption. It's
It's
the
the
assumption that the
Seasons?
rays are parallel and then the Earth
How do
tilts
seasons work?
differently.
Can you explain that to me then? The guy,
Yeah, in the
why?
globe model,
Yeah.
in the globe model, the sun is 93 million miles away, and when the sun rays hit the Earth, they are practically parallel. And because of the tilt, the 66.6 degrees tilt of the Earth, right? You get different angles of these parallel sun rays hitting the surface of the Earth. This is what the globe model says, right? So the assumption is that the Earth is a globe tilted
You
on
are
its
adding
axis.
the parallel, by the way. It's not like they don't need to be parallel. The thing is that when the Earth is tilted, where the side is where the like colder area is on each season, the place is gonna be more
Because of the angle of
space.
the parallel sun rays hitting the curved surface, right?
They don't need to be parallel.
But they
Why are
are
you
in your
adding
model.
parallel?
They
The
are in your
season is
model.
still no. The seasons still get explained even if they are not parallel. What? They don't need to be parallel.
They are in your model, right?
They do not need to be parallel to explain seasons, though.
This is like another example of the
would be
density.
different. Then the angle would be different.
How would it be different?
Because then the sun rays would be divergent or convergent, whatever you want to assume, right? Then the angle would be different, hitting a curved surface, right? Okay. So they need. So for your model to work, they need to be parallel, and the Earth needs to be tilted on its axis, and it needs to turn.
No,
right?
that you are misunderstanding it completely.
Ardian?
The thing is that I want to answer to him. The thing is that the surface of the angled place, right? There is one place that is not angled, that is facing towards the sun, and that area is going to get a much lower degree of angles of sun rays that is going to hit it.
Yes,
and they're going
because
to
of
reflect. They're going to
because of-
deflect in a much lower angle degree. The ones
Because
that
of
is
the-
on the tilted side. Wait, I let you speak as well. The ones on the tilted side are going to have a much higher deflection rate, even if the rays are not parallel. There you go. That's how seasons is explained.
because if the sun rays were actually divergent, right, then they will hit different angles on the curved
That's not
surface
true.
instead of
That's
when
not how
it
it
is
works.
parallel. They need to be
Can I
parallel to
just-
work. Yes, sure, sir.
Rays,
Go ahead.
if they sure, yeah, the guy who wants to speak, I cut you last time off.
Sorry, thanks. It's a similar thing like just now when we were talking about the Cavendish experiment, or quote unquote, and then we raised the point that there was density in the title of this experiment. It's exactly the same point. How do you measure an angle? Do you need one straight line and then you measure the deviation from that straight line? Is that how you measure an angle?
Einfallswinkel is gleich Ausfallswinkel. I don't fucking know how to tell you in English.
So
You
don't need to swear
effectively,
because you can't say
if,
it. Mind
if
your language.
Going in angle is going out angle.
so the inside angle would be similar to the exterior angle if you're talking about a triangle and you've got a base tangent. Yes, correct. But the point I'm trying to say is that you need that base tangent, and exactly like Roger was trying to say, is that baseline in your model, in how they assume the angles, those lines have to be parallel to measure the deviation from, to determine what those angles are now hitting the sun, hitting the earth at. So you can't have one angle getting smaller and then the next angle being different to the next one, and then the next one being different to the first two, and then the fourth angle being different, and then still claim that the angle of the light is causing the season. The angle can only change if the baseline is constant. Then the angle can change off of the baseline.
I don't know
Do you
what
get that?
baseline exactly means, but the thing is,
A straight line.
A straight line. Thank you.
Yes.
So
A straight line.
So to measure an
When
angle, you need a straight line at the bottom. You need a straight line at the bottom. Then you use your protractor and you measure how many degrees away from that straight line.
Yeah. So again,
you agree with that, right? So we're talking about the
that,
straight line.
that is literally Einfallswinkel is gleich Ausfallswinkel, right? Like the angle that it takes in the straight line, that's the angle it's going to take out, correct?
Okay, but
That's what you
we're
are
talking about
explaining.
the straight line. You can only measure an angle off of a straight line.
Yeah, I agree with that. Straight line.
Okay, and those straight lines are called parallel lines when there's
No, that's not true.
multiple of them.
No.
There's not only one sun ray hitting the Earth, correct? There's multiple sun rays all hitting the Earth together.
Yes.
So
yes,
if
at
those
different
straight
angles.
lines were all at the same time, no, because
All
you
at
said the
different
season.
angles.
You said the season when there's less temperature is because all the angles were a sharper angle or a more acute angle.
Yeah.
Now, that angle that the sun is hitting at has to be consistent across the entire amount of rays hitting.
No.
Which means all those rays have to be the same line to have the same angle, striking that continent.
Okay, I'll let
and
you finish.
giving
Tell me
that
when you're done.
country, giving the entire piece of land the same temperature is what you call the seasonality change. It's not per light ray you get a different temperature, which is what you're trying to argue, that every light ray can come in different angle, but yet the whole country can experience the same moderate temperature.
I will respond once you are done. Are you done?
Ryan.
Who has the dog
Ryan
in the
is hot
background?
marking. Ryan is hot marking.
Stop.
Ryan.
Oh, I can mute him.
Yeah, I was about to do it.
Ryan.
So
Okay, I would want to. Could I respond to that, please, after whole monologue?
Yeah, go ahead. I've just muted Ryan. Don't worry. Go ahead, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the sun does not only shoot parallel sunbeams out. The sun shoots parallel sunbeams out and also non-parallel. The thing is, when you have the Earth tilted, it doesn't matter if they are parallel or not, because the angle is going to be changed regardless. If you have a light source and you take a mirror and you're going to change the angle of the mirror, you're going to see that the light is, even though not all of them are parallel, they are still going to shoot into an angle into it, and it's going to reflect it into an angle. And the more tilted it is, the more the angle is going to be. So the reason why the angle
of a single light or all of the lights?
All of the lights are going to be more narrow at the spots where it's angled, not narrow, are more wide at the spots where it's angled, and all the lights are going to be more narrow at the spots where it's flat. The surface. I have parallel the surface is my bad. So again, I do not see why the sunbeams have to be parallel for seasons to work. That's just not true.
Artie, could I say one thing to you? Could I say one thing to you, Artie, and I'll be real quick. So
go ahead.
Speaking of measurements, speaking of models, speaking of all these things, taking it back to Elijah's first point, one of his first points. If we falsified the radius, which is a measurement, the claim, what do you do with that? How are you getting away from that? How are you just...
Sorry, I was 1 second AFK. Can you repeat that?
All right, speaking of models, because I've heard model like I don't know how many times in measurements, right? I've heard model and measurements many times. Going back to one of Elijah's original points, if the radius has been falsified, what do you do with that? How are we speaking about how are we speaking about anything else other than that right now?
You are again derailing, because I already admitted, and the second you have something that goes against the model, we need to throw the model away. But my problem is...
He just doesn't understand the brevity of the statement, that's all.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying we need to throw if something is not holding up to what it's supposed to be, you need to throw it away.
Exactly. Yeah, but you ever made a model?
You don't get it yet.
Okay.
Model. Again, and that's why I'm saying the thing is that the other models make even less sense. That's what I said from the beginning.
We don't have a model. We don't have a model. If we haven't seen the entire measurement, if we have not seen the entire measurement, I'm just trying to get in for the past 25 minutes.
Yeah, you are getting older.
The thing is, if we haven't claimed a model, and you're saying we have a model. So you're assuming something to begin. You're just presuming that, because we haven't claimed that. We haven't seen all the dimensions of this We can't claim
You're,
that, right?
you're
You understand
okay.
that. So don't say
I
that
do
one more
understand
time.
that.
Like, please don't say that again. Don't say our model. We do not have a model. You have a model.
There's
You have
definitely
an idea
okay.
of a model, right? And you saying
North,
that all these things work on this model, 99.9%. It's just a number
North.
you're throwing out, right? So if it's a number you're throwing out and you're not even going to give me 1% of an example, right? You're not going to give me even part of an example. Start from something that's true. Don't start from something you're just throwing out, right? I mean, if you really want to get to the point, get to the point.
Yeah.
You're walking around in circles,
You,
man.
I'm sorry, but
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not walking in circles around at all. You guys asking me non-stop
Yeah.
questions, and I was talking right now about fucking seasons.
Well,
Now we are again at me defending models. But okay, I will do it anyways. My
red
point
herring,
is,
but the point is
my
a red herring.
okay. The point is, he
The
asked me
point.
something.
No,
Can I
stop,
respond?
stop. Slow down.
Stop responding,
We're,
sure, man.
yes, just stop.
Stop
Your point is
responding,
a
Mr.
red
Terry.
herring. No one said that the light from a sphere has to be parallel. That's what you're, for whatever reason, rebutting. No one said that. We're saying that the light that hits the earth in the model, they say that the light rays that reach the earth are, in effect, parallel.
Hi. Ja, goed zo.
Not the light from not the sunlight in totality. The part that hits the earth is hitting the earth parallel. That is what the model states. Your point is a red herring.
So now, can you provide some more evidence, please, of this 99.9% correct model that you call it,
Well,
please?
I just want to know he understands that his point is a red herring because he's actually not addressing the issue at all.
Yeah,
And
he
we talked
knows.
about it this long, so what's the point?
Yes, but light traveling through a vacuum keeps its divergency angle because there is no prism effect or lensing to affect the light.
Beide an die, was er open.
And all this without establishing the curvature of the earth, mind you. We've gone all down this red herring route, covered in red herrings, and we haven't really established the earth actually being curved yet. Hasn't established this basic premise. Hasn't been
That's what I'm
established
trying to
at
get
all.
on right there. The curve.
Yeah, because that's where we
They
need
make
to
a
be.
real riding horse out of a mosquito. Yeah.
Fucking right, that is well said. I was going to say they flog a dead horse, but I think that was even better.
I'm just trying to figure out how they think shadows can prove the shape of the earth. Like, okay, you got shadows, one's bigger than you. Well, like, it's amazing. That's the only reason why they think sun rays come in parallel or convergent.
Yeah.
It's the shadow.
After what Crypto said, anyone with a shred of integrity would say you're absolutely right. He explained the three bloody anomalies with that model. Yeah, the convergence, invergence, and the what's the other one? Parallel lines. Okay, to explain. Right. I mean, after that, you just got to say yes. That's correct. That's not right, because it has to be this for this situation. The rays have to be doing this for this situation, and the rays have to be doing that. And we only observe one diversional rays. That's all we ever observe, ever. Right. So
I'll be honest with you guys. Sometimes you make really good points, but sometimes you sound ridiculous.
Well, I hope you don't think it's me that's sounding ridiculous, because I can shove that ridiculous right down your throat very quickly.
Okay, Ardian, what was ridiculous?
Yeah.
What was ridiculous?
Yeah.
To say that
Open your mouth,
the quote-unquote globe earther are making a mosquito into an elephant when the flat earth are literally doing the same thing, I think it's quite hilarious.
Well, don't respond. I mean, there's no reason. There's no reason to respond emotionally to this. No reason at all.
I'm not what?
I'm
No.
not talking. I'm not
I wasn't
talking
about
to
saying
you.
anything.
I'm talking to the flat earthers who will fucking.
Yeah, Elijah, I
upset
understand. Yeah.
that
Got
she
you,
said
Elijah.
that. The actual point is, now that you're speaking again, would you like to respond to what I last said to you?
No, because you said you don't want me to respond, and I'm fine with that.
Now
Now he's asking you to respond.
Now I'm asking you to respond.
Well, and now it's too late.
Unable to defend the impossible. I see.
So here's
all
the thing.
coming out now.
Here's the thing. We've asked.
I want to speak when I want to speak, not when other people tell me to speak. That's it.
We've asked you for an example of somewhere within this 99.9%. We asked for an example. For whatever reason, we started talking about, because you said, for all intents and purposes, the model works on the globe. It works for the most part.
Yeah, it is.
And then we said, no, it doesn't. So
and
then we
that
said,
is just a
can
claim.
we get into the deep? Right, it's just a claim for now. So we're trying to get into the details of it all. And you're dancing better than Michael Jackson.
I swear, if you sit here and tell me that I went from the race, explaining them and going deeper into seasons of the earth, and then I jump to the models back, you are straight up lying.
Adrian,
I wanted to stick
why you
on
shouting
the
now?
topic.
Why you
Because
shouting?
you literally were the guy who came. No, it wasn't you. A guy came in and told me, why did you say this about models? What I was talking about 20 minutes ago. So you guys are coming in here, throwing questions at me on all kinds of different questions. And then you tell me that I'm dancing around when I want to stick on one topic. I wanted to stick on it. Regardless, when I wanted to respond to it, you told me not to respond. And here you are now saying, why don't you respond? You guys are fucking hypocritical.
Have you finished? Have you finished?
No,
yes, I'm done.
But Jen, we can't meet him with that kind of aggression.
Yeah, no, I'm just
the
teasing him,
little
that's all,
bit,
you know
the
what I
little bit that I've met him with, he's shut down. So when a globe earther spirals, what is another way that we can respond to it? Like, instead of making them shut down, how do we open up this oyster?
Yeah, one stick kick in the nuts, but that's not allowed. Okay.
That's the 24.
I just want to talk about what you want to talk about.
I just want to ask him a question, if I may.
It's the $1 million question. How do you get someone to deal with their cognitive dissonance in a comfortable way?
Yeah, Don, if you weren't here, the thing is, like, we're trying to get him to want to have a conversation. We're not even there yet. He has an assertion and a belief, a religious belief, that the earth is a sphere and everything within that model coincides with reality. All I did was ask him.
You are putting words into my mouth, literally.
He can't even stand by that.
I am not saying that I am a globe earther. From the beginning, I said that I'm not.
Did I say that you were?
Yeah, you said it's my belief.
When did I say that you were?
You said it's my belief that the earth is round when it's not.
I said that you have a belief that the model coincides with reality, which is what you said.
No,
yes
there's
no?
there's a more specification.
99.99%, you said.
Exactly, to most of it, not completely.
So why are we parsing words like this?
For 1%.
Because it's important.
Why are we parsing words for the 0.1%? That is
because
not
it's important. Because if it would be 100%, then it would mean that I completely believe in it, and there's it.
Powerful.
But the 1% is literally implying that I do not go fully with it.
The force.
Elijah.
The magic force.
What's the 1%?
Elijah.
Yeah, I want to know what's the 1% you don't believe.
No, but
exactly.
you guys don't understand that he's fixing.
Look.
Look. listen to what I'm telling you because I'm trying to address you guys now. Not an argument. Okay. What you guys are failing to realize is that he's mixing two things together. So
Oh
when
yeah,
he says
they do that often.
99.9%, he's talking about his faith because it can't be 100% because in his mind, then he would be making a definitive statement.
One
That's not the
last
same.
thread.
That's not the same as saying that the model is 99.9% accurate. Those are not the same things.
Yeah, I hear
He
you,
has
Elijah.
99% faith in his model, not that the model is 99.9% accurate.
Well,
Seeming more
99.9%
ridiculous
is
as
the
we go
best you
along.
can get.
Guys, he's hanging on by one thread, is what he's kind of
Yes.
indicating.
Yeah. Very
He's a
I think
flat
it's
earther.
cool. I think it's cool he said that.
Okay.
But it's not.
He's
It's really that he's just super sure. Not 100% sure, but super sure.
Yeah.
99.9% sure that the model is
It's a globe.
I'm not. I don't even know what to say to not get you to stop this conversation because the train is trying to pull into the station, but you're not letting it. And I don't know how to. What do you want to talk about? That's true. That's 100% definitive. Do you
Laser
think that
instrument?
like what can we do?
My problem is that the way like in my opinion, you guys are not flat earthers. In my opinion, you all are anti-globers. That's it. So the problem is
Okay.
the problem is
Great.
that
That's an astute observation. I'm glad that you've come to the realization that I told you
Yeah.
an hour ago that we were straw man with a model labeled flat
you are
earth.
strawmanning yourself by that, man.
I'm so glad that you finally understand where I'm coming from.
Yeah, but you are strawmanning yourself when you put flat into the name, you know?
Don't worry about it.
My name isn't Flat Earth. My name is Elijah.
Yeah, but your mods are flat earther, your roads.
So what?
So that's yours again, you're strawmanning yourself.
You're
Okay,
wasting
so what?
time. Don't worry about it.
I play video games, and the
Oh, good.
character is not. What difference does it make?
I ride the
Again,
bike.
when I want to say that I'm against Israel, I don't say I'm against Jews because then I'm misrepresenting myself. When you say that you are against the globe Earth, then why would you say you are a flat earther?
Mute the guy.
Hold on. Why does this matter? At the end of the day, I'm
It
not.
doesn't. It doesn't. I agree, but that is what confused me.
Listen, I'm not against the globe because in order for me to be against something, it has to exist, right?
The theory of it. Are you happy now?
I'm not against the theory. I'm not against the idea. I have entertained the idea. I'm trying to get you to entertain the idea, but you will not.
Again, I would if I would have another model. That's my problem.
No. Why not
Yes.
just entertain the model that you have?
Entertaining means going with it, right?
No, entertaining means having a conversation about its parts.
I was literally doing that until you guys pulled me back to about something else when we were talking about sun rays. I don't get it. You guys love to say that I'm jumping around, but you are doing it. You are purposely doing it to me.
Listen. Here's the thing that I'm doing to you directly. And
Not you. You were chill, to be honest.
No, I'm telling you what I'm doing to you directly. Right? Don't get me twisted with anyone else. I'm telling you that the radius of the Earth, 3,959 miles, has been falsified. That being said, I also understand that the heliocentric model that everyone religiously believes in, it's all tied into
the radius.
That one number.
Yeah.
All of it. You want to ask
It's
me
fake.
how? That's a conversation we could have. But the bottom line is, without the radius, none of these mathematical assumptions can occur.
None.
None of them. The distance to the sun, how big the sun is, how big the earth, the moon is, how big the
Yep.
earth is. Orbits
How far
around
Mars
the
is.
sun.
Elijah, can I ask him
Orbits
a
around.
question?
I mean, I was in the middle of going on a tirade.
My bad, bud.
I see what you mean. Could you just send me a blog about it or something so I can read into it? You don't need to tell me every little thing.
Okay, well, like I said,
He's trying to have
day and night, because the things that you brought up, day and night cycles, right?
Mm-hmm.
It requires the radius of the Earth.
No, I believe you. Can you just send me like a blog where it says all of that? I believe you that you are not talking out of your ass. I will just want to see it.
What?
So I can read into it myself.
And that's the whole point. I'm telling you this, right? But if you look up anything pertaining to the model, anything, that assumption is going to be there. Like, you can, I'll give you examples.
No, I get it. I get what you mean. I do understand you.
But I will give you examples, but also,
I don't need examples, honestly.
Well, you just asked me. You said, "Can you give me?"
No, I just want a block of where you are talking about this, where everything, all these examples are listed and everything in more detailed explained. Yeah, send it to me. I would want to read it with the radius and all that.
Well, it's a lot of information. In fact, it's on a Google Drive. Okay, cool. Yeah, you'll be busy for a week on this.
Sure.
Okay, I sent it to you. Hopefully you can open it.
I'm sorry, Don. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I wanted to talk about the temperatures in the tropics with him, if he can explain to me on his globe model. So for the summer in Australia, right, the average temperature there is 86.
I don't know why you guys want me always to defend the globe Earth. I'm not here to defend it. I don't get it. Why you guys are like doing this?
Well, you're asking how weather works and everything else on the flat Earth. I thought you would know on the globe.
No, I'm saying that it doesn't make sense on a flat Earth. But since you guys say that's not your model, why the fuck would I defend a model that I don't want to defend it in first place?
It doesn't make sense on a globe either. If you want to go that
I do not disagree with it. That might be the case.
Hey Don, you want an example? Here's one.
What's that?
From not Don, sorry, Ardian. Here's one from Washington University. Click that. Site.math.washington.edu, which deals with the horizon, and it gives you the assumption of R, which is the radius of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, this branch guy is texting me and saying that he would want to get unmuted. I don't know.
Who cares what he says? He shouldn't be asking you to get unmuted because you can't unmute him.
What did he do, man? I mean, I was in here the whole time.
I'm not worried about it. Concerned trolling. So how far is the horizon? After the first paragraph, it says, we start by making the simplified assumption that the Earth is a sphere with the radius R. And what is the radius? 3959. Starts with that assumption.
Mm-hmm. The document that you sent to me, like, it doesn't work. Can I have a blog or something, or like a post?
Well, see, the thing is,
Here. Let me just post it. Let me just copy this.
Branch is saying because he.
Don't worry about what Branch say. Don't worry about.
I mean, it's kind of censoring.
Branch is supposed to be talking. We told Branch he couldn't fucking talk. So what the hell is he doing talking?
We got it under control.
Hold on. This is an echo chamber, guys. I'll be honest.
Ardian, shut the fuck up, Ardian. Here's the post that you wanted. I posted it at 53 minutes after the hour. That's from the second sentence of that page.
Again, first of all, don't tell me to shut the fuck up. Secondly, I think this is an echo chamber.
I could get fucking server meet you. And just, want that?
You can, but
There we
Please
go.
get rid of the damn concerned trollers.
Hey, Ardian, are you trying to tell me you don't know how to open up an MP4 document from Google Drive? Because that's a source of information right there for you.
Well,
I DM'd it to you.
look, here's something I want to say, right? Look, you're gonna have a group one day. If you're like me, you're gonna have a group of people asking you how the Earth is flat. You're gonna have 1, 2, or 3 individuals that are like him. Everyone else is just gonna be trying to figure out what's happening. Meaning they'll be observing the interactions between you and them. And there might even be people that already agree with you. But here's the thing. Since we do have an audience, there is a way that you can kind of communicate to the audience that you know what you're talking about. He's attempting to make it not look like we know what we're talking about.
Exactly.
By dragging
So
us down these roads of ambiguity. All of the shit that doesn't matter, that elicits like a response, like anger, that would make someone who's saying, oh, this is an echo chamber, to someone who's not really into this, they can say, well, it is an echo chamber, right? We don't have to respond to
I
them.
think we could just move on though. We could just move on because he's just being an asshole.
Actually, I'd
there
say
someone
that
else?
science
Yeah,
itself
yeah.
is an echo chamber.
Imrel, there's
Yeah,
Imrel.
I'm here.
Hey, how you doing, Imrel?
I'm fine,
What brings,
pretty fine.
what brings you to the server, my friend?
Well, it's very, how to say, entertaining to hear this conversation. So I have like a lot of follow-up questions during it, but like I don't want to interrupt when someone else was trying to present what he thought. For example, like now that person is muted, I want to say like it's more about the concept of a model. Like, is it seen as, once again, not trying to offend anyone, but is it seen to like as something good or bad or unimportant to have a model? Like,
So models are reification fallacies. Really. So you're trying to make something about reality, which if you haven't actually traversed the whole Earth, you can't really make a model. You're just basing it on information, flawed information.
So, because for example, maybe I understand differently the word model, because for me, for example, if I have my town, like an actual town, and I know that this house is built here and this one is there, so that would be a reality. But when I look at the map, so the map is a model of my house. It doesn't represent that some like buildings are higher than other ones. It doesn't represent maybe some small things. It's just a model. So it's not representing reality, but it might help me to understand how it works. Like,
but your analogy is flawed because a map is not a model of the land.
yeah, that's why I said that how I understand the word model.
Right. So it isn't a real representation of reality. So it can't be a model of reality.
What do you mean when you say model? Like, what is that? Like, besides the globers, something else, like some other example of a model.
In science, a model has to be tested, right? And this is the problem with the Glover's model. It hasn't been tested. You can't test the Glover's model. So it's pseudoscience.
Yes. So when you say that the globe model like is bad, it's not the model itself is bad. It's globe model because it can be tested. But you have nothing against the word model itself. Like if there is a model of an apple, for example, yes, we know it's not a real apple, but we can or for example, a model of a human being. We know that it's not an actual body, but it might help some medical student to see how some organs, even in reality, they're not exactly at the same position, but it might give the idea. But it can be tested because you can see it, you can touch it. Okay,
You
great.
could definitely test a human, and you can actually see their actual parts.
Great.
Exactly. That's the difference between.
Can I just add something? Just add something very quick about the whole model conversation. A model was generally a ratio of the larger object. So it would be a reduced version of something larger. We would call that a model, and it's in scale and it's in proportion. Now, on this realm that we're at, there's something called the Antarctic Treaty, which means we can't go beyond the 60th degree parallel line on the south side. So we can't measure our exterior. So we realized that at any point, if we start saying our model is this large, it's fictitious because no one's gone and measured from one end or one extremity to another extremity, physically measured it, not calculated it by looking at sticks and shadows or some inference, an actual measured result. Then we could make a model of what we live on.
Yeah,
if
Right,
we
and that's
had
what
those
Do science,
dimensions.
bro.
and that's why we say we don't have a model, because we have not measured the earth. We don't know the extents, the extents of the earth or anything like that. So that's what that's our point.
That's just
And then
perfect.
when we try to when we test the so-called globe earth model, we find out that it doesn't fit reality. There is no curvature. We've measured large distance where it takes a certain amount of curvature and it's not there. So that's why we say your model is flawed. I mean, well, I'm saying your model, but the model of the globe earth is flawed because it doesn't match reality, and they don't even have a complete model, because if they had a complete model, they would have things floating around it, and like they say, the earth, moon, sun go around it, and yada yada yada, orbits. There's no such model.
Okay, yeah, that's just very logical. Thank you. And another thing, is it fair to use like something from the models that we're not accepting? For example, a lot of time I've heard that like the 70% of the surface is water and water is flat, therefore like it's obvious that it's flat everywhere and stuff. So for example, for me, it would be fair to say like we have a big amount of surface which is water, and it's relatively flat. By relatively, I will explain what I mean. For example, when there are some tides or there is like something like this, but it's not very, how do you say? Well, it's not that important. In general, it's still flat. So even if we see the high mountains of some like canyons or stuff like that, we say relatively, we mean like it's not that important. Like it's not spherical. But for example, it's not 70% because we didn't measure it. When we say that the height of some mountains is like such number of kilometers, we didn't measure it, we just calculated it presumably. So like we can say that something is big, something is small, but we shouldn't operate with like real numbers if these numbers, they are numbers from the globe earth model, like they're not an actual numbers that we measured.
Okay, but who measures the curvature?
No, I'm not talking about the curvature. I'm talking about the mountains, the surface and stuff like this. I say like it's just, well, we should probably avoid using some actual like percentage of water surface of the mountain heights if it wasn't measured.
All mountains are measured from sea level.
Well, they were calculated, they weren't measured.
They were measured. There were geological studies and geodesic studies conducted all throughout the late 1800s and early 1900s. There's little markers placed all around the world, and they would take from sea level up to a point, and then they would place their next marker, and then they would take the next elevation from that point, and they marked off all the territories moving up into the interior. So the mountains and stuff would have been referenced from the original sea level, and level is no side being higher or lower than another. So if it's level and water is sea level and no side is higher or lower than another, and it's 71%, and everything is referenced with an altitude against sea level, then it is very precise. But then in our minds, we wrap that around the exterior of something curved.
When you say it was leveled, for example, if you take the highest mountain, probably I misspelled the name. It's Everest in my language. It's called Everest. Like so, the nearest sea to that mountain would be like more than I guess more than 600 kilometers. So I don't think that they actually like stood all this like. And it's not like a flat place. There are a lot of other mountains. So I think that, well, when I heard how they measure and it's not like that much people go on top of the Everest. It's not that easy. So I thought like what they did, it's they just measured the pressure on top of such mountains and they just calculated the approximate height. They didn't actually like when you said step by step, meter by meter from the sea level, like, well, it's almost impossible to do that. And also you would have like to follow all these 600 or something kilometers from the sea level to the top of the mountain.
Right, but
no mountain. Wait, sorry, no mountain is 600 kilometers high.
Which one?
Yeah.
No, Everest is about
8
kilometers,
almost 9.
or 8.
Almost
okay,
9.
but you
Yes.
you said taking up to an altitude of 600 kilometers. I don't think human beings have been that high.
He said
No, I said that it's the sea, the nearest sea, it's more than 5 or okay, I might be mistaken, but it's at least few hundred kilometers from the top of the mountain. So you have to start at the sea level and move all that path, few hundred kilometers, measuring like this altitude, and well, it's not the flat surface and one mountain. It's just like a lot of mountains behind it and above it and around it. So you will have to like, it's not the easy thing to do if you're measuring it meter by meter, like of height. And it's also like you will do, even if you do a slight mistake, when you do it 6 or 800,000 times, it's added up. So that's what I meant. It's not actually measured like you can measure the length of your body. It was calculated.
So your issue is that how do they know accurately what was the height before they started measuring, saying, okay, from this, whatever, say the floor of the mountain was probably, let's say, 300 feet from sea level. How are they accurately measuring?
Yeah, I think that it's just like a calculation, and if we think about a mountain, it's not something like it's always there. There is like few rocks on top that will be erased by a wind or something. So it's like a matter, maybe a few centimeters a year, but it would be like in 100 years, it wouldn't be the same mountains, but during all my life, it still has like the same height. So I think that it's just a number that is approximately close.
With the same
calculation.
With the same
Yeah, calculation. Thank you.
Okay, with the same level of scrutiny, how did they know the radius of the Earth? Because, and let me tell you why. Let me tell you why it's important. Because the entire heliocentric model is based on 3959 being 3959, not more or less, not maybe this, not maybe that, but definitively 3959, because they use this for space travel so that people can be safe up there on the ISS as it orbits the circumference of the Earth, right?
Well, that's my point. If it's a bullshit, like it can't be like that accurate. Like it's another thing, another assumption, another calculation, another model, as we started to talk.
Right.
So that's why I'm saying like it's not wise to use like without possibility to measure it, to check it, to verify it. It's not wise to use that model.
That's the point.
That's what I'm saying.
We can't, hang on. We cannot measure 1 degree of curvature. That's the problem. We can't measure 1 degree of the said 24,901 miles of curvature, 3,959 mile radius. We can't measure 1 degree of that.
Yes, but well, it has nothing to do with a mountain.
Well, but the mountain is on the surface of the Earth. The Earth is supposed to be a ball, an oblate spheroid. We cannot measure 1 degree of this oblate spheroid. So you talking about how they measured the mountain really was just a little bit of waste of a time, really.
Yeah, well, I mean,
as
he
Elijah was saying earlier, the most important part of this
I think he's
to begin with, round 1, number one point. Where is the curvature? That's
Right,
the point.
No, we
Jen-
already overpassed that
yeah,
point. Like we already agree that the Earth is flat as long as it's observable, and now we're
Right.
going
Okay,
further.
good.
So
Yeah,
we
yeah.
go into the mountains, and the next topic I wanted to like show up it's surface of the water. So that was another one.
Well, before we go to
Okay,
the
go on to the surface of the water. Go ahead.
Before going to the surface of the water, what I thought I heard you say from the beginning was, you hear flat earthers say that 70% of the Earth is flat. Is flat.
Is
because the
water. Is
is-
water. Yes.
And it's like, okay, number one, we don't really know what percentage of what is
Yes, that was exactly my
Um,
second point. Yes.
That
Thank
was
you.
his.
but given the story, well, what we do know and what we do experience is that matter in the liquid state, it has to be contained.
Yeah.
Has to be. That's how it's defined. And the outside of a sphere is not considered to be a container. Same goes for air. In order to have some type of reading of pressure, must first be contained. All right, must be a fixed volume of some kind, right? So that's the second strike on the whole story, with us having air pressure next to the vacuum of space. But moreover, over 1/3 of the land are flat plains or level plains with
And ocean
very,
floor.
I'm getting there, with very poor drainage, right? That's what happens when you have a level surface and you have nowhere for the water to drain off to. So then on top of that, 50% of the abyssal, the abyssal plains take up 50% of the earth, period. Underwater in general, they're just level plains. That's how it's described. And we already know the definition for plane, level. No point higher than another.
How many plates does it take to make a ball?
No lumps or curves.
An infinite.
Sorry, Lina.
Yeah, but yeah, Jenny's right. I mean, it's like, at what point do we? I mean, because all of this stuff is just what it is. I'm not making this shit up. It's just the Glober will come along and say, "Yeah, but you're thinking about it wrong." The things that we've used to define things, it's actually defined as something else once you start thinking about a globe. And like all of that is like, it's just, I mean, it's taxing and unnecessary.
Oh, okay. Can I say something to that? So, like the whole hours that I've been listening to this conversation, it was mostly like in few words. It was like the Earth is globe, not is not. It's flat, no is not. So that was like exactly the same topic. And what I think it should be done like this: like the Earth is flat, like it's observable flat. Period. Let's move on. And let's discuss something else about the flat Earth. So we don't have to go back every time to the fact that the Earth is flat once we establish that it is. But it would be interesting also to see all different things about the flat Earth.
You want
What do you believe, though? You believe it's flat or round? Where are you?
He's already.
Is he a glober or is he a flatter? What is it?
No, fraud. He's definitely established that he said this is the point. It's observably flat. We can't get around that. It's completely as far as you can observe other than mountains and hills and whatever. But yeah, it's observably flat. That's pretty much what he.
So obviously,
this is a roundabout way to ask how things work on
Yes,
a flat
correct.
Earth. Let's keep it above, right? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Could you rephrase that so I would understand that better, please? Because I'm frightened about the questions, yes or no. So,
well, okay. At the end of the day, it's like, okay, well, we determined that our experience is that it's flat.
Yeah.
Now, there's some questions. How do certain things work?
Yes.
Right. My answer to that, to probably all of those questions, is How the fuck would I know?
So what would be the
Meaning,
point?
meaning scientifically speaking, because when you see a phenomena, the only way to explain it scientifically is to recreate the situation so that you know what the cause of an effect is. And in this way, we can say, well, I know what's causing that. It's this, because every time I do this, that happens. That is what science, that's what natural science is, right? So when you, like, say, for example, how do eclipses work? Fuck if I know. I can't science the moon.
Yeah.
I
control it.
except that some
Let me give me a second. So far, he's been sticking to the earth, though. I mean, when he went to the mountains, he's pretty much said, "Hey, the mountains, this is what they tell us, but how did they really calculate the distance between here and sea level, right?" So far, he hasn't gone to the sky, and whatever's in the ground, we could probably, explain or maybe understand, or probably find out. I think he's more interested in understanding more instead of being confrontational and trying to figure out, like, oh yeah, you don't know how to explain this or whatever.
We're here to falsify
Okay.
the model that's
Okay,
being claimed, and to also share truths about what we observe on this plane, right? So when we talk about water, like you wanted to talk about water, when we talk about that, we can prove what we're saying. We don't have a model, but we can prove what we're saying disagrees with the claim that's being made. So when we look at water, if water is anything other than seeking its level, and at some distant miles, it's supposedly bending into convexly around the ball. If it's doing that, water weighs so much, and how can you walk around at all if it bends anywhere? If no matter how big it is, right? No matter how humongous this earth is, or would be, or could be, if it was a ball of any shape, curving and bending water with such force of quadrillions of tons of water, and you can't even measure that water, how much it weighs. So if at any point it's bending and being formed into a ball, you wouldn't be able to walk around, would you?
Yeah. He understands that, North Star. I think we're
No,
going back
you
and
don't
back and
have to convince me every time. Let's go. Like I
No,
already agreed
I'm
on
not
that.
trying to convince.
No.
I'm
I
not
mean,
trying to
we
convince you.
already agreed on that. We don't have
Yeah,
to go
but-
back there every time.
No,
Right,
but in showing proofs, we
he
are
already understand that.
disproving the claim.
Right,
In
he
showing truths
understands
of,
that.
he wants to speak about things that we observe. In showing those things, we are in direct disagreement with the claim that's being made. So it's going to be an obvious thing just to point it out, correct?
Yeah, he
I mean,
agrees with
we're
that.
not here just to give sound bites, right?
He agrees with that, North Star.
Yeah, I just okay.
He already went past this point.
I may be more simple than that because something like, for example, I can't go like high enough to see where the sun is or where the moon is or what is that, or like I'm not able to do that. So I don't think that it will, how would I say that? Like it will give some result if we will just speculate what and how and so on, because no one, I think that none of us can check it. But for example, there are some things that we can observe here, as well as you said, like the level water is the level, so there is no curvature. So we can just see that you see the same things that I see. We just agree on that, and we just use it in our other like conversation. There is no need to spend 1 hour to telling me about the things that I'm already agreed with you.
Great.
Yeah.
So so give us a question.
So the question about the water, like the first one was exactly the ones that you answered. Like we don't have a model, so we can't say that it's 70% or 50 or 60 or something. Like we just know that there is a huge amount of water, but we're not able to measure its surface. Like we know that it's just a lot, but we don't know. And the real questions that like I don't quite understand, it's during the low, I think it's called the low tide. Do you understand what I mean when I say low tide?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I've been to Mont Saint Michel it's on the north of France. Like there is a big, like a castle, something like this, and you can go to it like by foot. But when there is the water goes up, like it's on the coast of the sea, and when the water goes up, it's completely like isolated from the mainland. So it's just like an island, and it was used to defend people who lived there in the Middle Ages and stuff like that. And then the water goes down. So my question was, where does this water goes, and why is it like going up and down?
Good question. We don't know.
Okay.
The Mississippi River is 3,000, I think, miles long. That, but anyway, it's level.
That's not
It
his
doesn't
question.
go up
Danny.
or downhill.
That's not his question. His question was about high tides and low tides. How
Yes.
does high
I
tides and low
know,
tides?
but
No,
I
I mean,
mean,
know how it's happening, because probably it's like, no, it wouldn't be possible, I think, for us to explain how, like what causes that. My question is more about like, where does this water go and why it goes back? Because as far as I understand, it should go in one direction. So if it finds some level which is lower, then like if water finds, for example, you said about the Mississippi River, it flows because there is some level like at the sea level, and it's lower than the level where it starts. So it flows from high to low position, like what as every water does. So for example, if this water,
but it's level.
yeah, but it's level. Yeah. So no argue with that. So, but
Yeah.
when this water in the sea, like when it finds some place during the low tide to go, because it can't shrink like it's water, and then it goes back. So why is it going like, no, why like not causes this result, but like where does it go? It should be some place, and it's not very logical. Well, unless there is some pump that just pumping it up and down, but well, it's not very believable.
Dude, what the hell are you talking about?
I know. I
Where
was
does the
starting to
water?
wonder that myself.
Where does the water go for high tides and low tides?
Yes.
Well, thank you, Albert. Thank you, Alberico, for being in my frame of mind right now.
What?
Are you
Nowhere?
guys not? Are you guys not curious why someone would ask you not to include your disproving the model that's claimed when you're answering questions about what's going on as you're making a claim? Don't you find that kind of suspicious? Just
Maybe
a
that's
little.
why we've entertained it. And the quick
Oh.
answer is, how the hell would we know? Like that
Yeah.
should be the only answer we ever give to these things that Globers think they have an answer for. Globe answer, the moon. Our answer, how the fuck would I know?
I would say that it's not like about flat earther, because the globe earther wouldn't know it as well. Like if you ask some person who believes in the globe earth,
But the model,
Dude,
but the
what
model
are
they
you?
wouldn't
Are
be
you
able
a globe or flat
but the
earth? What the
model,
hell are you?
no, but we're not trying to argue with fraud. Who cares what he is? Okay.
But he's
At
asking
the end of
some
the day,
dumbass questions.
at the end of the day, a globe earther doesn't know their model.
Yes,
which
exactly.
which makes them even more religious.
Oh,
Because
that's what he's saying. Okay.
Because they just take the faith of whomever, and they say, well, everybody else believes it, so I believe it. It is what it is. Yeah, they're the most religious people on the earth, right? And then you have us, who knows that there are just certain things that don't have answers, at least not yet, and probably never will. So when you ask, where does the water go? I mean, that's an interesting conversation, or maybe it just rains back into the system. I don't fucking know, bro.
Okay, no, that's fine. It's just like, for example, I know that there are some questions that are not answered, and it doesn't matter if it's a globe Earth or flat Earth people like who think that way. There are some questions that are not answered, but there are some questions that are. And I was just asking that, like, if it's something we don't know yet, that probably it is. I'm not like saying, you see, you don't know. No, it's completely fine.
No, there's definitely a reason. There's definitely a reason that eclipses happen. We just don't know because we can't science it.
But at least
that doesn't mean that there isn't a reason. Of course, there's a reason.
But at least, for example, when we speak about the eclipse, the globe earther would say that it's a shadow, but we know that it's not a shadow. So at least we don't know why is that or why it's happening like that, but still we don't know that something is wrong. Like if they say that it's a shadow and we know it's not a shadow because the sun is not behind the earth, so we know it's not a shadow. So at least something we know it's not true, and it's enough for some level to just not believe in something we've been told. That's what you mean.
This is shit for lemon. So it's not for you.
Mhm.
I mean, we doesn't necessarily should like arguing all the time. We can just discuss something.
Yeah. I think his
Yeah,
point is
this is what Branch was actually saying, that everyone was cutting my head off for agreeing. Like, this is exactly what he meant. Like, dude is not trying to debate. He's not the guy. He's just not.
And just as the last probably thing, because I should go, I posted in the text channel when we've been talking about the gravity and stuff. So all the stuff about Cavendish and stuff, it's not something that we can do. Like it's not something that we can recreate, measure, and it's like very hard to verify, to experiment with that. But what I think, and you might correct me if I am wrong, what might be an easy like experiment to check it. So if we take something that weight like precisely 10 kilograms, 10.000 kilograms, like 10,000 grams, and we weight it with electronic scale, like on the sea level, and when we take exactly the same thing, which should be solid, so we wouldn't lose anything from it, and we put it like high enough, like on top of some mountain, and we weight it there. So if there is a thing like gravity, it should be a different result, and if not, it should be the same result. Well, it's not probably something that I would do, but in my mind, when I try to like modeling this experiment, it's something that should work. What do you think about that?
Emre, what else changed when
Oh
you
no,
went?
nothing. It was just
Hold
about
on.
gravity.
I don't understand. But what else changed when went to sea level and then you went up to the mountain? What's the other thing that changed?
Well, pressure probably.
Yeah, that's one big one.
Well, that's why you should measure something under some like the same circumstances. You can like pump off the air or like to the same level, like so you would have the same pressure in the scenes that you're measuring in.
We at least with the current pseudoscience is that gravity isn't a force, right? So it wouldn't be a force pulling upon it. That's one. So Cavendish in itself falls on its place because they're trying to say that two masses are attracting each other, and even Newton says that. Hey, yeah, that's an absurdity. He even said he didn't want that ascribed to him.
You know what?
And anybody that believes it, I mean, he don't think that anybody that has like a minute or a small amount of philosophical understanding would definitely think this is just retarded. The person whoever is kind of retarded.
You know what I don't like about the Cavendish and Cavendish experiments? Like it's something that was like if we like track it when it was happening, it was like 250 years ago. So I think that during this time of like modern technology, people should like come up with something better than just two balls, like to measure. Like you have like lasers, you have like high tech. You can just come up with something better than the idea of two balls and like the tension and stuff like this. So something that would be easy to do.
Not only that, it doesn't even go through the scientific method. It doesn't go through science. It's just complete pseudoscience that they're trying to, make, buy into the story. Everybody could buy into the story, and they call it an experiment without actually going through. And if you look at the definition of pseudoscience, it will tell you something that something portrayed as going through the scientific method, which it didn't. So it is 100% pseudoscience.
Yeah, why would we even speak about like gravity when we don't observe it? I thought you wanted to talk about things we observe, right?
Yeah, but that
That's fine.
pseudoscience stuff is like.
No, I said about that because before there was a conversation about gravity, like a long conversation in Cavendish, and I said, well, it's not like useful to, like
That's
when
another.
some, yeah.
Yeah, it's
But
another
these
argument
guys,
for the globe, though, right?
they can't even agree that it's pseudoscience. So it's to them, it's real. I mean, so there's no even point arguing with them because that
I
stuff
thought
is
he didn't
just
want to talk about the
finished.
globe.
Oh no, he's not. But
I
this
thought
guy
you
is
didn't
like.
want to talk about the globe at all. I thought you wanted to talk about reality and what we observe. We don't observe
Oh,
gravity, right? So why would you bring that up?
I don't even know. Did you bring it up?
yeah,
Yeah,
he
he
did
did.
bring up gravity. He
I
brought up
did because before, like 1 hour probably and a half, there was a conversation about gravity, and I had this in my mind, and I posted that in the text channel. So now, before I go, because I have to go in a few minutes, I wanted just to, for people who were present here during that conversation about gravity, I wanted to make the statement that probably it's well, we shouldn't even care about Cavendish and stuff. Like we shouldn't waste time in describing this. Probably we should, like, if someone would like to prove the gravity, he or she should come up with some better experiment, not something that was made like 250 years ago. Like we have enough of tools to do something better than that and just discuss something. So that's why.
So this is the thing. So in order for you to prove gravity, you have to be able to manipulate gravity itself. And that's where the problem is. There isn't any gravity because you can't manipulate the cause, right? So and that's scientific. So in other words, your independent variable is the cause, and your effect is whatever you see happening, and that's the.
Anybody live in Louisiana?
I live close to. I live in Texas, like probably like 6 hours away.
I thought we could meet up and go to Hoodie or something. Far away.
Yeah, so that's the issue with gravity. So you have to form a hypothesis and have your independent, dependent, and control variable. The independent is the phenomenon. I mean, the dependent is the phenomenon you see, and then you're trying to figure out what's the cause of it. That's the independent variable. Then we have control variables. So that's you gotta start with that. Observe a natural phenomenon. That's the first step of a scientific method. So you have a variable.
Newtonian gravity. We can and do, and we must think of Newtonian gravity as a force. That doesn't mean it really is, but we don't necessarily need to work at the really is level in this case.
I think he dipped too. We have somebody else called Sid Faz. Sid Faz, I'm gonna mute you. Are you there, Sid Faz? Babs? Hey Sid, I saw you unmuted yourself.
Oh, thank you. Finally. Holy shit, man.
How are you doing, man? What brings you to our server?
That is some phenomenal back engine.
Was it his? I was trying to. Yeah, I'm gonna mute you, man. If you're gonna have that on there, because we don't want to get server strike. Yeah, that song would definitely get you server strike.
Plus, we don't want that shit stuck in our head.
I'm gonna be singing it all day long. And I see what you mean, Elijah. I'm guilty of that as well. I don't know if you're here, Elijah.
Yep, I'm still here.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I see what you mean by everybody.
That's all I was trying to say. That's all I was trying to say.
I'm gonna try Sit Fast one more time, see if he turned off the music. Hey, Sit Fast, you turn off the music?
No.
No. All right, we got Beer Man.
What's up, man? What's up,
What's
dude?
going on? Not much, man. What brings you to our server?
Yeah, I hopped in here. I can't even remember where I got in here. But yeah, anyways, guys, I'm Beer Man from Cape Town, South Africa.
South Africa.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course he is.
Go ahead, Crypto.
So good. No, I haven't got much to say really. Other than, have you been to any braais recently?
Your voice.
I think you had to go look that up.
So, Beer Man, do you think it's flat?
Dude, I'm convinced it's flat now. I've been watching. Hold on. I'm just helping my wife here. Give me 2 minutes. Hold up.
Sure. No worries. Curious to know.
There we go. Sorry, man. We got this fucking load shedding shit here in South Africa. So I got my generator on now, and just had to help my wife out with a little gas stove. Anyway, so yeah, I would say I'm convinced it's flat, but I'm 100% sure we don't live on a ball that's spinning through fucking Earth, going at these ridiculously high speeds.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
Like,
So yeah, I don't know the shape of our Earth. I haven't tested it myself, but I wouldn't say I know that the Earth is flat, but I believe the Earth is flat, if that makes sense. I am going to buy myself a P900 so I can test it myself, that I can tell everyone that I know the Earth is flat.
Sweet.
It's some serious gourmet shit.
So yeah, that's where I am.
Cool. Yeah.
So yeah, I've been watching a lot of David Weiss. I find him incredibly thorough with his stuff. And Rose 777, Crow 777, all that stuff. I got into the whole double sun thing, and that makes a ton of sense, and I find that extremely interesting. And I'm starting to believe that we are not seeing the real sun. I think we're seeing a reflection of the moon, of the sun and moon above the firmament.
Not get into that double sun stuff, bro.
What's that?
What he be talking about?
Do not get into that double sun stuff, bro.
I don't know.
It sounds like he's made the same observations that I've made, but I want to know what he's saying, because I don't be saying there's double sun shit.
So I don't
Y'all
think
never
there's
heard
two
of Crow
suns.
777?
Am I on the what with Crow?
I didn't know he was on this stuff though. That's all.
Crow is all about that double sun. He's got multiple recent episodes. I'm surprised you guys aren't more up on it.
Yo, bro, send me.
Do you understand what's actually happening though?
Can you explain it? Can you?
Yeah.
Damn, I'm getting on the train. Y'all suck. Oh no, this is my topic.
Oh, okay, then you go for it, dude. You go for it, dude.
No,
I'm
on the train.
He wants to listen.
all right, cool. Because I'm still new to this. I'm still fucking new to this, but I find it extremely interesting. And I think maybe some fresh eyes will help.
Just stay on flat Earth stuff. Don't get on like craziness, man.
No. So
that double sun's gonna lead you into like that dude that's looking in that what is it, that bowl, and he sees like moons and
no, that the dome. That's where I get it from. So I don't know if you saw that video that I think it's Chris Mautre or something like that. He live streamed it, where he actually shows how he sees it. And
can you post the link?
Yeah, I can post the link.
Chris Van Matre is really good.
Yeah, that guy. That's the one. I'll get it for you guys. Hold on. Then you'll get an idea what I'm talking about. But okay, let me first chat to you guys first. I can't multitask. I'm a male. So let me explain how I understand what's going on here. So I think
so there's floating cities too. Come on, dude.
No. So the sun is outside the firmament, and it's shining obviously onto the dome. and it's shining onto the dome, which is we're seeing that reflection, and that's why he
Outside
sees
the
it from.
firmament, bro. Come on.
Yeah,
That's what the
yeah.
Globers say, dude.
No. Hold on. Like just outside, not millions of miles. I'm saying just like a few, say 100 meters, just
Then
100
there's outer
meters or whatever.
space, then, bro.
No.
Come on,
So
dude.
I think the firmament is like probably say 50 meters thick or 100 meters thick with full of water. I don't know. And they within there, and then above that is more water maybe. I don't know. But they did a test where they shined a light onto a dome and they see that double sun, which is awesome because you only see the one sun with a polarization. If you got that reflection, have a look at the video.
So
Hold on.
what medium is the sun in? See, that's the thing, bro. It's gonna have to.
I think it's.
Actually, sorry to interrupt really quickly. I do believe that David Weiss takes the position that what we are seeing with the sun is a projection. I was listening to him talk
Exactly.
just the other day, and that's his stance. So
Let me get that video for you guys.
Yeah, but I
so
mean, all that,
continue, gentlemen. I just wanted to put that in there.
but you got to take it with a grain of salt, dude. It's just conjecture. It's speculation. That's all it is. You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying? Once you get on the bandwagon with somebody, bro, they'll take you down a road you're not sure you want to go down. I'm just telling you.
I'm still new to it.
I'm still interested. I'm still interested though. I want to see the link.
Where do I post this?
Livestream. Oh, let me give you a mod. Can a mod give him a VC verify if we could post a link? Crypto.
You
Sorry
darn
about that.
French. You French people. You.
Can you give Beerman a VC verify?
Maybe.
Dude, I'm legit. Don't worry. I'm a chill dude. I'm 35 years old from Cape Town, South Africa. I'm no troll.
That's what they all say.
Nah, I'm super excited.
You let baboons in your house and they eat up all your food. Yeah.
No. I live on the coast.
We need to.
Yeah, that's where the baboons are.
We need people in this server that are from Africa, regardless if
All
you're
right.
globally.
All right, you got VC verified.
We need some. All right, we need some black people from Africa now. We're getting all you damn South Africa.
So wait, where do I
I want to
post
know what
this?
the actual black people in Africa think.
So on the you right now, you're on the live stream, right? And there's a hashtag live stream voice text on top of that.
Oh yeah, see that?
Yeah, that.
Right okay, there. Cool. Okay, there we go. So I got so many notifications on this Discord now. I don't even know where to look. So that should be the link. Let me test it. Okay, there's a timestamp on it. So yeah, just obviously rewind or whatever. Very interesting video, guys.
I don't know what you into, man, but I want to part of it.
Hello. I can't even remember where I got the link from to join you.
I popped in because I only got but so much time to say this. Fraud, shut the fuck up. Secondly, it's definitely outside. Otherwise, if there's two bodies independent of themselves, I don't think that's happening. I think that Crow 777 and all these people, if they're saying what I think they're saying and their observations are my observations, I mean, I would
You guys
speculate
reading
the
colors
light
and
source
shit.
is outside of the firmament. Yes. Or yeah. Or at least
So
outside of this layer.
Right, it's
Outside
like
of
there's
this
yeah,
different
layer.
layers of the firmament. Right, that's what I'm saying. So
yeah.
there's
Yes.
where the
Yeah,
water
yeah, yeah.
is, and then there's another. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm
Is
saying.
my
So
so
to
is that
me, actually
somewhat of a reflection?
outside would be, I don't know. It'd have to be in a different medium, like a totally. And that's something we wouldn't know about. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't go past the firmament. So
Oh yeah,
I'm
I
on
don't
your
know
Now,
about
now
all
my
that.
location.
nigga Crow Drip.
So
There's
you're
Yeah, okay,
saying
so
that
multiple
it's
we're
heavens.
all on the
You get from
we're all
Gen.
on the same page then. That's what's up.
Pardon me.
Right, because like if the guy
Whatever.
conducting the experiment, you got to understand he's doing that from within an atmosphere. So you can't properly conduct an experiment if you don't know the medium that the light source is in. You know what I'm saying? So that's why,
That's true.
for me,
That's true.
I'll see if I can find that experiment where they use the just a piece of glass, like a cake stand thing, obviously reverse, or not reverse, but basically like a dome, and they shine the light source in, and it actually explains how the sun gets projected and how they see it from different, how the separation from the apparent sun and the real sun differs from different parts of where they're at. I'll see if I can find that. Dude, I've been binge watching this shit now for the past 2 weeks. I started getting into this about 2 years ago. Believed it. I was like, and then about 2 months ago, I got back into it, and about 2 weeks now, I've been full on into it. And I bought David's app, and I'm full on into it now. I completely
Well, dude,
fucking disagree the heliocentric model.
dude, I'm going underground. But yo, check out the pictures that I posted. Some of them were taken from still shots from videos that I've taken, and some are from others here in the server.
Is that the moon above the sun?
No, that's just the sun.
Now, how did you get those double fucking suns there?
Well, that's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. I just took the video. That's all.
Yeah, that's insane. We don't see that shit here.
Yo, Mr. Cape Town.
Yo.
Are you into biblical scriptures and stuff?
Yeah, so in South Africa, we are very religious here, especially Christianity. And I think that's one. Okay, I hate this country with a passion. However, I'm grateful that I was brought up here because we weren't we're no longer a first world country. My generation is no longer first world. When my parents were here, yes, it was. But because of that, we haven't had this whole celebrity bullshit. I don't know how to explain it. Like, we didn't get indoctrinated with a lot of science and crap like that. We still, I think today, still in school, they do Bible studies, a Bible class, once a week or once a day, or whatever. I'm 35 years old, so I'm not too sure if they still do it, but still Christianity is big. So I've been brought up that way. I follow it. I don't go to church, but I'm a believer. Put it that way.
That's all right. I mean, if you ever want to have more of a discussion on that, I'd be more than welcome. The only reason I ask is just that with the topic that you're bringing up, if you're interested, there's a book called The Apocalypse of Abraham. That will actually elucidate a lot of detail in terms of the multiple firmament layers. Because the other books, like Genesis, talks about it. I mean, when it refers to Messiah ascending through the heavens multiple, you get that. I think even Paul talks about the third heaven, but in terms of a detailed description from all the way up.
Oh, I know about the different levels of heaven. We've got a auntie, my wife's, I would say, godmother. She actually baptized me in 2007, 2008, and she explained to me the whole different heavens and stuff. She explained it a little bit differently, but now that you mention the different firmament levels, that actually is making a bit more sense. So I've got a notepad open here. So whatever suggestions you guys have, I'm putting it in my little notepad here.
Yeah, so you got that Apocalypse of Abraham.
Yeah, got it.
If you want, I can send you a link, but it should be pretty easy to find.
All right. Is it
and I would
PDF?
recommend reading multiple different translations because some of the verses will differ, so you can get a more. Because we're reading in English from 3 different languages that were translated: the Giaz, the Hebrew, and etc. So it's just so you covered all the bases. I would just read as much as you can.
Awesome, thanks. I appreciate it.
No problem. But someone else, I think someone else wanted to say something. Elbow, were you saying something?
No, I wasn't.
But yeah, thanks
Leave it
you guys for welcoming me so nicely. I appreciate it. I was actually on. Oh fuck my phone! Sorry guys. I was on. What's you guys know Maddox does the evolution versus ID intelligent design debates. John. Oh man, what's his name now? John. He's got a new name. Hold on. I was actually on his live stream this morning. Where's that now?
Quantum Erasure?
I'll get it for you in a sec. Yeah, Maddox versus AST on Modern Day Debate. So he did a after show, and I joined there, and we were chatting a bit about evidence with intelligent design versus evolution, which I highly disagree with. I do not agree with evolution at all. Never have.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's nonsense.
that's good. That's good.
I heard a few British guys in here. So one of the arguments I brought up was like a Reliant Robin, which I think was made in Britain or designed and made in Britain. If evolution, for instance, they explain evolution being little changes here and there, but it's still the same thing, but it changes over time. Why do we, like Kent Hovind does that whole argument like what a skateboard change into a car. So I said, why don't you see a Reliant Robin with four wheels? If it was such a cool design then, they could just evolved it into a four-wheel vehicle. But you don't see that. And then the other thing was, they say, but show us God, show us the designer, show us who made the flat earth. And then they say, well, there's no evidence for God or whatever. And I say, well, there's no evidence who built the pyramids. Are you saying it evolved from a pebble? Just because you can't show who built something, or you can't smell, taste, see, or whatever this person that it created, it doesn't mean he doesn't exist. This whole world is clearly designed.
But check it out. Check it out. Yeah. In my mind, here's how it works. There's such intricate designs everywhere we look in life. It's all in the design. You can't have designs like that and systems that work like they do here on Earth without there being a designer.
Exactly.
It cannot be. So the information, so I like what QE says about this on his video. If you haven't watched this part, you ought to. So you cannot have information from nowhere. And I suggest you go ahead and watch that on Globe Terminator. Watch QE's thing about the existence of the creator, scientific proof there's the creator exists.
Well, we're dealing with irrational and people that are in denial. These are intelligent people. You understand? So they will never accept it because they believe that they know better than us and we're stupid. It's hard. I don't know. You just can't reach people. I have like friends that it doesn't matter what I show them, what you show. When you show somebody something and they're like. And they still give you that shit. It's like, dude, I don't know what else to do, man. I'm like, pray. I'm gonna need to pray for the dude. That's about it, you know.
Yeah, so it's literally out of our hands. That's the way I feel about it. Like those people, there's going to be ones that come around. That only happens internally. So like we could say things all we want here, and it probably does do some people good, and they probably do get the seed planted, and then go on to search for themselves. But the most complex thing is that you have people that won't let go of it for different reasons. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like it's rarely ever, the reason they're holding on to it is rarely ever because of the facts. That's the whole thing. So it's only to uphold their belief system. That's the only reason to do it.
So it's like I said, I looked into this about 2 or 3 years ago, and then I just stopped. And the reason why I stopped is the first person I just said, "Have a look at this with me," was my best friend, and he wrote me off. Just the fact that I suggested it. So I started looking under the covers, and then I just stopped. I just thought, is it really worth it? And then I had a calling and I started searching again, and then I came across David's video and I was like, nah, obviously someone's telling me to look at this stuff and start believing this. So yeah, and there we go, and that's why I'm back and I'm full on into it now.
Woohoo!
We have a new person, called Thomas 40. Hey Thomas, I unmuted you, man. Welcome to the server.
What's up?
Man, what brings you to the server?
I got invited here, and it just seems like it's a really good community.
Sweet. So, what do you think of the shape of the Earth? Think it's a sphere?
Well, personally, I think it's. I don't really have that big a strong opinion on it, but from the way I've grown up, just the people I've grown up with, I think it's possibly a sphere. And I had a question for you guys. So.
I like what you said there, dude, real quick. You said, I like growing up. See, that's key. You know what I'm saying? Growing up, that's exactly how we all were. Growing up, that's what we were talking about.
Yeah.
So I like that.
Thanks. And I just had a question about the concentration of the sun. So, if the Earth was flat, and the concentration of sun, how would it affect? Because there's hot areas, like in Africa, like Central Africa, and then there's cold areas like the antipodes, like the North and South Poles. I was just wondering how that would affect on flat Earth.
We don't actually have a South Pole.
Well,
There's a
not a South
magnetic
Pole,
North
but
Pole.
what is known as the antipodes.
Yeah.
So,
So are
do you
you
know where I'm
saying?
coming
So
from?
have you looked into like the difference between the southern areas and the north? Like how different they are as far as life?
I've not really researched that much. I'm just coming from a general standpoint here.
Okay. So what is your take? Do you think the Earth is a sphere?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Do you want a Bitcoin? Then prove that to David, and you'll get a Bitcoin.
Yeah,
I'm yet to
Bitcoin.
see proof of it.
Yeah, someone will give you actual Bitcoin. Yeah, exactly. So think about it like this, man. You have 3 buckets, and what
Yeah.
you're going to do is you're going to put the proof in these 3 buckets. So the way you're going to do it is you're going to do a bucket where the proof is only works on globe. One bucket is only works on flat Earth, and the third bucket is works on both. And I want you to go do some looking and find any kind of verifiable proof that you can empirically check, like double check things, like measurements are like that, where you can double check it again over and over and over again, and it shows the same results irrefutably, right?
I actually had another point.
Well, hold on. I'm
Sorry,
not done with the buckets yet. So go out and try to find anything that's actual proof that only works on the globe.
All right. I had another point, and then I'll leave you be. But there's another thing. Some people said I think the argument of if the world's flat, you can see, like, as the eye can see itself flat. I was wondering, seen a video where this guy, like people building houses, the Earth isn't exactly flat. Like it's like I don't know, like the angle's like 0.00000.19, and it's like the circle. How a circle has Google amount of sides. I just think that's what the Earth's kind of like. How if you've got one point on the Earth, and then another like a meter away, so you're standing at one point, and then someone else is standing a meter away from you, and then you both have direct lines to the center of the Earth. The angle. So if it's like a triangle, how one of the points is center of the Earth, and the other 2 points are you and your friend. that the angles of you and your friend would not be exactly 90 degrees. It would be like 89.9999.
Yeah, you got a good point. And see, walls should be this way too. So that means it should be measurably easy to measure this day and age with the technology we have available to us. To measure tops of buildings, they would be wider at the top because a big, huge building, those opposite walls would be pointing down at an angle. Like, so that means plumb bobs move to a different area of a city it should show an angle. There's no way around it.
Yeah.
But anyway,
But let's start with the first.
That's not a very good proof, though. I mean, that's not really. It's not a very good proof at all. So the whole thing about it is that there's been no measured curvature on Earth ever in all of history. I defy you to go find any proof that is contrary to that. So it's never been measured ever. Isn't that kind of astonishing? It should be.
I guess. I had one last point. It's a quick one. Surely, if we see in the sky, like astronomers, and they see the other planets are sphere-shaped, wouldn't that hence the Earth maybe is sphere-shaped?
No, you can't look up into the sky and determine anything about what you're standing on. It doesn't correlate at all. It's incoherent information. It's not even along the same lines of reality. Like, that's looking up into the sky at a light which we can only see in 2D. Do you realize that? You'd have to have stereographic vision you'd have to have stereo vision to be able to see anything up in the sky.
Also, do you understand? Okay, I only understand a partial bit of the heliocentric model, but do you know the speeds that you are rotating at?
I don't know.
At the equator?
Start of it.
1,000 miles per hour. And do you know how fast you're orbiting around the sun?
What, a day?
66,600 miles per hour.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how fast you're chasing the sun?
No.
5 million miles per hour. 500,000 miles per hour, sorry. Miles per hour.
Yeah.
Do you know how fast you're going in a different direction chasing the sun?
No.
1.3 million miles per hour. And we feel nothing. That is the heliocentric model. That is not made up. That's not flat Earth model. This is the heliocentric model.
Can you not also look at geostationary satellites? And if you think about them, they're 36,000 kilometers in the sky, and you think about them as a sort of triangle shape. I don't think they'd ever be in this formation, but if they were triangle shaped, and then that's how we communicate easier, is because if you think the Earth is a sphere, and there's there's more than 3, but geostationary satellites, and they orbit at a period of a day, then they would be constantly they wouldn't move at the same speed as the Earth, but they'd stay at the same point above the Earth if it was a sphere.
Yeah, look, they're in a place. We're told they're in a place that cannot exist in reality.
And you don't. Yeah, and you don't use satellites to communicate. You use underground wires. I mean, underwater wires.
Yeah.
And balloon satellites.
And drones.
Yeah.
You not look at something.
But do you understand? Do you understand the speeds that
I don't think you understand.
Hold on.
The speeds.
Yeah, I was gonna go to that. The speeds that Beardman just explained to you, and you think those things will be floating up there? Yeah, you think those things will just be stationary right there?
Right. You could just take the first primary motion, which is on the axis. Look at that one at the equator. To get your head wrapped around this, you know how sensitive your vestibular system is in your inner ear. You know every single angle you tilt your head in any direction and any kind of momentum in any of those angular directions, right? It does this all day long as we're conscious. It's working. It's doing its job.
Yeah, and then the question becomes, How did they measure all these speeds?
When were they measured first? Yep, that's the whole thing. When did they measure sphericity of Earth? Because it has to show convexity. It's supposed to be a ball. They gave us the size, which I think they really screwed up by giving us the size. Oh, those people will never look. Can you imagine the backroom meeting about that? These people will never look. They'll never be smart enough to measure this on their own.
Dude, we just teach them as kids, and then by the time we teach them 2 + 2 is 4, they were never going to question it.
They won't get it until about like 2015 or something. They're like, "Oops, they did."
So do you guys have the? Do you guys have the Nikon camera, the P900 or P1000?
There's a few people that hear it that have.
Lots of people
I'm looking at getting one, but I find that the 950 is the most affordable one out of the two. Is the 950 very similar? If I'm not mistaken, it should be an upgrade without GPS of the 900.
Yeah, so it probably has at least the zoom. What is it? 83.
83, yeah, 83, yeah, 83
times for the 900. So yeah, it's.
All right, because I just started a business in February, which is doing very well, by the way. So I'm a bit stingy with my money at the moment. So it's something I want to get. I want to get myself. Like I said, explain when I just joined this chat, is that at the moment I believe I live on a flat Earth, but I want to know that I live on a flat Earth. So I want to test it for myself, if that makes sense.
That's a good thing to do. You can easily do that at the coast with a camera like that. Even lesser cameras than that, you can see amazing things.
I've been doing it myself in the sense of I go to a place that's about 40 kilometers away and I can see Table Mountain still. 100% no problem with my cell phone zoom camera. And there should be about 186 meters of curvature. And I still see Table Mountain 100%. And the other thing I did on the golf course about 3 weeks ago, the sun was out and the moon was out, but the moon was crescent. And I was like, how the fuck is that possible? No ways. Come on.
Yeah, it's not possible. Just like a full moon at night, a full moon at midnight isn't possible.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, well, it's been nice speaking to you guys, but I've got to go. Thanks for the opportunity to speak.
Hey, right on. Go ahead and try to fill up that globe-only bucket, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. See you later.
See you when you come back. Shoot, as broke as I am, I'd even give $100 if someone could come up with something substantial to put in the globe-only bucket.
I'm putting money aside for my P950.
Yeah.
So the business is doing well, but I'm just being stingy. Every cent I'm trying to put into the business all the time.
Okay, well, don't forget where you came from. Don't forget the little people that helped you along the way. So throw me a P900 when you can, and you're doing really well. Don't forget.
Yeah, dude, I will never forget. Dude, this has been a life changer, like big time. So of course I will never forget.
I'm just kidding, man. I've never really asked for help. Wow.
That's Ryan's dog. I'm on push to talk. Yeah.
Wow, there's a huge bird.
Hey, Ryan. Ryan Eartherton, sir.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I play a military game called Squad, so I'm just always on push to talk. I won't have that issue. I think Ryan was on normal pickup chat.
Yeah. Sounded like this big bird I see over in the park where it's
Squad's
about 5 feet tall. With a big, huge beak. Well,
Squad only works on a flat Earth.
Well, yeah. Like,
yeah, well.
Bird, listen, it's one of these birds. I shit you not. It's 5 feet tall. And its legs lift up to the front. And you would think a bird like that is like, where would you think a bird like that would be thriving? Like,
hold up, I'm just replying to some DMs here.
I'm sorry. I don't know how I got on these weird birds. Anyway. But I'll just finish it. So these birds, you would think of them as being near the coastline in marshes. That's where they're from. These birds I see around here have changed. They eat baby squirrels. I've seen them do it. It's astonishing.
Something nobody ever talks about in this discussion is the idea that rockets can travel from balls that are moving over 1 million miles an hour. The real big problem with this idea is that the rocket would have to overcome the speed of the ball traveling in this vacuum medium. Okay, thank you, Elijah. I wanted to see where you at. And what's crazy is, think about it, these rockets would have to have the ability to go over 1.5 million miles an hour in the vacuum. You know, when they launch up, they don't. I'm sure people have noticed that in the military, planes are launched sometimes from the air. Actually, rocket planes are, like the X-15. If you were to drop an aircraft faster than its speed that it's able to handle, it would slow down after you drop the aircraft, right? Like if you dropped the 747, which has like a top speed of Mach 1, and you dropped it from 1,500 miles an hour, it would have to slow down to that 760 mile an hour speed of sound, its maximum speed of sound. So if there's a rocket supposedly on the moon, remember the moon's even traveling faster than us. It's supposedly traveling at over 1.5 million miles an hour because the Earth is traveling over 1 million miles an hour around the great attractor and so far and so forth. So the rockets leaving these bodies would have to be able to fly faster than the movement around the great attractor. And nobody ever talks about this. Nobody ever mentions it. It's not even in the realm of talking. Yeah.
I've said this before, like somewhere around when I thought of the whole, and I was first, just to let y'all know, because I went into Pandas and all that with Wixit and my boy Crack Villain, talking about the vestibular system, because I was like, how the fuck did they make that 3-day trip there and back? But anyway, on top of that, seeing is that you're leaving the Earth's momentum. The Earth has its own momentum. The moon has its momentum. So midway through that flight, how are you keeping up with the momentum of the moon to catch up and land on it? How?
You'd have to have 5 million times more powerful rockets to do anything like that.
Yeah, and the vestibular system at that point would kill the individual.
Yeah, the vestibular system would boil and disintegrate in about 1/1000th of a second, but no big deal.
You would die. You would have uncontrolled vomiting until there was nothing left. You'd go into
your brains would be across the sky at about 1 million mile distance of brain splatter. There's absolutely, it's an insane religion.
I would love to know how the moon picks up the ocean for the tides, but it cannot pick me up. And I would also love to know why the moon does not get pulled by the sun when it's on the other side between the Earth and the sun.
Well, you know how you get goosebumps?
Oh yeah? Oh, that's the moon.
No,
that's the moon.
No, it's not. I don't get goosebumps on a full moon. Where is that?
Yeah, true.
Where is that? I'm standing at the beach. All right, low tide, high tide, whatever the fuck. Where's the difference? Where's my goosebumps?
Yeah.
I'm glad it got around back to this because I was listening earlier when the guy was talking about tides, and I'm not sure who's familiar with it in here, but there's this thing that happens in like a localized manner, where you'll have the coast will just be at whatever level it's currently at. You go out from the coast, and you can sometimes even see it from certain beaches, and there will be localized swells or localized tides in the middle of the ocean that are higher than the surrounding area.
Yeah, exactly.
So you just one example like that just shows you that the whole notion of some chick in the sky controlling the water is just ridiculous. Hopefully that wasn't too long a
Chick-
ramble,
some
but
chick
if
in the
if anyone
sky.
knows more about that, I'd like
Yeah,
to.
well, why isn't it affecting the Great Lakes? Like, let's say Lake Superior. It's freaking huge. Lake Baikal in Russia.
Yeah, all lakes.
The- like,
It doesn't
like
influence
the-
any lakes.
Yeah, it doesn't affect lakes, rivers, ponds. Like,
Well, you had this
Sure.
glober yesterday, right? Saying, "Well, it's 1 centimeter. It's doing 1 centimeter." Or it was like, was it with Indio? I think it was Indio talking at this chatterbox, right? That they claim it's like
Yeah,
1 or
I heard
2
that.
centimeters. That's within the error, the measuring
yeah.
error.
No.
Yeah, they like to grasp onto their globe, right?
Like it's 2 inches and 40 kilometers or something.
So you guys reckon I'm doing okay for a newbie, eh?
Yeah, you're gonna buy that camera, huh? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yo,
Yeah,
I can't get out of my mind that we have a member by the name of Jimbo. And prayers up to him, by the way.
Yeah, prayers to Jimbo. Yeah.
Happened to Jimbo.
What happened?
Nothing happened to him specifically. But he's all right. But prayers up to him for his situation. Just message him and you know. So here's the thing. Jimbo is always talking about how the P900 is trash. Like there's so many also affordable ways to get a better zoom,
Right.
better quality.
Yeah, he does.
How much do they cost?
The P900?
Yeah.
You can get one for 1,000.
You can get a used one for like 500.
Yeah,
Maybe
wouldn't it just be
4.
easier to get a decent telescope with an adapter and just shove your whatever camera on?
Apparently, a telescope doesn't do it justice. Apparently, a P900 is better than a telescope.
That's what it seems like.
Yeah, but if you get like what did
Until
he
I know
say?
more,
A
I'll just have to
33
say
millimeter?
citation, please.
Did he say like a 33 millimeter lens and some type of adapter on whatever camera you with?
Yeah, like a
There are
Canon.
lenses.
Canon.
Yeah.
Canon makes a couple of good ones. There's some cheaper cameras. You can just put freaking lens on it.
Yeah, but that
I
lens is
think-
fucking expensive.
I think there's
Yeah.
supposed to be a feature. I was listening to the What on Earth Happened documentary, and he brought up the P900 in relation to viewing stars, and there's supposed to be some feature of the P900 that's different than other cameras. But for other things, you know, like what Jimbo says, you know, it's probably more than applicable that another camera would be just as well. And I don't remember what that feature was on the camera, so my apologies.
Well, let me go look it up. I'm interested now.
I don't know, something to
But
do
my
with, I don't know
initial-
if it's distortion of some sort, or I'm not sure. Sorry, I wasn't trying to kill the convo, guys. Go ahead.
No. It's, I'm trying to catch up on the DMs here, guys. I cannot multitask. And I got a bit of verbal diarrhea because I'm still so excited about this now.
So back to the irrelevant topic that no one's going to discuss anyway because it'll just confuse Globers. But I would ask them, how fast was that lander moving when it landed back on Earth? You know, you're going to have a problem answering that question.
It's all relative, isn't it?
Yeah, relative to the the space, which I can't even say is still. It's just there's nothing there. Relative to space, it was moving 1.8 million miles an hour to stay with Earth. Yeah.
Oh, I would have thought it's just relative to who you ask and when you ask them.
Actually, that's true. Yes. Ask a billion Globers, get a billion different relative answers. Yeah.
Right, because I mean, one of the funniest examples of that is, was it Buzz Aldrin or whatever? Like, did you see this? Yes. And then the little girl asks him, and he's like, well, actually, we didn't go.
That's still
people
debated.
claim-
Flat Earthers still debate that, saying that Buzz Aldrin didn't say that, but I think he did too. I don't understand why you would say he
Well, they
didn't
have
say
a
that.
if you
they
ever
have a
Said right. He
recording of
goes.
it.
He says, we didn't go, and it's good to know why we didn't go." I mean, that's not complicated.
We didn't go
Yeah.
there.
Can you
Yeah,
imagine?
this was being that.
Sorry, Jenny, go ahead.
Oh no, it's all good. I was just gonna say we were just talking about this the other day, and I do believe Vet is one of the people that do not see it as an admission of anything. I just find it interesting to discuss. I'm pretty sure you guys want to move on.
Oh wait, I have a question. Why? This is the only thing that baffled me a bit is the Antarctic now. Why is it? Why do they always go to the? What I always see is that they always go to the point south of South America. They never go to the one on the east, on now the globe model on the east, west, whatever. If you had to look at it from the top, they don't go to the left side of Antarctica. They don't go to the right or the north side of Antarctica. It's always right at the bottom, south of South America.
Yeah, that's true.
So that's something that baffles me a bit.
That's probably called. They have different maps than we do. That's my guess.
All right. So I've only seen one video where someone went to the. If you look at the map from the top to the right hand side, I've seen them once reference that point. Otherwise, it's always south, or right at the bottom of the map, and that's the only thing that bothers me a bit.
If you find stuff like that interesting, if you look at 46 minutes after the hour, I posted 2 documentaries. One on Earth Happened and The Lost History of Flat Earth. It's a Google Drive. I've been watching it from there rather than on YouTube. But really fascinating stuff in there, guys. Like, especially with The Lost History of Flat Earth, it talks more about like the big picture and how flat Earth is important, kind of stuff.
All right, cool.
But yeah, back to what you were saying.
I love how people always complain about education. If you don't have a PhD, you should keep your mouth shut. So I'm well educated. Oh, I think I'm well educated. I got an IT engineering qualification. I got project management and business studies. And it doesn't
so you're
mean
an engineer?
Yeah, I got a business of my own now, but it doesn't mean because you're educated, because you're uneducated, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Right.
Or you cannot believe, like you have to believe in the ball earth because you're educated. That makes zero sense.
Right.
That's just something
Have you
else
heard
that
of,
bothers me.
Have you heard of Brian Mullins?
No,
Oh, geez. All right. Do you have access to YouTube right now?
I do, yes.
Search balls out. Search balls out physics. Balls, plural. Balls out physics. Brian Mullins.
Oh, yeah, I got it. The first one. Balls Out Physics, episode 2.0.
Yeah. You might find those interesting videos as well. He's an engineer.
Right.
And he goes into how it's impossible for a plane to land on a runway that's facing north and south.
Oh, yeah.
So, that's one of many. And I forget who the person is, but somebody is trying to get his experiment idea that he thought of quite a couple years ago, and it's called Forcing the Line. So that's something that could be interesting for you as well, being an engineer. It's called Forcing the Line.
All right, I'll check that. So I've saved this one now. I'm quite a lazy reader. I'm not a big fan of reading, so I've been listening to the reading of the Iron Republic, and I find that damn interesting.
It's what?
Have you guys read The Iron Republic?
Yes, the Iron Republic. That's the one.
That's very interesting.
Hmm.
Then there's Worlds Beyond the Poles and the Land of the Smoky Gods and
And they had technology that they didn't have yet, and they're mentioning it. He's describing it. It's like, holy crap.
Huh. Yeah.
It was
Oh,
written
well, the
in
Lost
1902.
History-
It's written in
The
1902,
Lost
and he's talking about carriages without horses, silent. So technically, a little Tesla.
The Lost History of Flat Earth documentary, it goes over ancient buildings that are proposed to be from the previous reset. And it talks about the technology, the free energy buildings and all the different seemingly coincidental looking machinery that these cathedrals would be. One I found really interesting, the cathode, where they put in the stained glass. They repurposed the building, is what they did. Oh man, the documentaries are. Oh, I just binged. I binged. It was great. I'll have to watch it again.
Clearly, I've been
But
binging. I'll never forget the word cathode and cathedral now.
I know, and the documentary is just so. I mean, it's not thorough on each point or anything, but to me, in my opinion, it drives it home. If anything else, it calls to question. And it's up to that person to investigate it for themselves. So I think it's great stuff. That brings up a lot of different topics. The mud flood.
I know. Isn't that eye-opening? Yeah, I watched the entire
such
thing.
good stuff. Such good stuff. I mean, it's kind of like Flat Earth Rewind or something, like what they put on YouTube, like what we've all been looking at for the last 5-7 years or whatever, depending on the person. And it's just kind of like everything put together. It's like it's like, wow. I mean, it's a lot of time, but it's a long.
Yeah, go.
Oh, it's a really long documentary, but actually both of them are cut up into segments. If you want to just watch part of like a TV series, if you will. But yeah, so.
So
What is
for
it
me,
called?
is
What is it called? Jenny, what was it called?
Oh, I think it's like 40, excuse me, 46 minutes after the hour. I posted a Google Drive of 2 documentaries, one of which is cut up into segments, and I think the other one is just the full version. But the segmented version, it's on YouTube. Can't remember if they're both. They both may be segmented.
So what I wanted to say was, I'm surprised that people that they listen, but they don't listen. I'm just surprised that they're not even open to the idea of the world not being round. You got so much evidence, and it makes so much more sense on a flat Earth. And when you listen to the whole heliocentric model, it's like, holy shit, how did I believe that? Come on, something's wrong here, and they're not open to listen. That's what's mind-boggling to me.
Well, the simple truth is we don't have anything new to tell them. The reason it makes sense is because, well, holy shit, we've experienced water our entire lives. And what happens to water if it's on an incline, if it's in a level area, like we know these things, right? We know the difference between moving and not moving. So when we point out these obvious things, they're like, no fucking way. Like, but it's like, no, we don't have anything new to tell you other than, what you experienced is just about all there is. Unless you have evidence for the grander claims that they're making, using explanations as justifications for why you don't experience what you're being told you live on.
Yeah. It's really mind-boggling how they can still believe it. I just what fathoms me is that 1.3 million miles per hour going in that direction. It's like, come on, gravity can handle that. I'm sorry, it cannot. I can piss against gravity. So yeah, it's just shocking, and I finally woke up, and I'm grateful for it.
How did it? What did they think dry is?
What do they think? What is?
That means wet in the globe world.
Oh,
when you,
yeah.
Like when you said you could piss in the face of gravity. Well, to be real, you can pee on the floor, and then come back, and the puddle will be gone.
Yeah.
Why?
Because it went up.
Exactly. Is nasty.
That proves evolution.
But it can hold the oceans. It can hold the oceans though.
Yeah, sure.
That's evolution, Elijah.
Oh man, it's shocking. I cannot believe I believed it.
It is shocking. That's true.
It changed. It changed from a puddle of pee to not being a puddle of pee. That proves evolution.
And you know what sucks? I'm on a 4x4 community forum, and I feel so bad about it. I'm on a 4x4 community forum, and they were chatting about something, and they were talking about random shit about vehicles, and how things changed over time. And I myself drive a Jeep Wrangler, and we're talking about how great the Jeep Wrangler is, and this and that, and then it changed to, yeah. Back in the day, people believed the Earth was flat, and now it's round, and we can prove it's round. And I was like, duh, the Earth is round. That was one of my comments. I must actually find that comment again on this 4x4 community forum. I must actually go delete it because it's so bad that I said that. But I only thought of that now, obviously, when I realized about this stuff. But yeah, I must actually see if I can find that. I feel so bad making that comment.
Attention, attention. A reward is going to be put out for the globe proof. Tell all your friends.
You guys are getting paid?
Bring in that proof. We're gonna give a reward.
All right, then, keep your secrets.
And then we just started talking about how, word, all these people, from 2,000 years ago knew it was a globe. What the hell is the story about Columbus about then? You there?
Impossible.
Yeah. Sorry,
Perhaps
I'm
they
just
are
searching
tied
my
to
stuff here.
It's just as valid as Santa
So
Claus.
in school, I was told everyone thought that the Earth was flat, but when Christopher Columbus sailed, he didn't fall off the edge. And that's
I know,
when people knew that it was a globe. So my question is, what the fuck about Eratosthenes and Aristotle and all of these people then? Right? Fuck them. Right? I mean, if it took Christopher Columbus to do it.
Yeah, but you realize the only thing they were doing is they thought when a ship went into the horizon to the vanishing point, they assumed it's going off the edge or some shit. They that's the fairy tale that we were told actually, right? And then they said no, since he didn't fall off the edge, and came back, so it's not flat, it's round. That is so freaking ridiculous, man. I'm telling you. It's an extension of the freaking Santa Claus fairy tale. And that's what they're going to go with. No one in the right mind would use Columbus. You can... That is freaking hilarious, man. "2021, people are still quoting Columbus as having discovered the globe."
Oh man, that is hilarious. I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back.
Don't do it on the floor, even though it will.
Yeah.
Eventually.
No, I won't.
Not advised.
No. I'll do it in that space vacuum. I'll be right back.
So yeah, you bring me a sailor, a navigator that believes they're sailing on a continuous curved water. Show me one.
So, how fast is Halley's Comet moving again?
You're gonna make me look it up, huh? Okay, I'll Google it.
Okay, just let's think about this now. We got a really big problem. Again, no one ever talks about these things because we forgot to check. Yeah, so the Halley's Comet is moving about 1/20th the speed at the Earth's slowest. The Earth is actually moving 20 times faster, roughly. And for some reason, Halley's Comet keeps catching up with the Earth every so many years. That's might be an issue. 122,000 miles an hour versus 1.5 million miles an hour. That might have a differential.
But you know what? It always comes from above somewhere.
I want these questions to exist to ask people that are globers that think that things moving, 100 times slower can catch up with something moving 100 times faster. I mean, that's what they have to believe. That's not my claim. They don't even understand their own claim anyway. Obviously, every single time a glober comes in here, you have to first teach them their own religion. But my point is that these comets aren't even moving at 500,000 miles an hour, and they keep catching up to Earth that's moving at 3 times that speed. 122,000 miles is what they say Halley's Comet is moving at. The other comets they say are moving at much slower speeds. We shouldn't even have comets. We are the comet.
So
yes,
I'm back, by the way.
So you know what they do with the speed thing, though? They just change it because they have this relativism going on. So they can just switch it back to where, nope, you don't, because now
no, wait a minute.
Way or
Sonny,
something.
Sonny, watch this. Sonny, watch this. Sonny, watch this. Somebody mentioned this earlier. People keep mentioning these psychotic things that they're taught about. They call them geostationary satellites. Well, that's weird because we're moving at 1.5 million miles an hour, and you're saying the satellite is following us, but it's not moving. You want to think about that for a second?
Yeah, that's what they're actually saying. Yeah.
It's so psychotic.
Yeah,
it is
so
worse than
that's why,
Scientology.
yeah, listen, they can psychotically weasel out of the speed thing. They do it all the time. But they can't weasel out that the comets only come from above forever and ever and ever. Ever since people were looking, when you don't.
And every week on the news, we get a new article that says we might get hit by an asteroid. That's on our News 24, all the time. This week, there's close encounter with Earth with an asteroid.
They forgot to switch. Now it should be UFOs. That was a few years ago.
Man.
The asteroid scare. Remember, they had all those movies.
Oh no, we got it every week, almost every week on News 24.
Well, they're still pushing in your area than the asteroid scare, fear porn.
Yeah, dude. I don't even look at the shit anymore.
Instead of masks, it'll be helmets any day now.
Shoot.
To wear your seatbelt outside your car.
Oh, I hate the mask thing, dude. Oh, I absolutely hate it. But you don't want to get imprisoned, yeah, in South Africa. So I just wear it when I go to the shop or do what I need to do. But I take it off when I walk to my vehicle. But yeah, I don't take a chance here in this country. You don't want to get locked up in this country. Not as a white male. Do not want to do it. Not being racist. I'm coming from experience in this country. I've been brought up here. You do
Yeah.
not want to be locked up here. So I just obey where I have to, but that's about it. But if I don't have to wear it, like you guys in the US or wherever can really push your limits because your guys' law enforcement do it by the book. Our law enforcement don't do it by the book. It's everyone for themselves. Yeah.
What book?
No, that's not
It's
the
just-
discussion we wanted.
No. I'm just saying, like, it's just the whole mask thing and this COVID thing. I think it's the biggest bullshit. I'm asthmatic, and I don't even worry about this damn thing.
Yeah, on the flat Earth. Yeah, no problems. on
Yeah.
the flat Earth. Yeah, water's
And have you
still-
seen every 100 years there's always a pandemic? 1720 was the plague in France. 1820 was cholera, I think it was. Then we had 1920 was the Spanish flu, and now we got coronavirus in 2020. Every 100 years on the T for the past 400 years.
Well, that's just evolution. That's just a coincidence. Yeah.
Ah, true. It's an eclipse.
It's actually messages.
It's Harry
coming from
Potter.
the past. Messages coming from the future, going back into the past. and
There we
creating
go.
and creating evolution. That's what
It's a script. It's a script. But yeah, really awesome to hear it coming out of your guys as well. I thought I was maybe going a bit crazy there for a bit.
Yeah, I found the Discord right at the right time also.
Okay, so how fast again are these comets going and meteorites that are hitting the Earth? Here's the thing: if there were things moving that fast in this medium, they would look like literal white lines going across. It'd be instantaneous white lines. There wouldn't be a comet choo across the sky. Oh, make a wish, honey. No, it would be instantaneous white light. Boom. From horizon to horizon, you'd have a bright white light instantaneously, and then it would fade away. And if things were moving this fast,
Turns out there is a
That's true.
and in that place, you are given the ability to think with cartoons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So here's the story they give. Here it is. At 120 kilometers, 75 miles in diameter, it would be likely to be devastating, killing all land life, and also destroying marine life too, and the sea boiling for a year. Boiling, you hear that, you little froggies? Boiling away perhaps 100 meters depth of sea. Complex life would still survive deep in the sea and could recolonize the land. Humans could survive such an encounter only in space or in a nuclear submarine or perhaps caves excavated deep below the Earth's crust.
Is it? No, here's the. No,
space is going to save us.
I have to say this
Luckily.
real quick. But remember, the reason they say this is because in their spirit of spirits, remember, they are possessed. In their spirit of spirits, they want to avoid the judgment of God, which is fire from above.
Yeah.
So that's why they want to tell you how to survive the fire from above. It's to survive the judgment of God, not meteorites and asteroids. Thank you.
Luckily, there is no chance of this in the near to medium future, whatever the hell that is. In the long term, it has a chance of about 2.54 per billion of impact with each encounter, whatever the hell that means, in an orbit that currently takes over 2,500 years to complete. How did they measure that?
Oh man, let me share some shit here from South Africa.
Wait a minute, 1,000,000 to 1 against in 1,000,000 years, or 1,000 to 1 against in 1,000,000,000 years. So probably still more likely to get hit by a comet or an asteroid.
That's ridiculous.
Than catch the Mexican beer.
So there's News 24. That's like our local online news. Well, not local, like our main online news platform. And I just searched the topic asteroid, and that was like the main articles. But it's every week we get something similar. But these are the main ones. Oh, it's ridiculous. There's a God of Chaos asteroid plummeting towards Earth on the 5th of March.
They got to feed that fear every week. You got to have people.
Oh, yeah.
Every week there's got to be something to be afraid of in the sky that you can't do anything about.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, they said Halley's was moving at 124,000 miles per hour.
That is not. That's a snail compared to the Earth's speed.
I know. That's
not. It would never. We'd never see. It would never catch up. There'd be nothing catching up. We would be passing the comets. Oh, there's another comet. You'd see the trail and it'd be going backwards. I mean,
yeah, because because we would be flying so fast past it. Yeah, exactly.
We would be like, when are we gonna hit a comet? Would be we're about to hit something. They'd be telling us we're gonna hit shit in space if this was anywhere near reality.
No, miraculously, nothing ever hits this flying projectile through space at 1.3 million miles an hour. Not even the 15,000 satellites.
Tell that to the dinosaurs, bro. Do you eat
exactly?
dinosaurs, bro?
Yeah, you don't understand. Yeah, it happened once before 65 million years ago.
Hovering space junk in the millions of tons, just floating around this hurtling Earth asteroid.
I don't even think you could see something traveling at 1.3 million miles per hour. I don't even think your eyes can see it.
No, it would look like a bright light. It would look like a literal white line instantaneously.
You think so?
But you, the human being, can stand up. You, the human being, can stand up against all these forces and are still
of course
standing vertically, and water's all still and flat.
That's actually
That's interesting because you got to realize this big thing is that they use dinosaurs not just for evolution but for the space hoax. In 1980s, Christopher Reeve, which of course he ended up in a wheelchair, not ironic or anything. So he did a special on dinosaurs that I watched as a small child. I think I was 6 years old, and mostly it's all these cool creatures. All right, big lizards, cool. That was back before feathers were put on dinosaurs to really abuse the children. So I'm watching this and everything, and then Christopher Reeve says, but then from a place distant, an asteroid hurls towards the Earth, and it shows this, rock. It shows this lava rock, hurling through space, and then it shows the dinosaurs dying, and that literally was child abuse. Like I remember being really sad and hurt seeing these, big, lizards being killed off by this space meteor. The deception is so big, it's everything, and it just destroys the mind. And I was really pissed off at Christopher Reeve for that, and that's probably why he ended up in a wheelchair and died. Thanks. In that video, they also showed a human reptile hybrid, saying that if the dinosaurs weren't wiped out, we would be reptile people, guys.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this is called Dinosaur. Just type in Christopher Reeve Dinosaur. It's our program. This is how they programmed children in the 80s. I was one of them. And if you're wondering why I'm so pissed off all the time, that's Christopher Reeve's fault.
Yeah, I got a bit of a dirty mouth, so I wanted to say something now about evolution. Am I allowed to have a bit of a dirty mouth?
I don't. I try to keep it clean.
Can I say one swear word or twice, I think?
Only for emphasis, but the bot might get
cool.
you, so be careful if you're new. You might get it could be. Yeah, I would be careful. It's
okay. I'll just say like I'll abbreviate it. So evolution is that an amoeba was angry with himself, so he told himself to go F himself. So what he did is he went to go F himself, and he made another amoeba. And then he's like, holy crap, this is a chick. And then he went and effed that amoeba. And yeah, then evolution started. Because there's no other way it could start. So yeah.
You forgot the rock. You forgot the rock.
No. So I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. That was just there.
I get it. So then the effing amoeba. So I'm tired of effing around. Only amoebas around here. I think I'm gonna crawl up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna turn into a fish first, so I can swim further. Yeah, there it is. Then I'll F all the other fish down here until, and then they'll get tired. I'll get tired of that. Now I'm gonna grow some legs, crawl up on land.
Yeah, and then the one with the biggest D got obviously the better genes, and yeah, that's how Africans came, because they got big Ds, and apparently, and then humans started from Africa, because the chicks wanted that.
Well, it's actually better than that, because the DNA knows that rhinoceroses are being hunted for their horns. So now rhinoceroses, surprisingly, are being born without horns, because the DNA knew that they were being killed for their ivory and hair.
There we go.
Horn. So yeah, that's a DNA knows. The evolution knows what to do. It knows why you're killing the animal, and then I didn't know rhinoceroses used to be born with horns anyway. I thought that would have been a little bit tough on the mother, but what do I know? Thanks.
It would seriously reduce the horn, the horn.
Yeah, listen, no, Sonny,
horns damage, death due to delivery.
No, for millions of years, for millions of years, rhinos and bucks were born with horns, and their parents kept dying, and then the evolution realized what to do and fixed it. Yeah.
Oh, there was an argument this morning on the live stream where I gave a story. This is not evidence for intelligent design versus evolution, and then the person said, like, I gave this long story short with my dog that. Anyways, long story short, this person said, okay, so God saved your dog, but doesn't save the starving African Ethiopians, blah, blah, blah. So I was like, okay, well, why didn't they evolve not to require food? Like, if they're not getting food, they should evolve into something that doesn't require food, and then it wouldn't need food if their evolution is so great. That's a very long story short now. Extremely long story short. So just imagine that. So yeah, I find eating retarded. I hate eating. It's a waste of money because you got to go shit and use toilet paper, and yeah. If evolution was true, I wish we could evolve into people that didn't need to eat, but it's not going to happen.
My question would be why evolution is so sophisticated and eloquent and amazingly bright and smart, it decided to make male and female. I would assume that it would be 1,000% easier just to have all creatures be asexual, but evolution is just too brilliant for that, and it has a mustache, and it had to create male and female.
Yeah, but didn't they say seahorse is like the most evolved something, if I'm not mistaken? I think a seahorse is the most fancy or something.
Evolved, yep.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, because the male carries the eggs. That's the highest form of evolution.
Yeah.
Got that guy carrying around the babies before they're born. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
So maybe we're turning all into human seahorses.
Yeah, definitely. Fuck, this is funny.
Oh, I've been corrected. It actually carries fertilized eggs. Get to work.
Ooh. They've evolved into carrying fertilized eggs now.
Yep, that's the male seahorse that has to do all the motherly work and have the bib and the bottle and everything. It's awesome, huh?
Uh-huh.
Can't you dry those out in a powder and then you rehydrate them again and they start living?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, completely dry, like in a package.
We are evolving. It's called trans.
That's absolutely correct. Yes, if you look at the pride parades, that's the highest form of human evolution, correct?
So back to flat Earth. What's your guys' thought on the sun being electric and lighting up I can't remember the sort of gas, but it makes it blue. If you know where I'm going at with this, because apparently the sun is electricity, which is lighting up the whatever that thing is now called up in the
The
sky.
firmament.
No. So the actual air molecules in the sky, where it turns blue, and they actually test it, where they take some sort of charge and they put it along these different gases, and this specific gas, which is up there, turns blue when you put this specific power towards it.
But let me get real quick, Beer Man. My swimming pool does the same thing. As a child, I grew up with a swimming pool, and at night we would turn the light on, and the whole thing would glow exactly the same color as the sky during the day. So it has to do with water. Now, I can't tell you how. Any human that tells you they know how that works is a liar. There's no such thing as a human that can tell you how that works, but it works because it's water. That's what I know.
Yeah, but apparently, because of this, there's probably a specific. I'm gonna use just a random word now. Say nitrogen. I'm just giving an example now. So this nitrogen gas is what turns blue if it's in a tube, for instance, in a closed tube. If that nitrogen's in there and electricity comes near it, it turns blue. So that could be in water, for instance. And that specific thing is what's making the sky look blue, and that's why it's black when it's obviously nighttime, because there's no sun electricity shining on it. So that's, I don't know if you guys have heard that theory. No, I take it as a no. If I can find the videos, I'll post it eventually when I see you guys again.
Well, I'm biased, so I would have a personal bias with this. So I would have to say that since humans can't know, I would say, what does God say? And God said is that it is the open firmament of the air, because he separated the waters from the waters. And that's why we have a blue sky. So that's as far as we can go. I don't call that speculation, because actually that's the only answer that makes sense. I would just say that that is the truth that we experience, that we have waters in the skies. And that's actually why they deceived us about the space deception, is to destroy the idea that heaven is above. And that's why this deception is so evil.
That's true. Yeah.
Yo, I have actually heard, my dude. It's kind of in similar line with the neon lighting, right?
Yeah, something with the neon lighting. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I've heard of it. The only thing I would add in trying to make sense of it all is when you read, if you're gonna put it together with scripture, right? When you read Genesis, the sun and the moon were made on the fourth day, but the light and the dark were separated on the first day. I think it's first or second. Either way, before. So that to me indicates that there's a distinction between daylight and sunlight.
Yes.
So worth considering. I could point to other examples of that, but I just figure just take those words for what they are initially, and then you could go from there. If you're interested, I could talk about other stuff. I just don't want to dwell on it for too long, because
No worries.
We'll be here all day.
Dude, I'm still learning this stuff. I'm very new into it. Or I've understood the whole concept, but I've never dug this deep into it, because I'm full on into it now. So I'm still learning, and that's why I'm asking and talking a lot of shit. You got to bear with me. I just want to grab as much info as I can now.
Good. I want to test you a little bit, Beer Man. Go ahead, Elijah. I'll wait.
Yeah.
Just one last thing in association with the neon thing. So, not necessarily that's like that it's completely wrong, but I think if you're going to consider it, like what thing you were saying about the water, I think that, especially if you're going to go from biblical, you have to address the words first and then the speculation later. But there could be a link between the colors in terms of why we get like the neon thing you were talking about, or the electricity and the gas, right? I think that could connect to why we see, not necessarily the only option, but why we see like purple sky at night or in the morning and different things like that.
All right.
So that was just the last thing. Just because I know, I mean, you just look at it, right? They're clearly similar. Whether they're the same,
yeah.
They're clearly similar visually. But that was it. Go ahead.
Well, blue and black make purple, if I'm not mistaken.
Maybe. I'm not sure. I just thought I'd add that to the neon thing. But Exo, go ahead. You were saying.
Yeah, I do want to say that on top of that, though, since that's an interesting topic. I have seen this personally, so I'm not saying I understand or know how or why, but at a distance, the sunlight changes colors. So at a great distance, the color that I saw was a bright red. When the sun had gone down, the light emanating off the ocean was red. So when we look up in the sky and we see clouds that are pinkish and reddish, it's because the light is literally red that's emanating from a great distance off of the earth. Obviously, I believe it's literally not necessarily the sun. I think the light that is closest to the clouds would be reflecting off the earth, and it's above water when I saw it. But that's a side topic. There's too many observations that you'd have to make. But the sun doesn't change color, obviously, right? But as it goes away, the
atmosphere,
the open air of the firmament does change the colors of the spectrum of colors, right? The prism. But I wanted to ask you real quick, Beer Man, if I prove that the earth is flat, do I have to answer any other questions about anything regarding the moon and stars?
Not at all. No.
Very
So
good. Excellent. Good job. That's
yeah,
right.
no,
I want to put that out there because remember, since you're new to this, since you haven't been doing this for 6 years or 7 years like some of us, my point is that remember, every single person that you approach with this topic is going to ask you about everything but the shape of the earth: the sun, moon, and stars, comets, galaxies, quasars, and magical black holes. That's what they want to talk about, automatically, if I prove the earth is flat, everything else is automatically destroyed, and I need no explanation. I just want you to know that. Thank you.
Yeah, 100%. So I don't know if you were here when I just joined the chat about an hour ago. Were you? No. Hey?
No, he might have been.
I don't think so. I think I want to go.
Okay, so let me show you where I stand with this whole thing. So I now know or believe that we don't live on a spinning ball hurtling through space at all those ridiculous speeds. So that's where I was like, okay, what the hell are we living on? So I'm going to put it at the stance that I say I believe we live on a flat earth because I haven't yet tested it myself. But I do know that we don't live on a ball. Does that make sense? So until I buy myself a P900 and test the stuff myself, I'm just going to say I believe that we live on a flat earth until I can say I know that I live on a flat earth.
Right. Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. And I don't force anybody to say anything. But yeah, once you realize it, it's a wonderful thing. You know, Jen CBR, Elijah, myself, the other Elijah, we actually, I think so. I'm going to speak for them, but we do love the fact that we can tell people for a fact that it is a flat plane of existence.
See, that's where I want to get. So, like I said to the other guys, I just started a business. It's doing very well, but I'm very stingy with my money. But I want to buy myself a P950 or 900 or even a 1000.
900,
yeah. So the 950 is the upgrade, but it's cheaper. Yeah, the 950 is a bit cheaper than the 900.
But
for some weird reason.
What I would say to you is this. What I would say to you, since that you're frugal with your money and you're very prudent, it would be a good idea just to look for a second-hand P900, which you can pick up for about $300, $350 for a second-hand one now. If you look, okay?
But to get that, the shipping's expensive.
Well, there's layers to this, right? Like all of these things are necessary because of our insecurity with our interaction with people. Ultimately, you've never experienced the globe. There's all the proof you need. You don't need a proof of the negative.
That's why I'm on your guys' side. That's why I'm on this side as well. I want to, for myself, say I know. I want to see it. I want to say I know. And I want to tell that person to shut the F up.
I know. Just to go back to the sorry, Elijah, go ahead.
I was just saying, I get it.
Yeah, right. Okay, well, just to go back to your talking about the shipping. Well, look where you are first. Then look on Amazon and other sites that would offer you used P900s. Okay, the difference between the P900 and the 1000 is obviously when you see it, the physical appearance of said canvas. But the 1000 good for when you're doing like wildlife, action shots. The 1000 comes into itself there. But if you're gazing at the stars and then you want the 900 is the one. It's the pocket telescope, as you were saying earlier. It's like a telescope. That's the one you want. Okay.
All right.
That's the tool. the weapon of choice for a flat earther would be the P900, and that's good enough. It's good enough.
So the
You can get a really good
1,125
one.
times. Yeah, the 1,125 times, and the 900 is 83 times, and the
Yeah.
950 is also 83 times. The only difference what I found is that
Yeah.
with the 900 and the 950 is that the 950 doesn't have GPS, which is fine. And surprisingly enough, it's three-quarters of the price of a 900 for some weird reason.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't. I would just go for the P900. It's a proven weapon. It works well. And I would definitely go second hand rather than new. Because it's now, how many years has it been around now? You got the 1,000 out, so automatically the 900 has gone down in price. Okay, and if you look around, scout around, you would definitely find a bargain. Look into Japan as well, because you can get some bargains. Okay, so
Yeah,
look around.
I'm definitely looking. I'm definitely looking. It's
Yeah,
very
you
scarce
don't-
here in our country, but I am looking. But yeah, I'll definitely check
Well,
Amazon
that's
out.
right. Yeah, yeah. It will be scarce, probably where you are. Then, yeah. See, because you're in. Where are you? South Africa?
South Africa, yeah, Cape Town, South Africa.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah. I heard you saying that you hate the country, right? Because of, I think, the way it's being run at the moment. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't belong here as white Europeans. We don't belong here, and we've
Well,
been told we
basically,
don't belong
I
here.
think. Yeah, I think your ancestors left behind a bad legacy, which you now have to pick up the pieces. And if you're
No,
honest to yourself, sorry.
the Afrikaans ancestors left a bad legacy. I'm
Well,
third generation. I'm here, but I'm
yeah.
that one
I'm just
generation too
talking
far.
accurate. I'm talking accurate to history and
Yeah.
what's been going on. And if I were in your shoes, let's say I am you, I would look at the history. I can see there's some wrongdoings there, so some
Oh yeah,
understandings have to be put into place. Yeah, and
100%. I understand
it
it.
is what it is. It is what it is at the moment. I'd be
Yeah,
going hell for leather in trying to unite whites and blacks together and live on and come under a serious understanding of what's gone on was wrong. Let's live together. Let's share our knowledge. Let's build a beautiful Africa that we want to build in that sense,
yeah,
which includes me and everybody together and my ancestors. Okay?
yeah.
It's just understanding. That's all it is. I don't like it when I hear a one-sided story, and it's just what's going on at present without actually mentioning the legacy that brought this situation that's happening now about. You see?
Yeah, we don't have a racial issue in this country. We've got a culture clash in this country. But let's stick with flat Earth. I just want to put it out there. I just want to put it out there. We don't have a racial issue. I've got black friends. There's many black people and white people that get along very well.
Yeah.
We got a culture clash in this country. If it is a racial issue, we would hate black people and you would hate white people. We don't have that. We have a culture clash.
Yeah. I'm of the idea that we've got to get on, and that's how I've lived my life.
Yeah.
Those who don't want to get on, well, I leave them in the gutter.
I'm just stoked that I'm finally into this now. This whole flat Earth thing. So
yeah, I can tell that you're over the moon, so to speak.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
I've been further than Neil.
Yeah, because you really are over the moon.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, man.
And then someone asked me early on if I'm what religion, or do I do the whole Bible thing. So yes, I do. And but the only thing is that I still drink my beers, and that's where I got my name from. I love my beer, and that's how I got Beer Man from. I was playing games, and then I was like, "Be right back. I'm gonna get a beer." And then they're like, "Dude, you're a real beer man." And I'm gonna do it to you guys for the first time now. I'm gonna be right back. I was gonna get another beer. So yeah, I'll be right back.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, be right back.
Great way to introduce yourself.
I like it.
Amazing. Cheers.
Just do it!
Yeah.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome.
I heard that. So yeah, that's how I got my name from. If you guys ever wondered where Beer Man comes from.
Right. Okay. So you love your beers.
Oh yeah, dude, I love my beer.
Yes.
Love my beer.
I like when it comes to beers, I'm into the Heineken, the Grolsch,
Grolsch is
the
good.
Corona beer. Yeah, Grolsch, Heineken, Corona beer, and in Japan here, where I'm talking to you from now, they have one called the Kirin beer, which is my favorite. Yeah.
Yeah, we got a local craft beer, CBC, Cape Town Brewery something. Great beer, but it's a bit expensive, or it's like double the price of a normal beer. Otherwise, I'd just drink our South African beer, Castle, and Castle Light. Great beer.
Yeah, I haven't had a beer this year yet, though. There you
Oh,
go.
wow, I've had like, damn. Oh, no, let's not even get into those numbers. It's probably further than the moon if I had to put all my beer cans.
Yeah.
5 years.
I've had about 2 bottles of wine this year, but that's about all. Red wine from Chile, South America. That's my other drink, wine, like red wine.
Yeah, red wine is good. I don't do white wine.
Yeah, no, I don't like white wine that much myself. Back in the day, though, I used to drink white wine with the kind of like the English / European, which is some light crackers, some cheese, grapes, apples, topped cheese spreads, and the white wine. I used to do it like that. Yeah, that used to be. I used to enjoy the wine that way. Back in the 90s. Mid 80s, 90s, yeah, I used to have a little bit of the old cheeses and
Can I
apples
upload?
and that, and
No.
crackers, rye Vitsa.
I was gonna try upload a pic of myself here, but it's sort of my profile pic as well. I'm a thin ass dude. I cannot get fat, and I drink a lot of beer, but I surf as well. I'm pretty active.
Yeah, but then again, if you're pretty active, I was going to say, if you're pretty active and then you're living in a hot climate, then it's easy to retain your body stature. Your weight and that, When you're in the colder climates, then you need to have a little bit more body fat on to isolate oneself from the cold. You see, mind you, I'm pretty active myself.
Nice. It's good.
Look at it. It's currently 3:10, just gone 3:10 in the morning here in Japan. I'm talking to you now.
Oh wow!
Currently doing the laundrette. So at
8:11, yeah.
Right. So I'm already into Saturday morning already. Almost 4 hours into Saturday morning. And then I shall go to the laundrette. I shall then do my exercises in the morning, return home, set the kids up and that, and then later on in the day, after work in the afternoon, I should go for my second round of exercises and then relax for the rest of the weekend.
Great stuff.
Yeah.
So I played my wife a few videos yesterday, and we did one. I just listened. Yeah, she was busy on the phone. I said, "No, give me that phone." I took a phone from her, and I said, "You're gonna watch this with me." And we watched one of the David Weiss videos. I made her watch it. I just made her, but she's also like been into it, sort of believed it, and then she's like, "Love, we are gonna explore a bit more now." So, which is pretty cool. Like in the sense of just we're gonna go out more, and it's really made us get out a bit more, which is pretty awesome.
That's it. Now you're going to really connect with nature in its real sense. And if you're, like you said, you're religious, so you'll be making your religious connection with that as well through the biblical book called the Bible. That's good enough. That's your way, and that's excellent.
Yeah.
And then if you have time to actually do a bit of camping and that, and enjoy fishing and
dude, I love my camping. I camp a lot. I love my camping.
Yeah. Then you're truly going to be living. That's it. And then obviously later on in time, you will be spreading the news about how the Earth is not a spinning ball. Yeah, and that is your job, your responsibility as a human being, doing something, giving back to humanity where humanity has been led astray. You're trying to bring them back to reality, and that is the human disposition, isn't it? One of wanting everyone to get along, know the truth as far as we can tell, and live in harmony and move on and protect this earth for future generations to come. That's it.
Exactly.
We are not to be making bombs and blowing ourselves up. That is just a ridiculous game. There is no need for it at all. No need whatsoever. It's only because humanity has been led astray at the moment. That's why this is going
there is
on.
a need. They need those bombs to blow up the buildings that don't go along with their version of history. And they need those bombs to convince people.
Yeah, if you look at it like that, in their crazy world, a bizarro world, yeah, of course, costing trillions of dollars.
What I find interesting though, this chat has got what plus minus 20, maybe 30 people in it. Everyone's mic's muted. It feels like I'm the only one talking here with like 3 or 4 other guys. Is everyone else just listening and like, I don't know.
Yeah. Generally, that's what happens. They're all listening. They're all listening, and then they'll chime in when they feel they're ready to chime in because they've heard it all before. So they're just listening.
Okay, cool.
Some
So
of them
if I talk too much, you must just let me know.
I'm enjoying the new voice.
I mean, if you're here to learn or understand, then we need to hear what you have to say. People,
Okay, cool.
Most people are just lying also in wait to whether or not someone is going to be worth talking to. You seem like you're worth talking to. So
yeah,
fantastic. That's good.
I'm making breakfast. I'm listening.
All right, cool. So I'm making valid points, and I'm being constructive. I think then.
That's right. And as soon as that stops happening, people will chime in. And
all right,
that's
cool.
fine. So you just feel free, relax. You're welcome. Welcome. You're at home now. You're a flat earther, or almost a flat earther, should I say? Because you want to go out and confirm.
I definitely believe it.
So
I just want to, prove it to myself.
Yeah. Prove it to myself.
All you have to do is prove that what they claim is wrong. Then it's falsified, and therefore, okay. And now a new, better claim has to be brought forth.
Oh yeah, so I definitely disagree with what they say. I don't believe we live on a ball spinning through space. I think that's ridiculous. I think it's just stupid. Yeah. After I thought about it, it's like, how the hell did I believe this? And so now it's basically, I just want to say, like, okay, I want to go and prove that it's flat because it could be any other shape. It could be a hexagon for all I know now. But what I've been told, it's flat. So I want to see that now.
What you just said, like, how could I have ever believed it? Yeah, right. I believe you, right? I got it totally. But did you ever think when you were believing in Santa Claus, when you woke up from that, did you ever think to yourself, man, I can't believe I ever believed it? No, your main thought is like, I know why I believed in that is because people above me tricked me.
That is so fucking true.
And so once you realize that they're just tricking you, it's like, oh, well, yeah, okay, fuck that, yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, I never bought into the Father Christmas thing. From as far as I can remember, being in elementary school, I knew Father Christmas wasn't real. I knew the presents did not come from any chimney, and he didn't get into our house and put the Christmas presents there. No.
Oh, hold that thought. Our power just came back on. I'm gonna go switch my generator off, and get back onto my normal power. So I'll be back in about 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, no worries.
I got something to say about Father Christmas as a kid. So I'll be right back.
On. Go ahead. That's living in Africa for you. So they have a power outage, and then the generator kicks in. That reminds me, when I was in Nigeria, we had the same thing. We had a Honda generator, and I'm talking 1971, 72, when I was there last, as a kid, and I used to maintain that generator. To tell you how much I was into bikes and engines and that was my responsibility. And that was basically emptying out the dirty oil, so the oil change, air filter, oil filter change. That's what I used to do. generated at the Earth. They haven't changed that much. It was still the same thing, red and white, red body, white cover on top. I used to do that. That used to come in. So when the power went out, I'd go out there into the back of the shed and start it up, pull it, and then it would start up, and then flick the switch, and then the power would come on. You know, as the revs went up, the lights got brighter and brighter, and then that's that. And then as it's going on to reserve, it starts to dull and shine, and then you quickly flick it onto reserve, and then fill up with fuel until the power came on. Yeah, those were the days.
They actually have scheduled power outages there, Jim, because they can't generate the electricity that people need. So you get like a schedule, but they don't adhere to the schedule. And then you can find yourself coming home from work and you want to have a bath, cook a meal, you know, use your computer, and then you're just stuck. So I don't think there are people in South Africa at this point who don't have a backup generator or something.
Yeah, it makes sense there. It's a shame that they're not able to you know, reusable power, thermal. I mean, there's ways they could be doing. They should be doing this by now. A little bit slow there. That's something that's disappointing, really. You know, that they're still having generator problems that we were having in the 70s in Nigeria, but they're still having that problem. It's a shame, really. This is where they're not linking together, sharing ideas, and then using technology and using natural technology. This shouldn't be happening now, really, you know. So it's a little bit disappointing.
Yeah, compared to the the total population number, as far as they know, because a lot of people there are born and they never get registered, so that they don't really know, you know, what the population is. But the taxpayers make up around 6% of the actual population number. So they have a problem. They can't maintain or renew their infrastructure because they're not getting, you know, the tax coffers are perpetually empty.
Yeah, but you know me, I am not for this economic system crap anyway. Because if I was a leader in South Africa, I'd just be printing the money. The money would be printed. I don't care. I don't care if it devalues the so-called economy. It's a stupid game of Monopoly. It's leaning to one side anyway. The general public do not benefit. I just don't support it at all, at one iota. So I just see it as another problem that's devaluing the earth. You know. So we don't really have to play the game. There's enough resources, and we can do it. We can actually build this earth regardless and do away with the economy. And it shouldn't be about amassing wealth as such. There's no need for that. You see, the wealth is abundant on this earth already. It's just allocating it and sharing it in a balanced, harmonious, cohesive way that, you know, there is no need for an economy. It's the economy is the thing that's devaluing the earth as such. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, if we could replace all these corrupt, inefficient leaders that we have.
This is why you've got to have that word. The revolution has to happen. Otherwise, it's not going to be happening. We're not going to get rid of these horrible people that are in control, devaluing the earth, playing their stupid little games. I mean, when you have to go and vote for a system that's actually devaluing you, I can't see the logic in that. You're supporting the thing that's destroying the earth, and you with it. No, can't do that. Thanks. Meanwhile, they lie about the earth being a ball spinning in space, sending rockets up there, more money to the taxpayer. What a waste of money there. So no. There is a better way, for sure.
So Jim, we left off on the Christmas thing, and I remember as a kid, I used to obviously believe in Father Christmas. I think I was about 5 years old. We were at some preschool, and Father Christmas gave us our presents. Obviously, our mothers bought them, but we didn't think that. Yeah. And I remember it as if it happened a week ago, where I said I saw the reindeer and Father Christmas leaving the house the roof. It just shows you how programmed you are to make up your own beliefs, and that's what how you're saying. Yeah, but I see the sun going over the horizon. I see this happening. I see that happening, because that's what we believe.
Yeah,
and it makes so much sense as an adult when you wake up, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah, and I woke up a long time ago that this Santa was just not real. He never came to our house.
Lucky
So
you.
I used to laugh at my friends when they used to say Santa came in. I used to say, your mum and dad bought the damn present, shut up, you know what I mean?
Oh, well done.
No, Santa came. Santa came. I said, no, your mum and dad bought that. Okay, no Santa's coming to your house. So I never got into the Santa thing, ever did.
And the Tooth Fairy?
Again, that's another one I never got into. Who's going to put back in the day when I was a boy, it would have been a sixpence under the pillow. So when I actually did put my tooth under there, right, no sixpence came. I said, well, there's no tooth fairy then, obviously. I didn't get a sixpence. Sixpence is 6 pennies. It came in a very small coin known as a sixpence, okay? And that's what you get, supposedly, for your tooth.
Yeah.
I've got no sixpence. That's another lie. Yeah, the Santa Claus is a lie. Tooth fairy is a lie. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually I sell my business. I sell e-commerce stuff, a lot of tech stuff and pet products and things like that online. And I use a platform, Takealot. So it's similar to Amazon, but it's also African platform, Takealot. And Takealot's support sucks so bad. You create, for instance, a ticket, only a month later you get a reply. And my previous because of my previous work and stuff, I used to deal quite high up in corporate environments, so I knew a lot of people, and I got hold of the CEO of Takealot, and I've got these guys in contact with when I need support on the platform, and I do this whole support thing, and I said, listen, yeah, when emailing Takealot support, it's like emailing Santa Claus. They do not exist.
Yeah,
it feels like I have a conversation with Santa Claus. So
yeah, it doesn't help when it's like that. Does make doing business much more difficult, I suppose, in terms of revenue. Yeah, I can understand that. Time lost chasing up bloody lost communications.
It's the same kind of system. Like, I left cookies out for them. Somebody ate them. Explain that. Yeah, well, these presents weren't here last night, but here they are. Explain that.
Yeah.
Like I wrote him a letter, and look, I got the things that I put in my list. So
you have to believe it. It's like it's like putting sticks in the ground and measuring the shadows. The earth is round. I mean, come on. Why don't I get a reply? It's a yeah.
It certainly never came to our house, I'll tell you that much.
Oh man, I actually find the globe very comical now.
Yes, it is, isn't it? It's a hideous joke. It debunks itself. You can't live on a ball. It's silly. When you ask children, right, which is safer to live on, a ball that is spinning past, or a plate that's flat, level, not moving at all, which is safer to live on? And they all point to the plate.
Of course.
Yeah.
And obviously, I'm going to have questions. And it's not to try protect the globe. It's just to try explain the flat Earth or whatever else it is.
Yeah.
So that's the only reason why I still have questions. And that was my Antarctic question early on. Why do they always go South America? Never really anywhere else. That was the one question I've always had. And yeah.
I've seen them go from South Africa, I think, as well, and occasionally, and Australia, occasionally.
Yeah, so that's the sort of thing I'm still researching now, and I found one to the right from the top of the flat Earth. So that's the only reason why I really have questions. I've seen globers always question, and then they if you cannot answer it, it's a globe. It's a globe, 100%. It's a globe. But every other question you can answer. And I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy.
Yeah, no, they're in denial, completely and utterly in denial. That's why they do that. You see, as soon as you can't answer a question, right, they switch back to the globe instantly. They're just waiting to get back onto that fantasy ball.
Yeah. So I'm not that guy.
Clearly, they cannot prove. Clearly, they are unable to prove at all because it doesn't exist, and that measurement of curvature is just not there. Not to mention the actual rotation. And then when you figure out how Earth can be a ball in the vacuum of space with the air contained without a barrier to contain it and keep it, contained from the vacuum of space, then for sure there is no space.
So that's actually, I'm so glad you brought that up. I'm so glad you brought that up because I got an experiment we all can eventually actually do. So they say you cannot do it because we're on Earth. So we can do it because we're on Earth. It's so logical how to do this. All you have to do is create a little vacuum box on Earth, put a little bit of oxygen in it, or air, whatever, atmosphere, a little bit of it, with a temperature gauge, a pressure gauge on the top, and a pressure gauge at the bottom. And gravity, according to the ball Earth, should pull that atmosphere down. So there should be no pressure at the top, and there should be pressure at the bottom. And that, can you see what I'm doing? Can you picture what I'm saying? And that'll prove it. That'll prove it. But it will never work. It'll always find it's what's the word that they use? It'll always equalize in the whole box. Gravity will never pull that. You can leave it there you can keep it there for 20,000 years. It'll always stay in the equilibrium, whatever you want to call it. So that when they say you can't prove it on Earth, impossible. That is the ultimate test to prove that we don't live in a space vacuum.
Yeah. No, we clearly don't live in a vacuum. Clearly we don't. It's clearly obvious.
It's impossible.
Living in the vacuum of space, it's impossible. Yeah, most certainly it's impossible.
And if they can lie about that, and they can lie about 1,000 other things, we're not living on a ball.
Like I said to my family years ago now, I said, there's no way an asteroid is coming to hit us. It's never going to happen. It never happened before, and it's never happened before, and it never will happen. So the idea that the asteroid came in 65 million years ago and destroyed the Earth and, ended life for the dinosaurs, that's just a fantasy. It never happened.
Have you guys watched the that documentary on "There's No Forests on Earth"? Or "There's No Forests on Flat Earth"?
No trees on Earth or something. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah,
very, very interesting as well.
Very.
So I watched half of it. The second half was a bit fantasy for me, but the first half very interesting.
Beerman, hello.
But,
what's up?
Again, I don't think the rocks are trees. That's for sure. I will never believe that.
I think some of those tree-shaped look pretty tree-like to me.
Can I?
But yeah, go for
it. Am I interrupting something or not?
Because no, go for it. Ask me.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just didn't fully understand. Could you please repeat and explain that thing that you said about the box and the gas, just for me to understand what do you mean?
Yeah, sure. So think of take a cardboard box, say 1 meter cube, a cube meter box.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Perspex, and it's a vacuum. It's a vacuum on Earth. All right. And you fill it up with a tiny bit of air. Just say 1 liter of air into that cube meter box. According to the globers, gravity pulls our atmosphere down. All right. So that's why we don't have that. That's why the vacuum's not sucking it up. So according to them, we should have there should be a vacuum above that air, that atmosphere in that box. So think of that box as the little Earth, if that makes sense.
And
so then
when
there
you
should
say
be
1 liter, when you say 1 liter, you mean 1 liter, which is 1 liter under the normal pressure.
so just 1 liter of air. So you take
Yeah, when you say 1
Yeah.
liter, I mean it's a liter of well, it would be better to say like 3 grams or something like this. So
yeah. So
something that would-
I'm yeah, I'm nowhere near physics or things like that. I'm just saying less than what that thing can take on full
Okay.
pressure, just a little bit of air. It should go to the bottom. It should go to the bottom, and there should be a vacuum on top of it, if that makes
Okay.
sense.
So basically, you just have like 1 meter box, and you can not even have a vacuum. You just like grab the half of the air inside. So according to the Globers, the air that is still there, it should like take the bottom half of
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, great.
Perfect. Yeah. So that's actually a better way to explain it. Yeah, suck half of that air out. Then half of it should be in the box. The other half should be empty. According to them, with a gradient.
Do you think? I'm just not sure if it would work that well with gases, because what would usually happen if you have, for example, if you just take 1 cubic meter of air in a normal cube, it will be like it will be everywhere the same air. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
But for example, if we say that its density, for example, if we take a ball of helium, it will go up. If we take a ball of
that makes sense. Okay. So yeah, I see where you're getting at. So yeah, my analogy is then blown out. So there we go. This is why I say I'm still new to it, guys. I'm still very new to it.
It might be just, I don't know if you can do something.
No, but if you think about it, air's at the bottom. That's the most dense. That's why it's right at the bottom. The helium and that is at top. So they're still at the top.
Because, for example, if you take 1 liter or 1 cubic meter of air, it's kind of the same. Because, for example, the CO2 gas, it's 1.5 times more dense than the air itself. So usually if you have it, it goes down. But for example, when we breathe, it's not just on the bottom of the floor, it's everywhere. So that's why I think that the air is moving all the time. It would be hard to do it with the gas.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But
well,
it was
fair enough.
but it was a very nice idea.
All right. Fair enough.
Yo, back to that trees thing. I just posted a video of a guy who found a tree that has a 9-mile base at the bottom, and evidence of branches and leaves nearby bigger than the Sears Tower. You know, leaves bigger than the Sears Tower. So check it out.
Let me have a look here.
Did everyone went quiet?
Yeah, busy watching the video.
Watching the video.
Sorry. Excuse me.
Yeah, I'm fast forwarding a bit, but it's very interesting. Oh wow, at 7 minutes gets very, very interesting. So I'm going to pause it at 7:36 here. This is not hard to believe. If you can believe that they landed on Mars in Greenland, how can you not believe this? Damn, this video is actually very good, eh?
think it's a cedar tree or.
Still busy with the video, I see. Nah, I've watched it already.
We could literally be the tiny creation.
Yeah,
That's what
exactly.
I think. I think it's quite possible. How would we know the difference?
Yeah. Think of
So
a
that-
goldfish. If you put a goldfish in a tank, it's gonna think that you created this world for him. But he
Yeah.
doesn't know what the fuck else is out there.
Well, think about it. Like, it's kind of biblical. The giant thing didn't work out.
Yeah.
And so we're like the 2.0 or the 3.0 creation. Who knows? Like,
Yeah. Have you seen those giant books made in Tartaria?
Yeah. Sorry about that. Yes. And all those buildings. Yeah, that's overwhelming now. I even did a video about a mud flood building right here in my city in California.
Nice.
Yeah, and so what I think about this area is this is where it all kind of one of the areas where it kind of let out all of the floods, created these huge freaking valleys, wide, flat valleys with really steep sides.
Yeah.
Going all the way to the ocean. So it like let out here. It ended here. So I see some evidence of mud flood buildings. There's no reason to build a building. I don't care what kind it is. Underground, an entire story.
Yeah.
There's no reason for it. And leave the windows. So you have to dig holes around the windows? Why wouldn't anybody do that?
No.
Like even here. Here, I'll put this video. It's quite amazing. There's mostly churches, but like churches and like other buildings that are about the same time. There's no reason if one building is mud flooded that the building next to it as part of the same complex is mud flooded too.
Yeah, I'm looking for. I found about 2 years ago, and I cannot find it anymore. Is an old encyclopedia from the 19th or 20th century. I think it's the 1940s or 1950s, where they took a satellite image of the Earth, and it was totally different to what it looks like now. And I cannot find that encyclopedia anymore. So I've seen a few of them, but it's not the one I'm looking for. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about. It's just a very old encyclopedia, the first ever photo taken of the Earth from space, or some
It's
shit like
probably
that.
it could be from the SR. Was it the SR-71?
I'm not too sure. If I see it, it was a YouTube video where it's a woman, if I'm not mistaken, and she paged this encyclopedia, and I cannot find that video anymore. And that was for me like wow, extremely wow. That was probably the only real image taken from very high up.
Look, the first NASA videos, what I heard is they're flying at like from the X1 or the SR-71. They're flying like 300,000 feet, and the first black and white images show a completely flat horizon.
Yeah.
Now,
But,
I don't know
oh,
about
man.
like where they actually are claiming they're going, if that's true, if they're up that high. I don't know, but whatever
Yeah,
they're showing.
but this is before NASA. This picture was before NASA, and this is like wow, man.
Okay.
And if I can find that again, I wish I could share that because that was the big wow moment for me when I first got into this 2 years ago. And I could never find it again. And obviously, I forgot about the whole flat Earth, and now I'm back into it.
I think I've seen that before as well.
But good luck finding it. I think YouTube's removed it. I've even gone through my history, and I've got the same account for the past 15 years. I've gone through, like, it took me days going through video for video for video, and I cannot find that video. I think it's just been removed. I want to see if I can find the video that got me back into this. Do you guys watch Modern Day Debate? And this is that double sun video. So, the debate, and this is what. Oh no, fuck! Wait, my bad. Oh, you posted a video. I thought that was me. So yeah, that video I posted is the video that got me back looking into this stuff. Obviously, just change the timestamp.
Here's a timestamp from. Here's a screenshot. Actually, not only looks flat, it looks like there's a little goes downward, like.
Oh man, that is so fake. What the fuck is that?
It's primarily all flat. It's just off to the sides of the lens where it starts distorting.
Oh, is this from Earth? From space? Oh yeah, that's dead straight. I'll take a screenshot of that and fucking measure with paint.
Yeah, it's from the video above. So I just took a screenshot from that. Supposedly one of the first ones. That's one of them. But I've seen some footage in that looks like they've done some kind of a template, honestly.
So I've got paint open now. I'm going to check if this is...
Yeah, I think that's what they used to do in the beginning. They used to put a template. They were caught putting a template up to the craft's window, whatever, like, aircraft they were in. When they said they were going to the moon, they were just in an aircraft. So out the portal, they were caught holding a template up to the freaking window. So that's what they used to do first.
Oh yeah, I took a I took a screenshot as well. I took your screenshot. I measured it. It's dead flat.
Yeah, you see, you just noticed a little off to the sides, but see, you're at the extreme edges.
Yeah,
everything in between the edges
dead
is
straight.
completely straight. Of course, because of the way our eyes work, right? It's like an aperture in itself, so it has this conical kind of view. Mm-hmm. So thanks, whoever, like... But that whole video is full of the gang from probably like JPL and all the freaking Nazi scientists that came over. Oh, they were so wonderful. They were only making V2 bombs in slave camps, bombing London.
Oh man,
that's all. Now they're NASA, and now they're great. They're heroes.
Yeah, of course they're heroes.
Even though they were doing sex, magic, freaking occult worship rituals out in the desert in the same exact place where they created Area 51. So now you know where the origin of that is.
Ah.
Conjuring up freaking demons in the desert. Jack Parsons' lab. Okay, check this out, bro. I don't know if you put this timeline together.
So was it on this chat or was it on my... Oh, okay, cool. I was going to ask if it was this chat or was it the chat this morning that I had with Maddox, where we spoke about CERN and where it was located. Was it here or there? Okay, no, it wasn't here. I think it was this morning.
I wasn't talking about that. Yeah, so I'm talking about like you look into Richard, like the timeline of Richard E. Byrd, like all his like adventures in the South, in Antarctic. Then you look at the timeline of like when when NASA was created. Shortly thereafter, after they did Project Dominic, they bombed the hell out of the sky with whatever they say, like TNT, blowing it, trying to map the firmament, because that's right after Richard E. Byrd. So if you just put these things together, you go like, so it looks like he discovered firmament. Like it seems like he discovered some kind of barrier.
Yeah.
But before that, there's land as big as America. Further.
Yeah, beyond it. Yeah.
And I think he spoke too soon.
I also think he spoke too soon.
And he went on the Longines Chronicle and he told everybody that there's more land as big as that with all the resources you could possibly use, mountains of coal that the U.S. could run on for decades.
Yeah.
You know, hundreds of years even.
But now, what I don't understand is how does that explain the Iron Republic? Because what is that guy's name? That there was two guys, the captain and then some dude. He was running for president or something, and then he got the whole world hated him or the whole country hated him. So he said, "No, fuck this, I'm leaving," and he left.
Here's my theory on some of that makes it very clouded. Here's how I think it went. So if you look at Richard E. Byrd, when he was flying in the 20s up to the north and claims it through one of his alleged records or diaries, logbooks, right? Yeah. He flew into a vortex, flew his aircraft and met other people. So he was a 33rd degree Mason, the youngest rear admiral in all of U.S. naval history.
Oh, I never knew he was a Mason.
Yes. Yes. And so he was going to be like some dude. He was going to be a sci-fi writer. Got that part?
Ah.
Yeah, he was going to be the next great sci-fi writer.
I never knew that.
Then the Navy went and sent him to the Antarctic, and he did like 3 different expeditions there, right? High jump and fishbowl.
Yeah.
And deep freeze. So like all of those, and then it abruptly stops for no reason. They took 4,000 men or something, like 150 ships or something, with him. A whole naval expedition, and the 3-month or 6-month expedition is supposed to take 6 months. They leave in like 2 months or something. They leave in like 5 weeks.
Oh, yeah.
Pull out. Then the Antarctic Treaty.
Yeah, 100%.
Then the creation of NASA.
Yeah, NASA was right after that.
Then, so you got to put these together. L. Ron Hubbard, Walt Disney, Aleister Crowley, and one of his greatest disciples, Jack Parsons. The space program, along with your friend and mine, Werner
Sorry,
von
what was it about the
Braun
Disney?
und Werner von Braun.
Hey, Sony.
Yep.
What was that thing about Disney?
Disney and Werner von Braun. You haven't seen the pictures of them together? Like, why are
What
they
about it?
Like, what about it? Why are those two meeting? What do they have in common? Movie production and actual spacecraft?
Amazing. So because Disney made Von Braun, that means what exactly?
Wait, Disney owns a lot of shit that's part of the space stuff, though.
I'm going through a whole timeline. So if you're not following along, you're coming in on like the 12th page. So, I'm sorry you missed the first part. So it's about the connections through the timeline of these people. That's nothing more. I'm not making any bold statements. It doesn't change Earth being, Earth's flat. It's not changing any of that stuff. It's
Right, but you're saying because they met, it means something, yes?
No, but when you have NASA, so listen, when you have NASA, Stanley Kubrick, so the head of NASA, Stanley Kubrick, Walt Disney, and other military officials, meeting together, movie makers, all Freemasons, creating movies, with the Nazis.
So what Nazis? There's no Nazis anymore. What are you talking about?
Werner von Braun was a Nazi.
What do you mean? He was in the Nazi party?
He became the head of NASA. He had a V2 rocket place.
My question was he a member of the Nazi
slave labor camp, building his rockets? Yeah.
Right.
Carrying the bodies out. Right.
Right. So
that guy becomes a national hero, the head of NASA.
I'm not sure he was the head of NASA. He was the head of the project. So no, wasn't. So he was the head of NASA.
He definitely he was directing the whole thing.
So he was the head of NASA or not?
Dude, what are you going to ask for? You need credentials or something?
I'm asking, you're saying that he controlled or he was the head of NASA. And I'm saying, I'm not sure that's true. He was the head of a few projects in NASA.
Okay, citation then.
Oh, I don't know. You're saying all sorts of things as well.
I wasn't making any claims, though. You're the one you just made a claim. So okay, you show your citation since you're making the claim.
Okay.
About that he's
fair enough.
Nazi and in charge or not.
I didn't say he wasn't. It's not.
Okay.
Talking about NASA.
Do you think you live on a globe, bro?
Yeah.
Really? What proof do you have?
Things I filmed.
Things you filmed. When was it measured before you filmed it?
Measured?
You set a standard. Yeah. The globe needs to be to set a standard in order to go into space. All the orbital.
I said film.
Everything relies on the sphericity of Earth. Everything relies on the radius value. When was it measured?
I never measured. I said
When?
things I
Okay, so
filmed.
I know. Okay, so you didn't measure it. Filming is not measuring. So when was
I
it
didn't
actually
say I
measured?
measured. I said
But
I filmed.
let's hear what he filmed. 'Cause I find this very interesting. Let's hear what he filmed.
Yeah. Let's see.
Where
what
can I show it? Can I show it here? Where can I put it?
DM it. You can direct message to me, and I'll look at it.
I would love to see this.
Or if it's on mine, you can.
Because you may just become a millionaire, or not a millionaire, or millionaire in South African rand, but you may
Really?
just earn
So
2
you-
bitcoins. Yeah,
So you think because I filmed something that shows
yeah, seriously.
curvature, you're saying this is something unique that was never done before, and I can make a lot of money out of it?
You would be the first.
Exactly. Yeah, you'll be the first one.
Really?
Yeah, you'll earn 2 bitcoins.
But there are many people who filmed ships go behind the horizon.
Yeah, and then zoom back
I would
in.
love to see that.
And
I
then
would
no
love to
ball.
see it.
All you have to do is zoom back in. That cannot occur on a ball.
Oh, I see. That's amazing. That's exactly what I have. I have zoom, and you don't see anything, and then I zoom more, and I still don't see anything.
No, and then you zoom back in, and you see the entire ship, all the way to the
No.
water line,
No,
minus the mirror.
Where can I show you those videos? Where can I show you those
Yeah, I would
videos?
love to see it.
The lensing
Where?
layer directly above
Where can
with
I
the
show
mirroring.
you? Where can I show you?
Okay, DM it to me. Click. You see my name on there, Sonny? Right click on me, and it says message. Right click on my name and message me. Send it to me there.
That's what I was going to ask you, Sonny. This guy already started talking 6 Spider. He obviously thinks he lives on a spinning up like Paroid. Continue.
Okay, I'll send you a friend request, and then I'll send
No
you a
need.
message.
No need. It's on the way to you. It's on the way to you.
Okay. No worries.
It's 100 megabytes.
Okay.
Quiet. All of a sudden.
Yeah, we're just waiting.
Well, I sent it only to one person. Can you guys see it? No.
Not yet.
Hold on a second. I think I might need to download it. Hold on, let me take a look here.
So while we're waiting for that, okay, so you say that you see it going over the horizon, but how do you explain the ones that we do not see going over the horizon? And
Simple.
not
They
not
stay
using
close.
refraction.
Simple.
With what?
They stay close to you. Ta-da!
They stay close?
Yeah.
At the moment. All right.
Sonny, you
It
should
says
see
that.
it.
Nah, it says we don't have access.
Sonny?
Yeah, hold on. I probably have to.
No worries.
Actually, let me look at 6 Spider here. You're only VC verified. Is there is there a moderator or somebody here that can give him post? I trust he's not going to put anything stupid.
Can you see it, Sonny?
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, it's
all right.
And-
So that's fine.
and-
yeah.
And, Sonny, what do you say?
I showed there's distortion at the horizon, just like we always
Really?
see. There's a
So
lensing
do you see
effect
that
in a certain area. Hold on, I wasn't done. There's a
Sorry.
lensing effect and a mirroring effect that occurs under certain circumstances. And that's in the gases above the surface of water are the thickest area that causes more of the lensing effect.
How come I see the feet of the people? I can see dogs running there. How is
So
that
then
possible?
welcome to flat Earth. You're right. It's not sphere. That's why. It's not a sphere.
Dude, look
It's
at the
not
height
true.
of the boat. What are you talking about? Half of it is gone. You see people.
Listen, on another day.
Yes.
Then you would see all the way to the water line. So I want you to see a ship till it disappears completely. Show the video.
I have that.
Disappearing completely.
I want to see that.
But
I want to know the explanation. Why do we sometimes see it so far? I want to
Because
know that.
it's dependent on the apparent.
I know.
Horizon.
I want to hear his explanation.
Sunny, please explain. Sunny, please explain how come we don't see the bottom of the boat, but I see people walking there. How is that possible?
On the next day, you could see it differently. So I'll tell you how to prove it. Go to a stretch of beach 5 miles away over water and zoom into the shoreline and see little 1 and 2 and 3 foot waves where there should be 16 feet of drop. You could do that without a camera. You could do it with binoculars.
Yeah, but his point is that it shouldn't be possible anytime.
That's not true because the horizon is only apparent and it changes hour to hour, day to day.
No, refraction is a sufficient explanation. This is a fairly big problem for flat Earth.
No, it isn't. You have a problem.
Sunny.
You have no geometric horizon that is required by the ball. Where's your geometric horizon?
What is that? What is the geometric horizon?
Oh my God. The sphere edge? You don't know what the sphere edge is?
I don't know. I didn't know spheres have edges.
The edge of a sphere? Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
I don't know what that is. Okay.
The video that Roger posted is relevant.
I rest my case. He doesn't know what the horizon is.
Sonny, did you explain how come I see the boat? How come I don't see the bottom of the boat, but I see legs of people walking?
On the deck that's higher up than the waterline? Yes, because of the lensing effect of the area.
Look at the height of the boat.
I don't care. It doesn't matter. It'll change day to day, dude. Look, I have a screenshot right here that I can see islands with a known distance to oil rigs. That's 29 miles. That would make the radius.
Okay, where can I put my videos?
Exponentially bigger. 29.
Wait. I have FedEx.
I'll tell you where you can stick your videos.
You're fucking rude. You interrupt every time someone's talking. Really?
Do you want me to tell you where to stick your videos?
Yeah, that was funny, Jay.
Tell him, please. Tell him. Please do.
But Sonny, where's the bottom of that boat? It must be a globe. Come on, man.
There you can see the boat. You don't have any information on how high the observer was or how far that ship is. None whatsoever. So where's the pedigree information? You don't have any technical information that would make it a measurement. You need
Roger's video at 12 after the hour shows why we can't use measurements of distant shores to make any definitive conclusions because it changes so much. See, 12 minutes after the hour.
So the Earth is breathing in and out?
So those measurements are inaccurate. You must use some other thing to determine whether the Earth is flat or round.
What
rather
thing?
than
what thing?
I don't know, but not squinting at the horizon. That's not going to help.
What are you talking about? Squinting at the horizon?
Yeah, I mean, you base all of these measurements based on faulty,
Sorry, Matthew. Are you saying that we can't see ships going over the horizon? Is that what you're saying?
Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't.
I just want a definitive answer. If you see a ship disappear, is it going over the horizon or not?
It is.
Right. So therefore, if it's not going over the horizon, if we can't see a ship going over the horizon, then it's flat.
It's not. It doesn't.
Right. Now you can't have it both ways, Matthew.
I can have it both ways.
No,
I say that it doesn't matter. My claim is that it doesn't matter.
No.
If you look at Roger's video that he posted 12 minutes after the hour.
It's totally irrelevant. Videos are totally irrelevant. It's a simple fact of logic. You can either say we can see the curve of the Earth, or we can't. It's either one or the other.
We cannot.
Right. So you can't see ships going over the horizon then?
Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't.
No, if you can't see the curve of the
then
Earth,
if
you can't see ships going over the horizon.
listen. So if you can't tell, how could you measure it?
You use other logic and reason based on other evidence.
Oh, you measure with logic and reason? What does that look like? Is that a logic ruler?
Yeah. So squinting at the horizon isn't going to tell you one way or the other.
A logic ruler. Think about what you're saying, Matthew.
Use logic and reason. You use your mind and smarts.
Yeah,
I want
you to tell me how it equates to a measurement.
Oh, you can't
Sunny,
measure.
do you mind putting
You
the
don't
video
measure.
that I gave you? Do you mind putting it in the live stream voice context? Voice
Then
text
it's
thing?
stupid to say that it's curved and it can never be measured, but you insisting it's curved anyway, even though
It's
it
got to
never
be.
measured.
It's got to be one or the other. We can't measure it by squinting at the horizon. No.
I don't know why you're talking about squinting at the horizon. I have no idea.
All your measurements are based on looking over lakes and looking over things like right next to refracted water.
Like
so it's not gonna be
lasers over completely horizontal water. Yes,
yeah,
you're
that's
right.
yeah, that's not going to help.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
So a zoomed in P900 is squinting at the horizon?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
If you look at Roger's video at 12 past the hour, that makes sense. Welcome to Globe Earth.
So why are all the astronomers squinting at the horizon and saying it's billions and billions of light years away? How did they get those measurements?
By not looking through the refracted part of the atmosphere.
By not thinking and not using logic.
By
One or
using
the other.
logic and being smart. Yeah.
Oh my God, that's fucking ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous. It's what most smart people think.
Well,
What
most people think because they're clever. We got the popularity on our side. That makes it true.
Exactly. That's right.
The majority makes it true because we.
Sunny, do you mind putting the video that I gave you? Do you mind uploading it, please?
Yeah, hold on.
And where do you upload it? To which room? Do we have any admins here? No, huh? Matthew, you Globe?
Yes, I've been here for a while though, so I know
good.
their arguments.
Okay.
Matthew, do you believe that NASA tells the truth about what they're doing?
I do, yes.
Yeah, you should be able to download that on by yourself. And wait a minute, it says 0 bytes. That's not right. What the heck? I say someone just let him drop it in there. Somebody give him the.
Yeah, I can't download it.
Come on, Sunny, you can do it.
Six Spider, you should be able to pop it on YouTube or something, and then or Imager, and then just give us a link. IMGR or whatever.
Oh, not that. You know where I can put it? I can put it in.
IMGR.com.
Not streamer. No, not Imgur. Rumble? Was it Rumble? No. No. What is the free video upload service? Come on, not Rumble.
That's hilarious.
No one knows of a streaming. Like, how can I do that? If I could start video here, I could show you as well. But
you can upload videos to imgur.com, I think, without an account.
No, I need a video. I need a video.
I know you can upload videos to there.
Oh, I can do that in Imgur. I call it Imgur.
Totally looks like an edit. That totally looks like a video splice because
That's amazing that the first reaction is that you think that my video is fake.
It's not. No, it's not. You have no data. You have no data where it's taken from.
It doesn't matter.
Or how far.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah. What about that mountain?
How
Doesn't
high were
matter.
The
you? How
mountains
far was the?
behind. I want the mountains. How far are the mountains behind?
Doesn't
the
matter.
ship?
It does matter.
Doesn't matter.
It does
Look
matter.
at the boat and the people.
It does matter.
Does not matter.
No pedigree information, so it could be anywhere. Where was
He has
it?
no data. Yeah,
What?
you have nothing to put in the blanks. No data.
I can
I
give you
mean-
all the data. It's not, but
Okay.
that's not the
Okay,
problem.
cool. Then give us the data, right?
Well, I need to show you everything first, right?
No, well,
Sunny
give
is
us the data, right?
Those people could be standing on a breakwater or something for all we know. Like, and then that
That's
boat
true.
is down in a
Well,
channel
if you
going out of the harbor.
give us the
And that's shit
data,
all the
right,
time.
then it's then we can discuss it, right? But if you
Mhm.
don't give us the data, then
Mhm.
we're just looking at something you what is it, right? So
That's true.
Yeah. So, Six
true.
Spider, have you ever been on a ship?
Yes, I've been on a ship. Have you been on a beach before?
I don't mean the little kiddie
beach?
rides at like Disney World or some like kiddie amusement park. I don't mean that kind of ship.
What kind of beach are we talking?
You know, the beach that you bend over and give her some. Hey, beach. Now, come on, Matthew. Look, either give these observations of a curved Earth, or shut your mouth.
I need a streamer service.
Oh, sure. There's
somewhere to upload videos.
there's
Where do I
pictures.
upload videos? Free?
What?
Some
Just
more
tell us what the
psychotic-
observation is. What have you seen?
Upload video. Well, you see curvature. Ta-da!
Where from?
Where?
where is it? Where?
Where do you see it?
Where
Location.
is the curve?
Height
Location
of
is
the
called
observer.
Spanish. The location, the beach that you're looking at is called the Spanish Banks in British Columbia.
Related to Tyra
No,
Banks.
we've already been told. Matthew has already told us you cannot see the curve from sea level, haven't you, Matthew?
I did. You can see
It's
the.
hard
You
to,
can
yeah.
see a result.
No,
you
you
can see
can't.
the result of a curve. You don't see the curve. you
Oh,
see
the results of a curve.
Yeah,
Oh,
yes.
right.
It's going
So
over
not
the
actually
horizon.
the curve. Cool.
Or the sun
Correct.
setting over the ocean.
So what you're assuming is curve is what you see.
I'm not
Yeah,
assuming
you-
it because you can
Well,
see
it
the
is
result
because
of
you're
it.
not seeing actual curve.
What?
Yeah.
wait,
He said the
I-
sun. He said the sun setting. You're right. It is the sun that is setting.
The
That's
results
correct.
of curve.
I have to say,
Yeah.
I'm still new here, but you guys are getting to know the beer man. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get another beer.
I think you should.
Okay. Cheers to those who can drink without consequences, or the ones that think they can still drink without consequences.
Nobody can drink without consequence.
Well, I'm just drinking the result of a beer.
No, you feel the result
Oh.
of the beer.
No, not the beer itself. I'm drinking the result of the beer.
I'm just drinking the aftertaste of a beer from 3 years ago.
Right. Well, that sounds minging.
As long as you're funny.
Look, why we not interested in suns? The sun is not important. It is important,
back.
but not in relation to the Earth and what
Yeah.
shape it is.
True.
Okay, where do I put the video? Where do I put the link?
In the live
What?
stream voice text.
What is your link? Just tell us what it is.
Well, I need to give you the
It's
link.
the video he was telling
Just
me
tell us
about.
what the video is.
It's a
The
video,
video
of a
is
ship.
a ship.
I already saw it. It's a video of a ship
Why would we want to see a ship?
because he's going to show us some doctored photo. It looks like I don't know what. There's no.
We already know
data
that you
on
can't
this.
see ships go over the horizon, so forget it.
He's not even saying they are.
You
Oh,
know what
well,
amazing,
right,
Sunny, is that you cannot explain what you saw, and your answer is it's fake. You actually think I faked it, correct?
Okay, then show the pedigree information.
What's pedigree information? What's that? What's pedigree?
What's the height of the people where they're standing, and what's the height of the level of the whatever water the ship is in?
The level of the water is the level of the water, right?
So water's level.
Yeah. Well, no,
Okay.
that's not
Okay.
what I said.
Yeah, you did. Too late.
I said the level of the water is the
No,
level
don't worry
of the
about
water.
it. We don't,
You
Level,
asked,
level
look,
water.
just
Thanks.
tell us what your
No.
video shows. Tell us what your picture shows.
very simple. My
Please
video
describe it.
shows here. Everybody, just relax. Here, I'm explaining exactly what we're seeing.
I'm
I'm
desperate to see this.
explaining
I'm
what
new
we're
to
seeing.
this. Yeah, I'm
So,
desperate. I'm new to
I'm
this. so
filming-
I need
I'm-
to see this.
I'm filming a body of water called the ocean. And in this ocean, there's a beach that goes up to 1 kilometer into the ocean because the tide is low. So you can actually walk on the beach. Okay? Now, beyond that beach, it's still the same water, but it's much further away. So the boats that are over there are further away from the people. Well, you'll see the differences and you'll understand that the boat is obviously lower, which means the body of water is curved.
Yeah,
Right.
where
Yeah,
where is the
that's
body
not
of
true.
water? That's not proof of anything.
Matthew, can you
bro.
answer that, please?
Tides,
Sorry?
fetch, and
He's
pitch,
left. Matthew's left.
winds,
Sorry?
tides, wave,
No,
winds,
it's all right.
tides,
I thought somebody
waves.
else was here. Yeah, we already know that we can't see ships going over the horizon. We've done that.
Okay, my question is, how far is that building or boat, whatever that thing is at the back? I paused in the beginning. How far is that boat from those people?
The boat is about, I would say, up to 4 kilometers from those.
4 kilometers. So 4 kilometers.
I know. Actually, no. I would say less.
He doesn't have a clue.
How
He's a
far
total nerd.
How far are we from the people?
5 to 7 kilometers.
So
because the
about
beach
14
is
kilometers.
because the beach is 2 kilometers width.
Okay, so
You're
dude, don't get me wrong. I'm new to this. My first time in this channel as well.
Yeah,
I'm still learning this.
Me too.
So,
Me too.
So if I'm looking here, we got about 20 meters of curvature.
No,
in 14
I
kilometers.
didn't tell you what's my height. I didn't tell you what was my height.
Yeah,
I
that's
didn't say
too
that.
bad. Why don't you tell us then? You playing hard to
I'll
get?
tell
or
you.
something?
No, 5 meters. There you go.
5 meters.
Your height
You're
is
5 meters tall. Or are you
No,
talking about the
the observation. Oh, Jesus, 5 meters tall.
Yeah. I know that's a silly height to be, right? So don't go Dunning-Kruger on me.
That's not what Dunning-Kruger means.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
Why don't you define Dunning-Kruger?
12 to 14 kilometers from the boat, right?
I want this guy to define Dunning-Kruger for us because he thinks that how I just used it isn't correct. Please go ahead. Come on, Six Spider, you're the expert. Please tell us what Dunning-Kruger
No, I'm not
is.
telling you. Okay, so I
Okay,
uploaded
well, you
another
can just,
video for you
just
guys.
stop speaking until
Sorry,
you
my
can.
bad.
Yeah. You can just stay on mute until you want to tell me that. You ready?
Sorry, what was that?
Do you want to give it another go? How do you define Dunning-Kruger?
Dunning-Kruger is when you present when you present yourself as knowledgeable in one subject when you're not. That's it. So what you said is got nothing to
Not
do with
really.
it because you said no one is 5 meter height. I said
Well, no, you didn't actually define it properly. The reason that I called you Dunning-Kruger is because you didn't understand.
Oh, you called me.
Yeah,
Oh,
you're
sorry.
exhibiting the
I didn't hear
Dunning-Kruger
you.
effect.
You heard. You said me.
You
Sorry.
were objectively demonstrating the Dunning-Kruger effect because you didn't understand an obvious joke.
Got it.
Okay.
Got it.
Because you've assumed that we're all stupid. I can already tell by your demeanor that you're assuming we're stupid.
You think the same of me, so it doesn't really matter.
No, I don't actually.
So did you see the video that I loaded? Did you see the?
Yeah. I got a serious question.
Why would
it's not 5 meters. That was my bad. I was not.
Why
5 meter
would
observation.
I bother having a conversation with you if I thought you were stupid? Think about that. Wouldn't that be a waste of everyone's time?
I agree.
I've got a serious question.
So that's a stupid straw man, isn't it?
Well, I've got a serious question. Okay, so Spider, you said that you're not 5 meters. How high were you?
In the second video, you can see because I'm zooming out. It's about 1 meter or 2 meters.
A meter. Okay.
Again. No. Wait. Let's be sure about it. Okay. So
I got questions, dude. I'm learning this. I'm still.
No,
learning.
I'm about a meter. I'm about a meter above sea level.
Okay, meter.
In those videos.
So we should. So and that ship is what, about 13 kilometers, 14 kilometers away?
You know what? Let's not talk about the ship because the ship I can't tell exactly, but the people that you see there are between 5 to 7 kilometers away.
Okay, but that's going to be sort of useless if I don't know how far the ship is, because I just want to see more or less what we should be seeing.
Perfect.
Why
So
why the bottom of the ship is missing? Because I'm
perfect.
giving.
So if you're
Yeah.
if you
Hold on,
believe
hold
if
on,
you
hold
don't
on.
think the Earth is a globe, so you can use Google Maps, right? Because if you're a glober, if you're a flat earther, you can use Google Earth.
No.
But
Well, check it
if
out,
you-
dude. Hold on,
Sorry?
hold on. You said you're 1 meter off the surface?
Yeah,
Is that correct?
you can see it in the second video.
3 feet. So about the distance you were saying to the people on the beach is about 4 miles.
4 kilometers.
5 to 4 kilometers. Yeah. Sorry, no, you're 5 to 7 kilometers.
So
5 to
7 kilometers is about 4 miles, right? So okay, good.
I would say the boat is
So
about
listen,
10
listen,
kilometers away.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Hold on.
Yeah,
At that height of the observer,
yeah, the legs should be gone.
The distance to the horizon is only 2 miles. And the target hidden height at that distance would be 2.3 feet. That means you would only see the people up to you would see their knees and above, or even higher.
I don't see the knees and above. I see much more, and I think
Wait. That's the point. You said you're seeing their feet.
Yeah.
Their feet would not be visible.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to get at.
They would not be
What is your
visible. You would only
calculation?
see
What
up
is
to
your
like
calculation for the drop?
The drop is from the Earth curve calculator. It's of based on a spherical radius of 6,371 kilometers. That's your.
Are you using the mild square thing? What's the
No, we use
equation?
just the normal Earth curvature calculator.
I'm using 1.2. The square root of 1.225 times the.
Okay,
height.
so long story short, what is the flat Earth explanation to see that? What is your explanation?
Other than you are seeing things that you could not see on the globe? That would be required. It would be blocked. You can see.
You see, and that's exactly what I said. Think about it. The
So
people
it's not a globe.
are
It's
5
flat.
to 7 kilometers away from me, right?
You're talking past each other, guys.
And I'm 1 meter, so the drop
you're not
should
addressing
be.
the same. You're not addressing the same point. And Six Spider, you probably need to turn your earphones up a little bit because I don't feel like you're actually hearing other people when they talk. So you're talking past each other. What he's asking, Sonny, is specifically why is that effect happening? And you're saying to him, if you can see feet, therefore it's not a globe. So you've not really answered what he's asked. Now, what I would ask to you, Six Spider, is to say to you, why do you think that this effect is only possible with Earth curve?
Very simple. Because I see people very clearly, I see the boat behind it very clearly. Since I see... Wait.
No. I didn't ask if Earth curve explains this.
I understand.
You're just reasserting the same assertion. I didn't ask that.
You ask, how do I know this is on a globe? And I'm saying...
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I asked you why you think it's only possible on a globe.
Because the boat is lower.
Yeah, that's not an answer to my question. That's not an answer.
You asked, how do I know it's on... What do you mean? You can see the boat is lower. How is that?
I like this. Beer man, shut up.
Okay.
You're just reasserting the same thing over and over again. I'm not asking you if it works within your conceptualization. I'm asking why it's only possible with your conception, i.e., the exclusion of all other possible explanations.
How can I answer that?
You have to exclude. You have to make it exclusionary, and you haven't. That's the problem.
Because you can see the boat is dropping in height, which means there is some sort of a drop somewhere. So a flat cannot be. It cannot be flat.
Or it could be some sort of other optical phenomena, which, if we can demonstrate on a flat surface, could well be the case.
No.
Now, you're in luck, because we can demonstrate this on a flat surface.
Really?
Therefore, yes, we can. Therefore, what you're saying is bollocks.
Oh, I see. So did you see the second video when I zoom out?
I've seen hundreds of these videos.
Did you see the video that I just posted?
Bro, they're all the same.
Did you see? Then you didn't see the
Bottom
video.
of boat disappears, therefore curve. It's the same argument.
You didn't see the video. Got it. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So is it based on the fact that a boat disappears from the bottom and you've asserted that there's a curve?
No, it's on the.
Okay.
It's on what you see is people walking on boats.
And
the boat is so lower than the people, which means it's obviously lower, which means it it dropped with the curve.
Or it's an optical effect.
No.
And how do you know which?
No.
How
The
do
boat
you
is
know?
also further. I just told you, you can see people so much higher than the sailboat. They're literally walking on the boat itself.
I heard that bit.
How is that an optical illusion?
Because if you can recreate that on a flat surface, then it's possible over a flat surface.
Okay, please recreate it on a flat surface.
Fine.
Where people are
you asked.
5 kilometers away, and then there's a boat that is further away, right? And that is lower than the people.
Yeah, please look in live stream.
Looking.
Can I ask something?
What is that?
Yeah, go
I
ahead,
just wanna-
man. Sorry, I didn't mean to sound
Okay.
you. Yeah, that wasn't
No,
cool.
no, all good. I had a question. I'm just saying that the ship's windows and the humans are more or less in proportion, which is telling me that that ship is not that far away, which is
correct.
Telling me that there is some sort of optical illusion here. Dude,
Well-
listen, yeah, I'm still new to this, so I am not saying anti this, anti that, anti this. I'm not going to be that guy. I'm asking questions. I'm just saying something is amiss here. Because
the boat is
of
not
that
that
optical.
big because
According to that, according to your
I'm
video,
trying
that boat is massive. If it's got
That's
that
exactly
far
what I'm
down.
about to say. That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm trying to upload an image and it won't let me. So the boat itself, this is not a regular tanker. Okay, it's a very thin boat, but the whole bottom part is gone. Obviously, I'll try to find. Wait, I'll try to find the boat page for
But
you. just a
according to
second.
your video, that boat is humongous. If it's gone that fucking far down. the
Yeah, no,
curvature.
it's not. It's not. It's not. It's a very low boat. It's called a suction something. They're sucking.
All right, I would love to see
sand
the
from the
original
bottom.
image of this boat
Yeah, yeah,
because
just a
do
second.
you understand? Do you understand my concerns as
Yeah,
a person
absolutely,
that's new to
absolutely.
this?
Yeah, a lot of.
And I think the guys that are big into flat Earth will appreciate my argument here.
There you go. Here's the boat. This is the boat. I give you the link to it. So the boat itself is not huge, okay? It is not a huge boat. But if you look there, you'll see that a whole bottom is missing. By a
whole red
lot.
part.
Now, since the boat is seen so clearly, and I have more videos, I have lots of videos of that in different days, different conditions, and it's always the same.
Dude, no offense, that's a very small boat. Dude, I'm a skeptic here, dude. No offense, that's,
I understand you're skeptic and you're new here. I understand that, and still, you guys cannot explain
Bro,
how this is possible on a flat plane.
We're so far in the weeds, right? So this boat can, if you scroll down some pictures of this boat, it's laying really low in the water, right, with almost all the red gone.
Yeah, where is the red?
Because it's full of sludge, right? It's a working boat, right? Or what is it? Containers. So you can see it's lower in some cases because it has stuff on board.
Okay, what about the second video that I sent you with the sailboat? What about that one? The bottom of the sailboat is what?
We're going into the weeds because you don't have any pedigree information, right? You're just saying stuff. We don't know anything. You're just saying
I
it's
just told
there.
you where I was. I told you. I'm watching the boat. I'm standing. You can all do it. You can all do it in
You're telling
Google
us,
Earth.
right?
If you're well, I
you're
can tell you
telling
where I'm
us,
filming
right?
it. Do you want to know or you do not want to know? I can tell
You
you.
said we have no explanation. Hold on. You said we have no. He said we have no explanation. We do. There's an RC boat video. You play that? The same effect is happening on a 500-foot lake.
I was going to say, I thought Crypto pretty much covered this. Like, we can demonstrate this effect on a flat surface. So,
yeah, no offense, dude. I'm not convinced that boat ship thing, whatever you want to call it, is very small, and those humans are basically in proportion with it. That doesn't get me. But dude, I'm open to it. I'm like I said, I'm still new to this. I just think that ship is very, very small. And
Hey,
those
9,000.
humans-
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. I cut you
can
off.
I just say,
No,
what
go for
you
it.
said? Okay, hold on. You said the observer height was like a meter?
Yeah.
Well, that you should not even be able to see that much of the people, because the horizon that's supposed to be blocking things would be in front of that if the people are 5 or 7 kilometers away.
What? No.
Yeah.
Well,
So this
well,
guy the
fun,
phone's come
well,
on
from
and
a
they
from a 1 meter
fun
from a 1
fact,
meter
you
height.
see them.
From a one, yeah, but exactly. But look, for a 1 meter height, the geometric horizon is at like 3.5 kilometers.
I don't know what a geometric horizon is.
Yeah, where's the second
Well,
video?
that would be the edge of the ball that you think is hiding
You're
things.
a globalist and you don't know what a geometric horizon is?
Do you know?
Yeah, don't worry. It doesn't actually exist. So you're.
It's never been seen.
Exactly. No one knows what it is except for you guys somehow. So what is
No,
it?
That's great. We agree.
It's never been seen.
That's
You're
fine,
right.
Sunny. That's fine. Then we agree. Geometry
Welcome to
is not
Flat
a
Earth.
horizon. I'm happy with that.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
No. That's it? Or geometric horizon? That's it? Welcome to Flat Earth?
Do you know what a geometric horizon is?
Wait. Let's ask this question. Is not your claim that the reason why the bottom of the boat can't be seen is because the physical Earth curvature is obstructing the bottom of the boat, meaning
Correct.
it's geometric? Is that not your assertion here?
That is, what did you say? Because it's on the bottom first, then?
Is your claim that you can't see the bottom of the boat is because the physical Earth curvature is obstructing the view of the bottom of the boat first?
Correct.
Oh, that would be the geometric horizon.
So what you call a geometric horizon is basically something that obscure other objects?
What you call the physical Earth curve obstruction of the bottom of the boat is also known as the geometric horizon of the curvature of the Earth.
I think it's only known to like that to you guys. No?
No, actually, we didn't invent
if-
that term. That
Really?
term was actually invented by Globers.
Okay, so this is how I also got into it. Sorry, no, I was going to jump in here. So it's very difficult to say like how far that on the second video that sailboat is. So I can see, for instance, Table Mountain. I'm in Cape Town, South Africa. So Fontaine is about 35 or 40 kilometers as the crow flies to Table Mountain, and I can see the full Table Mountain. There's supposed to be, I think, 200 meters of hidden mountain. I see the whole thing. I see the city of Cape Town, everything from Fontaine, and I can actually see it a little bit with my eyes, but I use my cell phone to zoom in, and I can see the whole of Table Mountain.
What's the distance?
It's about 35 kilometers. Let's go in between. It's between 30 or 40 kilometers. So let's go in between 35. I'll give you the fucking benefit of the doubt. Let's go 30 kilometers. It's called Fontaine and Table Mountain.
Okay, where's your picture? Did you take a picture?
Oh no, I didn't. This is before I was doing this whole research thing. If I'm not, it might be a photo in my house that we got of this whole picture of us, and I noticed it, and then we went with her parents and we just zoomed in. We played around with the whole thing. So this is why I said to the guys, this is my first time here. I said I want to buy P900 because I want to prove this shit, and I want to do the same observations myself because I remember doing that thing because we were just playing around. Dude, I never even knew about fucking flat Earth those days, and I remember seeing that. We got a photo in our house of that, not a digital photo, an actual printed out photo of that. So I'm just saying that was this is what got me into this whole damn thing. So this is what I'm saying. I'm a skeptic, and I'm just surprised that I saw that.
I don't think that's what you saw.
No, you can even go onto Google Earth. I tested it yesterday because this is, I'm like I said, I'm still very fucking new into it. You can go on Google Earth and you can zoom in from Google Earth and see Table Mountain from Ace-Fontaine. I'll give you the links. Hold on.
Cool.
Yeah. So what about
loading another video.
What about this? What about this image I just posted at 42 minutes after? It's a film. It's photo taken in infrared, which takes out, from what I hear, 99% of any effects of the air gases. So you're seeing all of the water all the way up to the foothills.
Yeah, you're
and
absolutely
all the way
right.
back
You're
out
right.
further. It's actually 273 miles along the
Amazing.
z-axis.
What height is the observer?
Yeah, it tells you right there. It's right there. It tells you. The
Where?
observer height is 9,000 feet. There should be
Yeah.
a 12,800 foot wall of water between the viewer and the mountain in France. In fact, the
And you
mountains
see it all.
pictured,
Yeah, absolutely. I agree
the
with you.
mountains in the mountains in the distance are only
Absolutely.
5,700 feet tall. They should be below more than a mile of curvature.
Again, what is the height of the observer?
It's right there in the voice text. Are you even looking, bro?
No, I'm looking. I'm asking you to make sure that you understand that because it was taken from height, yes, you see it all. So
then go do the math yourself. How are you able to see the mountains at all if they're supposed to be a mile under the freaking curvature? You don't even know what geometric curvature is.
I'm gonna annoy you by asking again.
God,
what
you're
is the
fucking
height
rude.
of
You're
the
rude. Stop
observer?
interrupting. You're rude.
Sorry.
Stop it.
He doesn't want
So
to
anyway.
listen to the development.
I lied. 65 kilometers.
He doesn't want to listen to the demolition of his argument.
No, of course not.
Can I share my screen? I don't think I can.
No.
Fuck.
I think this guy
It's
needs
60.
to be like
It's
Juan.
65 kilometers, and I can see Table Mountain on Google Earth. 100%.
In Google Earth, if you look to the bottom right, it says eye altitude. What is the eye altitude there?
Let me get. Hold on. Let me go back to
Speaking of
Street View.
the height of the observer, check this out.
Yeah.
If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, p, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Q. That's the geometric horizon. Your physical Earth curve obstruction. Okay.
Unless there's refraction, then it's all changed.
If we ever see a horizon farther than that, then the Earth is not a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles. Here you go.
Unless there's refraction.
Unless you're not using logic math here. Yeah, if you're illogical, you're senseless, you can rely on something illogical.
If the horizon is refracted, which the horizon is not an object to be refracted, then you agree that you don't have geometry of a sphere. So welcome to Flat Earth. You just gave up your geometric limitations of your sphere.
Yeah, but the problem is that refraction exists, so welcome to globe Earth.
Yeah, but unfortunately, no geometric horizon exists. Ever.
That's okay. Yeah, that's okay.
So if that's okay in fairy tales, good for you. Okay.
We can't see
I
it
posted
all.
another video for you guys, and you can see two sailboats. Okay, in one of them is close, and you can see the whole boat, and one of them is far, and obviously is sunken into the water. How do you explain that? There are 3 boats there, 3 sailboats. 1 before the people, 2 after the people.
Yeah. Tell us how much drop is supposed to be there between you and the observation.
So you're saying there is a drop?
No, I'm telling you to provide it. You need to provide all the exact information, the details.
I don't know.
So, sorry, it's not a measurement then.
Okay.
It's just the yes or no question.
Measurement?
Is there a drop or no?
What I see, I see the result of a drop. Yes.
Yes.
But you can't measure it.
This video, you don't
Correct.
need to measure
And
it to see if there is
you don't
one.
need to measure it.
Yeah, when you can zoom back in at something, boys and girls, That cannot happen with a geometric curve edge.
I don't know if you're going to dismiss this video. This is a very problematic video for Flat Earth. Six Spider, good job for finding it. This is
I
very
filmed
problematic.
it. I filmed it.
Oh, good for you.
And the place, actually, if you want to check in Google Earth, it's pretty awesome. It's West End Beach in British Columbia, looking at Spanish Banks Beach. I have lots and lots and lots for you guys.
Whatever you have is not a problem for Flat Earth. Can somebody show him the Black Swan and end this thing?
Just did.
Please explain. I uploaded a video. I uploaded a video at 12:49 where you see 3 sailboats. Please explain in Flat Earth how come I see the bottom of the close sailboat, but I don't see the bottom of the far away sailboat.
Did you see the videos that Crypto sent about the coin on the table? I think that will be the explanation of that. So there is a flat table and you move the coin far away, and at some point it looks like the bottom half of the coin disappears.
Correct.
So I think that
now
would be
the angular resolution of the eye.
I see. Okay, so for that video with the coin, how do we check if that is actually what happens? It's very simple. Take a Lego man, put it in front of the coin, and then move the coin back. When the Lego man will be able to walk on the coin, then you have a flat Earth. But that is not what you see here.
Did Ronald leave? Yeah, who can post the image? I was going to send someone an image to show what I'm seeing here on Azefonte.
So otherwise, then your table is curved.
No, it's not what I'm saying. I'm saying for you to check, according to what we see when the boats go behind the horizon, you need to put something in front of the boat, right? I mean, in front of the coin. You want to know if it's actually literally dropping in height. So what you're doing with the coin, just a coin, you're just demonstrating perspective. Great. But put in front of the coin, put a Lego man, then move the coin back.
So what happened to perspective in your videos and pictures, bro?
Well, perspective doesn't matter here. Because it's not perspective,
you
it's
just
actually
ignore it. So it has to do with your
it's
video,
not. It's
then you
actually
just-
obscure. It's obscure by something else.
So perspective doesn't work anymore. It doesn't exist now because
you
your
just-
video.
You're just talking
that's
about different
ridiculous.
things. No, Six Spider. You see, when I say about that coin, it
Listen,
just disappears
I'm
partially.
sorry, you're retarded. Did you see the video, the short meme video that XO put up there?
No. Oh wait, which one? Which EXO? Yeah, with the black
53
swan.
minutes.
It's called
Yeah,
lens
the sailboat.
compression. Yeah, it's called lens compression. As you can see, when you're fully zoomed in, the water is more abrupt and right in front of you. And then when I zoom away, that whole horizon goes away. So lens compression only is possible on a flat surface.
What? The boat is not that far. How is that? What is that? Obviously, it's not.
That's why I can see. The problem is that we can see it. That means we don't have a problem.
Sorry. So lens compression is what? Is that in the camera or is that in my eye?
No, it is in the zoom of the camera. That's why you can see it zoom in and out, and it changes the horizon before your eyes. That's why we have these videos where we're just, trying to see if you're going to look at them. It's right there. And
so you're telling me when? So as I zoom in, I actually change the horizon when I'm zooming in?
Okay, this is the third time though. Are you not seeing the videos that are taken? Are you not looking at
I'm looking at them right
changing the
now.
horizon? Right, it's changing the distance of the horizon as they zoom in and out. I've been a photographer for a long time. How long have you been a photographer?
So when you zoom in, you just see clearly. It's not that.
Okay, are you saying the video isn't real? Are you saying the video
No.
is fake or what? Okay,
No,
we're just
I
telling
never
you
said
we're
that.
accepting. What we're accepting is how you can record this in reality. That's what it is. That's lens compression. That's why we have a demonstration of it. We can see the boat when we're zoomed in, and then when we zoom out, the boat disappears and the horizon is now much closer. I'm not looking out as far because I'm zoomed out. You see, that's the point. That's how lenses work.
Yes, I have the P1000, and that's how I took those videos.
Good.
I'm
Well,
trying.
well,
Exactly. Yes,
watch.
that's
You
what
see
I'm telling.
this?
Yeah, right.
The
You have the
small.
big zoom. Wait, hold on. Right, the
Sorry.
biggest zoom. You have the camera with the biggest zoom, right?
Yes, yes.
Yes, that's the point. So when you're zoomed
Oh,
in, the
yes.
horizon is actually farther out because you know why? You can see farther. So if I can
Then
see
why
farther,
is the boat
because I'm
lower?
zoomed in, right? Because you have a big zoom on the camera. Is the zoom looking down over a curve or is the zoom looking straight out and flat?
What?
It's a 90-degree angle. So the zoom is dependent on the horizon. That's why I can see farther on a flat surface. That's why we can demonstrate these things. So you have the largest zooming digital camera in the world. And
Yes.
that's why you can see farther than you can see with just your eyes, or even a 25 times binocular system isn't even that
Mhm.
far.
Mhm.
Right. Okay. So that's the point. When we have these lenses, guys, binoculars have existed for a long time. Monoculars have existed for even longer. They're so we can
Mhm.
see farther over the ocean, right? That's why they're invented. That's why we can
Then
see
why
farther, and
are why the boat
that's
is
right,
lower?
because that's where that's how it works on a flat surface. Your light disappears under objects before it disappears on top. Boats are shaped right as a boat, so the light beneath the boat is probably a little bit less than the light above the boat, and it's next to a surface. So anything close to a surface on a flat surface is going to visually be limited to that point. It's eventually going to go beyond the zoom, right? When you zoom in, though, you can see the whole boat come back. So are you thinking that
No.
a zoom is going around a
No.
curve? Because you have to be. Yes, it can. So
No.
you're just
I zoom
denying
in and it doesn't bring the boat back. It's
Okay,
in
you're
front
all
of your
oh,
face.
you
You're
don't know how your
clearly
zoom
not
works.
paying attention
That's you're
to
not listening to your
53
reality.
minutes. Are you looking at 53 minutes after the hour? Are you looking at that?
Yeah, it's insanity. You think you're zooming around a curve, and now you're hiding from your own understanding of your ball religion.
Spider, I'm gonna send it to you privately. Hold on. Then you can have a look what I'm seeing here. With the whole
Yeah, the
S1
point
thing.
is your ball requires curve. That's not going to be evaluated by a lens to see through the earth or the water if there's supposed to be a hump, right? As things get farther away, that's why you can zoom back in on them, because you can see farther with the zoom. So if you couldn't see the boat before you zoomed in, that means the horizon isn't there, because I'm seeing much farther
Right.
than my
Right.
horizon without the zoom. That's why we have
Right.
zoom.
But
Yeah.
as I zoom in, I don't see more of the boat. I do not see
Okay, can you
more
show us
of
the
the
video?
boat.
Show us the video where you zoomed in and didn't. I'll give you $3,000 if you
Yeah.
can show me the video of you zooming in on something and you can't see more of it. I'll give you $3,000 right now.
Yeah. After it's disappeared, zoom back in.
I'll give
and
you
show us that.
$3,000 right now. I'll give you
What?
3,000. Let's go.
I say, when you zoom in, you don't see
Yeah, you
more
have to
or
have a
less.
demonstrate. Do you have a demonstration of this so we can see it? Because we already debunked this with our. Listen, Sonny. If he's gonna make a blanket claim, he's got to show. We've already shown ours 8 minutes ago in the live stream chat. You don't have one to show us. That's the point. You don't even have a claim.
Yeah, besides the zooming in, you see the sailboat? You notice how the horizon stays right at eye level after when you zoom in? That
If he
would
has a
not
gift that
occur.
shows the opposite, Sonny, he wins, and I will tell Hugo
Yeah.
he's got to shut it down.
Yeah.
So just if he
Yeah.
has a claim, let us know. Right? He doesn't have a claim right now. That's what he doesn't understand. So I don't like it when people come in here and try to treat you guys this way when he
know.
is not backing his claim, and it's inappropriate. So you got to have an actual
Exactly.
claim with evidence. You can't just try to bully people. It doesn't work.
Is there a place here where I can share my screen, can share my video?
Yeah, and you have to go down.
Well, if you upload it to YouTube, then we can trust it, because then the moderators can check it first. So there, you might want to have it on YouTube. I can show you mine are on YouTube. So that's, so I don't know. We can't share screens in this room. That's why I'm saying, yeah.
If you want to have a smaller conversation, be good to go to like a chill VC, and then talk about that, and then
I'm uploading another one for you. Just a second. I have so many videos of boats and other boats where I zoom in and out and I don't see more.
So many. That's
and
like the
it's-
evolutionist says there's so much evidence for evolution, you just can't find it. Yeah, it's like the curve. There's so much curve we can't see it. So you're
It's
gonna
funny
have
you
to
say you
actually have
can't
a
find
claim. Yeah, you're gonna have to have evidence. Right. So we need the evidence. Not a, I'm gonna give you Sonny, sit down. Let me tell you a story about how good I am and how many videos I have, but I'm not gonna be able to show you the one that backs my claim. I don't think Sonny's not gonna go up for that right now.
I see. Okay. It's uploading.
So yeah, Sonny, I
I'm
just had to make
uploading,
sure that he wasn't trying to be a bully. Go ahead, Sonny.
Hey, I understand you think I'm a bully
It's okay. I'm
somehow
not going to
by
let
showing you
anybody bully me.
reality in front of your
I'm not
face.
going to let anybody bully me with some fake curvature.
Oh, so
Yeah,
so you're
it's
saying
one,
there's
yeah.
a curvature
Arrogance is
there,
high.
and you think I'm faking it? You think those are fake?
No, we don't see it.
No
Do you have
How
a
did you
claim?
understand that from what you said? He
Yeah,
said
your
that because it's
demeanor.
fake. He said because it's fake, there is no curvature. And then you just said, "Oh, are you saying there's curvature?" No.
Yeah, this demeanor is, I don't know why, right?
It's just really weird.
I don't understand. People have this like attitude towards us. It's like, if you are so convinced that you're correct, you don't have to act like this.
Mm-hmm.
Are you talking about me, the way I act?
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
You think we haven't had guys like you before? I mean,
Can you do the thing with the coin, please, with the Lego in your own home? You can try it, right? You can put the camera on a table, take the coin, just like the one you showed before, and move the coin back and put a Lego man in front of the coin. Do you think the coin will get lower than the Lego man?
So we've got a Lego man in front of a coin, and how can we see the coin when the Lego man's in front?
Well, obviously you move it a bit to the side. I don't mean
Okay, so the Lego
right in
man's
front of it.
slightly to the side. Well, I just want to be very accurate with what you're saying. So the Lego man and the coin are basically both in the center of your vision, but you can see both of them, right?
Right.
And then what do you want? You want the coin to move backwards and the Lego man to stay at the front, yeah?
Correct.
And what do you want to see from this?
I want to see when the Lego man will be above the coin. That the bottom of the legs of the Lego man will be above the coin.
So you want the coin to disappear completely?
No.
But if the coin disappears, then that has happened.
No.
Yes.
Because if you zoom in, the Lego man would still be above the coin. Be in the same height as the coin. It will never be below the coin, right? You're saying that the laws of perspective, everything from the bottom goes to the center up, everything from the top goes to the center bottom, or to like the center of the frame, or to the horizon, right? So the coin should never go below the Lego man. That is, in a way, since it's closer, it's like below the horizon, right? Like its feet.
Well, its feet would have to be at the quote-unquote horizon, right?
And this is a big fat straw man, right?
Is this a description how tables work on a curve?
This is just a big fat straw man, right? Just claiming what we do, right?
What do you mean?
Is that what you think we are claiming, right? That is the only cause of stuff disappearing.
No.
From
It's
the
like
bottom up.
my
No.
videos.
So-
My videos show. Like here, let me explain. Can I give 1 minute? 1 minute. Let me explain.
your
So my video
videos
shows a horizon line, right? Because you can see it, and you can see it with the people. The people are walking there, and after the horizon line, there's a boat. Now the boat is so low that the feet of the people are higher than the boat's body.
Then you haven't shown us where the horizon line is, bro.
Angular resolution to the bottom
where
of the boat is different than your angular resolution to the people's feet on the boat. Is that what you're saying?
Sorry, say that again.
The angular resolution of your eye to the bottom of the boat is different than your angular resolution to the people on the boat. Is that what you're trying to say?
There's no people on. Oh, you mean the people that are in a way walking on the boat?
I have no idea what you're talking about. Can you post what you're talking about, or is this just a hypothetical?
He's got no information. Like, I want to know.
I said 3 times. I said 3 times. The observation I observed from English
Yeah.
from
Why don't you post it in
English
the
day.
live stream text? Why don't you
Yeah,
post
why
your
don't you post
video
that?
or picture or evidence in the live stream text so
I
everybody
want
can
to see.
follow along with
Here,
what you're attempting to say?
I need to
I just
know,
posted a
is it a
video. I just posted.
channel? Listen, I would need to know, is it a channel between the observation and where the people are? And is it another channel, bay or beach, or what kind of water is on the other side of the people? Is that a channel?
Okay.
Is there two channels? Is there a point of land?
It's all the same body of water. The
I
people are
get
walking.
that, bro. Do you know that different things happen to water in different environments, like tides from going up and down channels, tides coming in, waves coming in, wind over water, fetch on shores? Do you know that
I mean,
moves water?
It's all the same.
Wind and waves
There-
move
it's-
water.
It
You're
is
going to
all.
deny all of that?
I'm not denying any of that.
Then you need to show all the information. I need to know the humidity. I need to know if it's a channel before and after where the people are, and how far the mountains are and behind that. I need to know all the information.
You know what? I'm willing to give that, of course. And I already said where I was, what's the observation and what I'm looking at.
You
And I
didn't
can
show us
say that
anything
again.
about. Listen, you didn't show us anything about the observation.
What do you mean anything
said where
about the
you said where it is? I need to know everything about it. Is it facing a channel of water and then a beach, or a breakwater, and then another channel? What's going on?
No,
here?
you're looking in the second video that I posted. I'm zooming out, and you can see exactly what it is. So basically, it's all one body of water where the people are walking. There's a higher elevation of the dirt underneath. So when the tide is low, you can walk on the beach. Basically, in a way, you can say you can walk on the water into the beach or into the sea. But the boats that in behind the people and the boats that are in front of the people, it's the same body of water. And in the second video that I posted, you can. I'm zooming out. You can actually see the whole bay.
So you already said it. The sand is piled up there. It's a higher bit that the people are standing on. What is so confusing about
no,
that?
when the tide is low, it just shows up. It's not higher
of course.
than.
Then the water level's going down because of tides and waves and wind. And so what would not make a boat appear to be lower if there's a higher bit of land in front of it, bro?
Because when you look at the height of the how do you call it? The sail, the height of the sail, the height of the sail, for example, everything that is a bit high is not getting any distortion, right?
Okay,
You can see it straight.
Okay, I'll settle for this.
So when you're looking at the height,
wait, then I figured it out. Here, let me tell you. So what I'll settle for is I need all the elevation for everything in that exact alignment of where you're facing. I need to know all the elevation heights from you until the very end where the mountains are.
You know, you're saying we're on a flat plane. So if I say...
No, I need the elevation heights. If you're going to prove that it's curved, then I need all the elevation heights.
Okay, elevation of what? What do you want? Which part?
Every elevation height from you, the observer, through where the people are in that very same direction, in an exact line of sight to where the boat is and beyond, to where the foothills of the mountains are. I need all the elevation heights.
So you think, so if I give you the elevation...
No, I don't think. That's not thinking.
Sorry.
I'm asking you for empirical proof of what you're saying. So I need all the elevation heights.
And I'm asking you.
Along the whole line. Let's try every...
and then we can discuss it, right? Then we can discuss
50 yards. Every 50 yards. I want an elevation height every 50 yards.
So you think that if you have all the elevations from the camera to the mountain, that will explain why the boat are so low that people basically
then I want all the tide. Then I want all the tide information as well. At that time.
Can I ask
the relative humidity?
Clearly,
can I ask barometric pressure
to things and distance.
Okay, wait. I'm willing to basically drop it and say, sure, I don't have any of that. But my question is, If you have all that information, how is that gonna explain to you that the boat is lower than the people?
No, that's not
Well,
the whole
that's
thing. Is how are you going to
yes,
explain it to
right.
us?
It's for
You need to prove
me.
that. Sure, it's your claim, right? It's your claim.
What do you mean claim?
That
I'm not claiming anything.
you're claiming that
This is
boats
a
go over June.
video. I
You are
filmed.
claiming.
Yes.
You are claiming that the boats are going over the geometric horizon, right? The leading edge of the sphere. That is what you're claiming. So that is on you to provide the empirical evidence for this. And Crypto already explained, right? If you can demonstrate it on a flat plane, then it's
But you
not
didn't
exclusive.
demonstrate on a flat plane. He
Well,
didn't do it. What he did with the
maybe didn't
coin,
look
what
at
he
it.
did with the coin, the thing with the coin does
Yeah,
not
but-
demonstrate what we see here. It is not the same demonstration. Pure and
Somebody
simple.
on the RC boat one. The one
So
with the RC
you're trying to
boat
say
on
that
the boat.
the coin being changing its distance to being farther away, and its bottom of the coin being obstructed is not the same as your little boat thing with people in front of it, where the boats are farther in the distance and your angular distance, you can't visually resolve the bottom of the boat, much like the coin. You saying that's not similar? That's not the same?
Correct.
Okay. So your claim is then that's curvature that you're seeing in your.
What I'm claiming is that you need to take here, what we see in the video, we see two different objects in different distances, right? We see the people that are about 5 to 7 kilometers away from me. And they're walking on the ground, okay? Now the water is right below them, like they're walking on the water, let's say it this way. So am I. I'm on water level, right? But what I'm saying, the difference between that and the coin is that if you take what you're missing in the coin,
you want something in the foreground. You want something in the foreground. Okay.
And I want and I want to see the thing in the foreground, right? I want the coin to be below it.
Right.
Good luck.
So
But
that's
that's
just
not
you're just reversing the burden of proof.
right.
And it's not a
a
reverse.
one
It's
cause,
like,
right?
it's not that.
Claim,
Wait.
you
No,
claim
wait.
That would be the
I'm
only
claiming
cause, right?
what you're claiming, what you're
No,
seeing
this
is
is
the
your
same as
claim.
the
Your
coin.
claim is that
No.
What you're
Yes.
claiming that you're seeing that it's the same with the coin, I'm telling you, the coin and this are not the same. Because they are clearly not the same. Because in my videos,
So you seeing the bottom of the coin disappearing is not the same as you seeing the boat disappearing. Okay.
Correct, because, and I'll go over it
nothing
again.
in the foreground.
There's nothing in the foreground. If you want to see
I got your point. I got your point.
if
Listen
you want to
mine.
see
I
if
got
the
your
coin
point.
is
Listen to mine.
actually
I got your
dropping
point.
in height.
Listen to mine. I got your point.
If
Listen
you
to mine.
want to see the coin actually
Okay, I
dropping
get
in
your
height,
point. I get your point.
that's what you need
I heard
to
it.
do.
I got it. Okay?
Okay.
Calm down.
Okay.
Now,
Calming.
are you trying to say that the human eye and how it works, the principles of things at distance being unable to resolve, are you saying that that's different between your photography here and the coin example? Are you saying the principles of the human eye or the camera are different, or are they the same?
The corner. Repeat that. Repeat the last sentence. Sorry, the
Are
actual
you saying
question.
the principles of angular resolution limit with things at distance between the human eye or the camera in either example are different, or are they the same? Regardless of things in the foreground, are the principles of angular resolution at distance, are they the same or not?
I'll say not. I'm not. You know what? Explain to me what angular resolution is.
Angular resolution limit is where things at distance, right? The light from those things at distance, particularly at where they are on the horizon, are too small for the human eye or the camera to resolve. That's just a principle of optics and visual perception. So regardless of what is or isn't in the foreground, which is the case you're attempting to make,
No.
those principles are in effect at all times. So
Correct, but it's not what I'm saying.
your equivocation between something not being the same,
No.
those principles are still in effect. So your question or your contention that because something is shown with not things in the foreground is non sequitur doesn't follow. It's not even relevant to the conversation or the principles of angular resolution.
The reason none of it is actually related is, again, what we see in the videos is people's feet are higher than the boat's body. Got nothing to do with resolution. It's got nothing to do with the distance either, or with what we see. What we see right now is people's feet are higher than the boat's body. The coin demonstration does not show that. It never will. So I'm saying for you to know that it's
showing the angular resolution limit of
RC,
an eye.
Yes, but it doesn't.
listen,
But
the
it
RC
doesn't
boat.
drop in height. That's what I'm
Yeah, so
saying.
that,
If
look,
you
dude,
put
it
a
doesn't
Lego
drop in
man,
height.
It's not an
doesn't
actual
drop-
drop in height.
Silly, bro. You're just being silly. The RC boat's at 16 minutes after.
It's not
They're doing the
actual,
same
it's
freaking thing.
You're attempting to claim that the people's feet in your video are actually higher than the boat.
yes, you can see
no.
that clearly.
It's only apparent. It's not actual.
You have eyes, right? You've seen the videos.
It only looks that way. Your eyes
The horizon
deceiving
is
you.
only apparent. The
It
horizon
deals with
is
human optics.
only.
It deals with the human eye's angular resolution limitation, which I've been trying to explain to you, but you're clearly ignorant of. You may need to go do some more research about it.
Sure, I'll check that. But I got a question. So how come I see the feet of the people so clearly, but I don't see the boat's body, which
Because
is much
of the
bigger?
angular resolution limit of the human eye.
Okay, so you're telling me that the boat is what, 100 kilometers away?
I don't know how far the boat is. You haven't given any data on how far the boats are away.
So you're saying
all I know is the principles of the human
I
eye,
see.
the geometry
Got
of
it.
vision.
Got it. So you're saying because of this angular resolution stuff, we don't see the bottom of the boat, but we do see the people feet on the boat. You're saying that the angular resolution hides
on the boat, or are they
the
on
body of the boat behind the feet of the people?
No, we don't have any of the information, bro. You stated before that these people are standing on higher ground, period. You don't have
Higher
any
ground is-
information on the level of the water. Is it low tide, high tide, in or
Low
out?
tide.
Which
I
direction?
said low tide because when in the low tide, people
It's
can
low
walk
tide
on
going
that
out.
beach.
Simple, dude. You're looking at a body of water that is lower than the land that the people are standing on. What's hard to believe? And then you're ignoring perspective entirely. That stuff gets smaller with distance.
How come it's lower?
He just
Because I
saying
just
stuff.
explained it, bro. You said it was low tide. So what would you make it think that people standing at higher ground that from your perspective at a distance wouldn't see the lower level of a low tide that the ship is riding on?
Oh, I see. Amazing.
And then you're ignoring
So if I
perspective
take-
completely.
Okay,
You're
so
ignoring
if
the
I-
perspective that things get smaller with distance. So have
that's-
you need to include that. That's why we need the distance.
Yeah, but it
to
doesn't.
everything.
It doesn't
Bro,
put
wait,
them
wait.
lower. It doesn't
Wait.
put them lower in,
Well, there's
in
also
elevation.
foreshortening. Things in the foreground can obstruct things in the background.
What?
Foreshortening? Look up foreshortening.
So where's this data, right? I mean, we're arguing
How many?
about
How
a
many
video.
times? How many times? West.
He's just gonna. It's just the Glober's MO. It's observe and declare. Make an observation and declare something.
We have
Spanish.
nothing to base upon, right? You're just claiming stuff. Oh, it's low tide. Oh, it's 5 meters. Well, 1 meter.
Yeah, if you
What?
look at West End, listen, if you look at West End Beach, I look at it, I've been there before. It actually is all kinds of channels and things coming in and out, and bays where large amounts of wind and water has been beating up against different areas. Like points have different height of water because wind over water is going to push things up over banks. That's going to make it appear that the water, see, you don't have any of that information. I mean, so
It's quite amazing because when you take the boat, when you look at the boat, you can see the sail that is not distorted. You can take the height of the boat and just put a line of the bottom of the boat and see where it is.
Still nothing, right? We don't know anything about the distance, the height, anything. We don't know anything. Just your word about being in 5 meters or then 1 meter.
Yep. So what about when it doesn't happen? Does that mean your geometric horizon moved?
When what doesn't happen?
When there's no when there's no atmos that is blocking your view or lensing the horizon. When that's not happening, we see 10, 20, 30 times further. Then what's your explanation for that? The Earth is breathing?
I have no idea what you said. I have no idea what you mean. I don't know
Okay.
what you're talking
So
about.
you're not familiar with like lighthouses seen at hundreds of miles, like 150 miles?
Yeah, for sure, because they're higher in elevation.
Yeah, like what? Like 300 feet max? Because otherwise it'd be up in the clouds? Yeah, I know. Yeah, no, they see them all the time, bro. They would be under miles of freaking water. But navigators use them all the time, every night, to triangulate their distance to certain places on the shore. They've been using it for centuries. Well, you're
You mean
saying the curvature, and you said before, like 3 times you said before, that you're not even concerned about what's a curve edge. You denied the existence of your curve edge. But you're saying there's a curve edge. Yeah, you're still doing it. I never saw somebody that was seen there so adamant about a curve edge and doesn't know or refuses to understand what a curve edge is. That a spherical surface has an edge that once you're... dude, look, it's simple. You can do this in kindergarten with your children. Like, look at a freaking beach ball. Put your eye right at the level of the surface of the top of the beach ball. Okay? Put your finger right at that top edge. Now, lower your head from that surface. What happens to where you were pointed on the other side of the ball?
Sorry, do you hear all that noise? Just a second, I'll be out.
You can't see through a freaking curve. Or
Well, that's the
around it
problem.
either, or zoom in over it.
Hey, Sonny, you're gonna have to get him to believe in curvature. He doesn't. That's the point. He doesn't believe in curvature. He believes he lives on a ball, but it's without curvature. You can't see it or test it, and that's what the belief system requires now. Is that they don't believe what they're supposed to believe, so they don't think it should be curvature in reality. They just expect to see the ball because they've seen that on TV screens and the internet. So that's what he's gonna have a problem with. You got to get him to believe in curvature first.
You guys are flat earthers. How are you gonna convince me in curvature if you don't believe in curvature?
No one's trying to convince you.
See, I can't convince you that curvature exists. That's the point, because you don't believe
I
it.
didn't
You
say
admit there's no curvature.
You're
Right, so
just
you're admitting
saying.
there's
You're
no
just
curvature.
saying it. You don't. You
What I
like all
said,
you,
what I
That's
said
what
is
I'm
that
saying. All you're doing is saying it's curved. That's
I
it.
said you cannot see the curve. You can see the result of the curve. I said that.
There he goes again. He doesn't believe. I told you, Sonny. He doesn't
Doesn't even
believe in
believe in it.
curvature.
Doesn't
I
even
told
believe
you.
in it.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
admitted.
Of course,
Thanks.
there is a curve, but you can't
Blind.
see it in
So it's blind.
in water level.
Blind. So it's
And that's what I
blind.
said.
faith.
You can
So
see
it's
the.
blind.
You
Dude,
talking about
shut
what
up.
you
I
see
heard
with
it.
your
I
eyes,
heard it.
right?
I heard it from you. God, I heard it like 6 times. I heard it enough. So
Hey,
you're
you're
like
every time you
blindly. You blindly believe in some scriptures that were written.
No, he's
That's it.
an atheist. He believes the atheism religion where you don't have to see it, just
the
believe it.
scriptures.
You don't have to
Atheism is
see
not a
it.
The
religion.
doctrine. You just go to a certain doctrine and a certain book for your doctrine without looking at the background or the baseline or a place that could make it be resolved that is actually true or not. You're missing that part completely. So you're just saying it.
So he's saying it's invisible curvature. Is that what he said?
Yeah, I guess it's not visible, can't be measured. No response to what happens when you
You're not
don't
seeing.
see
You're not
any
seeing.
obstruction.
He said, "quote I think you're not seeing the curvature. You're seeing the effects of curvature."
The effects of curvature.
That's not how reality works. I can see things. I actually live in the southwestern United States. I can see what the topography looks like for 100 miles, literally just a couple thousand feet up. So that's not true. We can see what reality is. You are admitting you do not believe what you're seeing, and that you don't even believe you can see curvature, and that solves it right there. I mean, there's really no reason to go any further with you. You don't believe your own religion.
What religion is that?
The magical ball religion. I don't have to see it. I just believe it, as you described. That one. Thanks.
The spinning space monkey ball religion.
The heliocentric religion brought to you by Jesuit priests.
It's the one you can't see. Remember the one you can't see?
Yeah, you can't.
That
see
ring a
it.
bell? Yeah, you
So
can't see it, right? That's the one
so
you
don't-
believe.
Shh! Don't tell anyone. It's actually a religion. Shh! That's why they're
Boy,
doing
this
that.
is a big challenge. I feel bad for these
It's not a
atheists.
religion, and I can prove it.
Did it really?
I haven't provided any
Why
evidence,
don't you
though, right?
please post the definition of religion, please?
Could you imagine being an atheist in 2021 and act? I don't have to see it. I just believe it. This is the new wave of atheism. This is the highest.
Imagine that's funny. Imagine being a flat earther when you
They
have
don't even
pictures
know-
from space in the
They don't
21st
even-
century.
They don't even
We need to get
know.
that. You need to record this, Sonny. You need to put this in your clips. I mean,
I
he said
know,
it
right?
several times. He doesn't believe it. He doesn't have to see it. He just believes that it exists.
I didn't say I don't have to see it. It's not true.
No, you gotta, Sonny. Put this in your repertoire. You did good.
You did amazing, really. Hold me to the ground.
Okay, can I
You don't
please
have to
suggest
see it.
something? But
Only
there
18.
was some guy who said that he works as a photographer for a lot of years. Is that guy still here?
Oh yeah, that's me, but I don't
Okay,
work. It's a gift from God. Yeah.
yeah.
I don't
Could you
work.
please correct me in technical terms if I am not right, because I'm not
Oh, I
enthusiast.
don't know technical terms. I just get a lot of pictures, so it
No,
depends.
no.
I can help you with taking pictures,
No,
but if you want
it's not that-
technicalities,
It's not the
Okay.
technical. It's just like when we say zoom. So, for example, if we say that something is able to zoom 100 times, it means that something that, for example, 1 kilometer away, it will look like it's 10 meters away. Yes.
yeah, depending on how close you are to the lens, it should appear like 25 times zoom would be a normal cell phone. A normal cell phone cannot even see as good as a human eye. Do you understand that?
Yeah. So,
right. So there are many times your own abilities, right? But I mean, I don't want to overcomplicate it because I want people already know that you can see further, right? When you zoom
Yes.
in, right? Right.
So,
So that
for
means since we can see further, that kind of ends everything when it comes to wondering what type of shape we're looking at here, because we have to see flat and literally outwards, right? Just our field of view changes, right? Which is a literal interpretation by vision around us in a circle, right? But our vision goes out straight. Would you have to agree? And our eyes are able to translate that much better than even a camera lens.
Yes. So, for example, if I am correct, that guy as a Seek Spider, you have a very good camera, you said. So it's more like 100x, like zoom is more than 100. Am I correct?
125. Nikon P1000.
Okay. So, for example, what you have to do, because the problem with your videos is that it's it's on the edge. We don't know the distance. We don't know how far some things are. So what you can do is
I
like,
told
for
you.
example, yeah. But I mean,
Okay.
what you can do is like to
Yeah.
have a proof. So first of all, you have to say, well, I don't know what will I get as a result, and then like you'll get a result, and that will define either you're wrong or right. So for example, you have to find some long like body, like, well, I don't know, there is such long canals, but like, for example, a big lake or like a sea or something like this, like 2 islands in the sea, which are approximately, I don't know, like 50 kilometers away. So it's really like far away from each other. And you go on the bank of the first one and you zoom in the maximum that you can to see the bank. So for example, of the second island, which is 50 kilometers away. So if the earth is curved, you wouldn't be able to see, for example, a big tree or a big house on that bank, because like it will zoom 100 times, but you wouldn't be able to see it because of the curvature. And if you're able to see it, even if it's 50 kilometers away, it's like long enough to have that impact of the curve. Like if there is a potential curvature, you wouldn't be able to see it. But if you're able to see it, you have to accept that it's flat, like it's a surface, that nothing was in the line of your sight. Because like you would, when you For example, when it's 50 kilometers away and you zoom in it more than 100 times, it should look like it's 500 meters away. And if it's a big tree or if it's a house or something, you will be able to see it from 500 meters. And you have to, I mean, what I want to say, you have to go further. You don't have to try like 1 kilometer, 10 kilometers. You go something where it's completely, like you're completely sure that it's not the parallax, it's not the reflection, it's not something like this. So either you see it or you don't. And that will be your proof.
And will you accept it?
Well, will you accept it?
Me?
I mean, I will. Well, if unless someone else
said it
would prove
before.
my calculation.
I have lots of videos, and I understand that you guys, and I totally understand it sounds however it sounds, weird or whatnot. But yes, I have lots of videos, and I don't. Yes, would you accept it?
I mean, personally, I would, because like I'm trying to question everything, even like the flat, the globe. So that would be kind of experiment, unless someone else would prove me like probably I am not correct with my calculation or something. I made mistakes there. But I mean, if it's like, if I understood it correctly, it should gives like 50 kilometers, the distance of 50 kilometers should gives you like more than 100 meters of curvature. So obviously you wouldn't be able to see it if there is that curvature, but if there is not that curvature, you will still see it because your zoom is big enough. And like, I will accept it, like personally. I don't know if everyone will accept that. Yeah, that's what I meant, Exo. When you talk about miles, 7 miles, it's a moment of speculation, because some people will say, well, it's a refraction, well, it's not long, like, so you have to go somewhere like far enough so no one will question it.
I want to do you a favor real quick, and then I got to go anyway. So let me do this real quick. I tagged you in the VC live stream text, and I put a recording that I made a few weeks ago. Maybe it was a couple months ago. So we have an estimate. The first estimate to this aircraft, I put around 1 minute and 30 seconds into the video. You're going to see the C-17 fly over my head. Excuse me. And then a couple minutes later, 2 minutes and 42 seconds, you're going to see the C-17 on the runway. Literally, if you look really closely, if you have decent eyes, even though the video is grainy because it's zoomed in digitally, it's not even a good zoom. So at 2 minutes and 42 seconds, you can see the aircraft landing on a runway 7 miles away from me, which is Fort Huachuca. So that military installation is an Air Force installation. So I already know the distance to the runway. It's about 7.1 miles exactly. So we know for sure by looking at the plane landing that the distance from the distance to target, which is the C-17, which I can still see because I'm on a hill. There's another argument there. We can see that my road is curving. But I know the distance exactly because I know the exact distance of the runway. It's an extremely large runway. It looks like it's about 1.5 miles to 2 miles long. So we actually have a good idea of size and ratio with this ability. Remember, that's only at 7 miles that gigantic plane, which is bigger than a 777, is hardly visible, even zoomed in digitally. It's not even as good as the human eye. So the human eye barely could see it as well. I had to really squint to see that 7 miles away because it's on the runway. And I waited and waited and waited because I knew it had to land. And I got lucky, and there it is. So 2 minutes and 42 seconds, you have an exact distance to target of 7 miles away. And that shows that we have a scale of understanding as far as size. So I have an exact measurement there.
And did you say that it's like, I don't know how to call it. So it's not an optical zoom. It's a zoom that your device makes.
Yeah, that would be just a normal vision zoom. That is equivalent to almost as good as a human eye, 20, almost like, 20, 30. That's what it's. So it's not quite as good as the best human vision, but that's the point. So we're just pretending we're a man. Ability to look is like a man around us. That's our perspective. Of course, it's also monocular. When you're looking through a single lens in any phone, it's also like you're only using one eye, of course, because when you use two eyes, you see in a completely different spectrum, right? So again, it just shows that how good God is with his monocular system. So just to give you a reference, it was just so that you could know the distance to the aircraft, because you can see at 1 minute and 30 seconds, it's very large going over my head, less than a half mile away, you see. So that just shows people that when it goes out, it's going to get a lot smaller and not even 10 miles away. I'm not going to be able to see the aircraft, the biggest aircraft in the world.
I see your point. Yes.
So
probably I was.
right rule of thumb, right? 10 miles away, there's no way you could see an aircraft. That's why we have radar. So when they tell you, well, I saw the ISS and it's 240 miles away, they're living in that imagination. You see, that's what this does. So at least we got.
So yeah, that's what exactly why I asked you to like correct me if I was wrong. So probably I would say that we would need a telescope for that experiment, something that like not a camera that would be digitally just like try to make it look like it's bigger. You would need some optical, like very strong optical device. And probably we should check it before we're doing it. So for example, we should like do this thing, like if you're able to see that plane with a telescope, then you should be able, yeah, like this. But it's not an easy experiment to do, Six Spider, but I think that would be like, that will convince better than just the videos of the boats that you posted. Not that I'm saying like, well, it's bad or something, but like it raises more questions that it gives answers. So we actually don't know the height of the tides, we don't know the distances, we don't know your height, and so it's a lot of details.
Okay. Okay. I don't understand still how any of that is needed to explain why the boats are lower than the people. I still don't get it.
Just drop that argument. Like you will be just trying to explain or not explain, and no one would be convinced fully of that, and no one will, like everyone who would like to think that it's because it's like a globe, they will go that way, and other people will go other way. So that's not the argument that will convince anyone. So just don't spend time on it. Like try to find something solid enough so it will prove it.
Mm-hmm.
You mean something like the black swan, for example?
So you, sorry?
You've already seen it, and you're going to say refraction, but the black swan, for example, shows they're rising 10 times further than it should be. So that trumps all of your people's boats sitting above boats and all that shit you're talking about.
I see. And you don't think that the black swan, the distortion of the lines there, you don't think that's
Not
that
the
to do
argument.
anything with it?
No, that's not the
What do you
argument.
mean? You said you see further away in the black swan, and I'm asking you, is that showing you, like, obviously there's a distortion, obviously.
Listen,
Go ahead, what world?
The black swan shows that even with the spherical geometry of the curvature that you believe exists, that you're claiming in your video here, even with the people on the sandbar with the boats in the background, you're saying that's you're not seeing the curvature, you're seeing the effects of curvature. Okay, the black swan shows that if the spherical geometry of the Earth is correct with a radius of 3959 miles, then every distance to horizon measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Now, that observation of the black swan is taken at 1 foot observer's height. That means the horizon should be at 1.22 miles. Now, the platforms in that picture are only there to demarcate distance. So there could be clowns that are wavy and refracted and dancing on top of them. That's not part of the argument. The argument is the distance to horizon. So you can obfuscate and non sequitur with how things on the platform seem to be distorted, but the horizon is clear and evident. And that is 10 times farther than it should be on a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles.
Well,
so
if you decided
debunked.
If you decided to ignore the distortion and why it's happening,
distortion is not the argument.
And the distortion is what's causing you to see this. Then
horizon is the argument. Where's the horizon?
Where is there a picture of this in a different day?
It doesn't matter. The horizon could be closer, but as soon as you observe the horizon farther than where it should be from the geometric limitations of the Earth with a radius of 3959 miles, as soon as that horizon is farther, the curvature and the sphere is gone. Because it must be no more than that. Because refraction only deals with objects on the horizon. The horizon is not an object. The horizon is an apparent location where
Because
the
it's a
sea or
straight
land meets
line.
the sky.
Because it's a straight line, then you don't see the distortion of it. That's very simple. But you ignoring the distortion.
I'm not ignoring the distortion.
Yes, you are. You're saying it doesn't matter.
The claim, even if the claim is the horizon is distorted or there's refraction, you've given up your argument that the curvature is geometric and physical. So either way, it's a catch-22.
What?
You can't get out of it.
What?
If you claim that the horizon is refracted, then you're also claiming that the horizon is no longer geometric or physical. Your original claim was that it's geometric and physical.
I never said that. I asked you guys what the geometric horizon is because I don't know what it is. I never said that.
What you're saying in your picture is that we're seeing the effects of curvature, physical Earth curve obstruction. That is the geometric Earth.
I don't even know what that is still. I don't know what the geometric horizon
okay.
is.
Do you know what geometry
When you
is?
say and when you say geometry, you mean an actual physical object.
Is that not the Earth to you?
When you say globe, do you mean a physical object?
Are you
sure? I mean, but I don't see it happening. I see the result of it, and from that, I can conclude that that is a drop. Yes. But I don't have a point. You're right. When I'm looking to the horizon, I'm looking at a point. I can't say, okay, the horizon starts there, or the drop starts there. I can't do that when I'm just looking at the horizon. But when I see ships and I have other reference points, I can say, oh, yes, I can see where it is now. And I can also see the result of it because boats that are beyond that point are much lower.
You're saying that the boats are being obstructed by the physical geometric Earth curve obstruction.
By the Earth. Again, the curve.
The curvature of the Earth is obstructing those boats. You're seeing.
No, the Earth, not the curve. Like, sure, the Earth, the curve. I don't know. Sure.
Yeah. Is the Earth curved or not to you?
I was going to ask that.
Why can't you speak plainly? I don't understand.
Because again, you're trying to say that I'm saying that I know where that point is, and I agree with you that I don't know where the point is. I need points of reference. And when I have them in the form of boats and people, then I see it. I see the result of it right in front of me.
You're missing the point, man. The edge of your ball from 1 foot observer height should be 1.2 miles away. You should see it there. That's what he's trying to tell you.
I should see something. How many miles away? I don't speak miles. What was that? How many?
1 foot above the water line, you can see the horizon, the physical horizon, 1.225 miles away. I'll shut up now.
Again, I don't know that it's there and I don't see it. I need something to reference. I can't just go and say, oh, it's over there when I'm looking into the ocean. I agree with you guys. I don't know where it is.
You know, there's the video timestamped where he puts his camera on the water down at 1 foot and zooms in. The zoom changes the angular resolution limit, and you can see the horizon beyond the second platform. And there are many observations like this, but
yes,
it only takes one.
But you see the horizon, but you again, why do you see the horizon? You see the horizon because it's refracted, and you can see it clearly on the oil rigs, and I don't understand why you're ignoring it. You are ignoring it. You're saying, I see further away. Oh, never mind the distortions there. It doesn't happen on the horizon. Of course it does. It happens throughout the image. It happens at every point. You're literally ignoring it. You're saying, oh, I see the horizon, but I don't give a shit about the distortion of the oil rigs. That's kind of weird.
Because it's not the horizon.
The horizon is, to you, the horizon is the Earth blocking things in the distance. Right?
Yes, and that
Okay.
that
So
is
if we do the spherical trigonometry, right? If we
yeah,
math
yeah,
out the globular Earth, right?
yeah, yeah.
No horizon should be any more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. What's the square root of 1?
What about refraction?
That was not.
What is the square root of 1?
I don't know.
Wow.
I don't know.
So you're just spouting
How many
refraction.
how many ones can you times together and get 1?
I don't know.
What's 1 times 1?
I don't know.
What's 1 divided by 1?
I don't know.
You know what 1 plus 1 is?
Nope.
Why are you being so obtuse?
Because you're ignoring the refraction, and I still
You're
don't
on the
understand
spiral,
why.
dude.
I wouldn't worry about it, guys. We're literally talking to someone who doesn't know what 1 divided by 1 is.
Yeah,
so
that's
at this
a
point, we might as well
It's
just move
okay.
on.
It's okay.
Yeah.
It's on tape.
He's clearly here just to waste time, not to learn or even open his mind to new information. He's here just to waste time and try to trick.
You explain to me. You want to explain to me again why
It's a
the
spiral.
horizon is further away, but without the refraction. And I asked you, do you have a picture of those oil rigs on a different day? Now I know that there is one.
You say refraction. What are the types of refraction, or do we need to teach you that too?
Teach me, please.
Well,
I only know.
What type of refraction is happening there?
I feel like we should teach him what 1 divided by 1 is first. Start with the
I-
basics.
Yeah, refraction is a little bit too advanced.
I don't know. I don't know. I know that when I'm looking at that, the whole image is distorted like crazy. And I understand that because the horizon is a straight line, or from the drop, it's a straight line. So when you bringing it up, it is still a straight line. And I don't understand why you think all of a sudden that shows something.
Because the ball.
You're ignoring that.
No, the ball has dimensions, right? So this bulge of water that has to be between the oil rigs and the observer has to be there, and it's not at that spot, right?
Say that again.
The ball is a physical object, right? So the horizon cannot be further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet, right? This observation is from one feet, and we see the horizon beyond the oil rigs.
So the square root of 1 is 1.
So okay.
Times 1.225 is 1.225. So the horizon should never be at 1 foot. If your camera or your eye is at 1 foot, the horizon on a physical Earth sphere of a radius of 3959 miles should be no more than 1.225 miles. We see the horizon at more than 9.41 miles.
Got it.
Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles. Do you get it now?
I understand.
Okay.
And again, so you're saying that we see the horizon further away, right, in that image? Right?
What do you see? What do you see?
I agree with you. I see the horizon further away.
Right. So the Earth is not a ball.
No, because you're ignoring that light can bend over the water. You're ignoring refraction.
So do you have any demonstrations of this, right? Light bending over a hill, light bending over a hill. Where can we observe this?
Are you serious? You're asking me,
Yes.
you think light can't bend? Can't break?
So you're saying we can look around a corner, right? Look around a hill. It's a physical obstruction, right?
No.
Yes.
I never said you can look behind a corner.
Behind a hill, right? You're saying we can look behind hills now? That's what you're saying. So the oil rigs that we are seeing are holograms. The oil rigs that we are... Right. One second. These oil rigs, right, that we are seeing and the horizon beyond them are for you holograms. They are not really there. Is that what you're saying?
No, I never said
no,
they're not real.
Well, But because that is basically what you're claiming, right? That
No.
because of the
Did
light
I say they're not real?
No.
No.
We
Then
are
why are you
seeing,
saying
right?
that I'm saying they're not real?
Listen what I'm saying. Listen.
Yes,
Okay.
listening.
So
Listening.
the Earth has a radius, right? A set radius. And at 1 foot, the horizon cannot be more than 1.225 miles. So whatever is beyond there has to be covered by a physical bulge of water, right? Yet we see the horizon further than the second oil rig. So what you are saying is that this is actually a hologram, right? Because in reality, we are looking at a bulge of water, but the light is bending over it. So what we are seeing is not actually there. Do you follow me? So when I shoot a bullet at the target, it will not go to the target. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand.
Okay,
You think
okay.
that
So
I
why
think
is the horizon 10 times further, right?
Because you're looking at water, and there's humidity in the air.
Yeah, water is flat and level.
It's
always.
No.
Yes.
You know it's not true. So don't just say that.
Water is always flat and level in large bodies of water. Of course. Have you never seen? Where have you seen bendy water? In a pool, in a glass, in a
wave?
Bro, I'm talking about the basic physics of water, right? It's always flat and level.
So am I.
In rest, right? I'm not talking about waves. We use water to build, right? To level stuff.
To build, to level stuff. What does that mean? We use water to build, to level stuff. What does that mean?
Water.
You ever use a construction level? You ever
hung
a picture
straight? Sorry. I didn't understand.
Sorry.
Stop. I didn't understand. You're talking about a level. Yes, there is water, and it's curved there. There's a bubble.
But the bubble seeks its level, right? We use it to level stuff out. The same as water, the surface of water, right? In your glass, in a pool, in your bath, in a small lake, in a big lake, in an ocean, it's always level, right? Water doesn't doesn't conform to a ball.
It's not true. You have tides. Does that make it level?
That's not what I'm alluding to, right?
Yes, you're saying that the water are level all over, including the earth, right?
I'm talking about the basic physics of water. Why are you obfuscating like this, right? So a large body of water, right, in rest on a good day, on a beautiful day with no wind, right, will be flat and level. That water, right?
Sure.
Okay. So if water is always flat and level, how can it be a ball, right? We measure, again, the horizon is 10 times further, right? It cannot be a ball because it has to be at 1.225 miles.
Again, you're ignoring light bending and refraction. You're ignoring that it actually shows you something because the light goes with the curvature of the earth, and
again,
that's why you see beyond that.
Then concede that we are looking at a hologram now, right? Because actually,
why do you say that?
Because the ball is a physical object, right? That's you, because the ball is a physical object, right? Yes. And if you claim that the light is bending over this hill, right?
No, I said over water.
The water conforms to a ball in your model, right? So everything beyond this obstruction that is called Earth curvature, right, will not be seen anymore. But you claim because the light is bending over this hill that we are seeing it, but it's actually not there, right? It's a hologram.
No, it's still there. Of course it's there. Why you think that because I said that it's not physically there? Obviously it's there.
You're not getting it, right? Does anybody has a better explanation?
Yeah, so like this is where to show you your full logical conclusion of how bad this argument is. There's
what
people
argument?
who come
I'm
in
not
here.
saying anything.
Yeah, there's people who come in here that say that with enough refraction, you should
Yeah.
be able to see the back of your head. Can you see the back of your head with enough refraction?
I don't think so. I don't know.
Okay,
I
so
don't think
why would you say that you can see beyond the physical curve of the Earth because of refraction?
Because it's
refraction
not
give
my
you-
head, and the angles are much smaller, and the
Yeah, but
refraction
you
is
look at the
obviously
angle
smaller.
here. You're not understanding. You're seeing miles. That's like almost like well, it works on kilometers, but it's like 20 kilometers.
What's
You're
the problem
seeing
with that?
way too far for the Earth to be a globe of the size and shape they claim. It could still be a sphere, but it has to be huge.
So you're saying that what I see is 1-to-1, right? Because I
No.
can see further away.
It's no more than.
Okay. Can you
Okay,
answer
you can't
why?
see further than
Can
the
we-
geometric curve of the Earth. It would be a physical block from your line of
Unless
sight.
you have refraction, and you can test that. You can check that.
Yeah, refraction's not going to save you here. There's too much distance.
I don't understand why you're saying that while you can see clearly that the rigs are so distorted, which tells you that obviously the refraction is very high.
Well,
High
why
or low,
can you
whatever
see
it
the
doesn't
rig
mean.
at all?
Refraction.
No, I mean how? But the physical curve of the Earth should block your line of sight.
You know what? You know what's amazing here?
Yeah.
Is that I've seen, and I don't know if you have, I've seen a picture of those rigs in a different day, and you do not see the second rig fully. Then what does that mean?
Does that mean like the Earth is growing and shrinking day to day?
What? I'm asking you, what do you think that means? If I'll show you the picture of those oil rigs when the second one is pretty covered by